No politic here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. I'm Israel high. Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Saturday, folks. That's right. It's Saturday. I'm wearing a pastel today. That's right. Colors are back. Suit man is back. You already know. Suit like a slick pistachio today. Yeah, it's a Turkish pistachio. And just like turkey, it's actually cooked. Bruh. Anyway, nice blue suit. Yeah, every day. Every day I try to wear another different blue suit, a different variant of blue. And every single one of these different blue suits are all, would you know it, they're all exactly the color of American flag blue. Anyway, folks, we're live. We're alive. Yeah, it's a reflection pool blue, American flag blue. That's what it is. We're Team Algae up in this bitch. Folks, suit looks hot as fuck, big dog. Thank you. Anyway, this is a classic, not algae colored suit. And I want everyone to understand that. I want all the American patriots in the chat to recognize that this is not a green suit. Some of you might have thought that. And you're wrong. And I need you to know that you're wrong. Okay. Yeah, thank you for saying sweet blue suit today, King. Thank you. All right. Anyway, folks, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker, in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. You already know what's up. It is Saturday, June 20th, 2026. I cannot believe that we're like halfway through the year. I can't believe it. I can't believe I'm about to turn 35. That's right. Next month is coming up. In a month from now, I'm going to be motherfucking 35. But aside from that, we got a lot going on in the world. Yeah, I'm pushing 40. I'm going to be pushing 40. Unk is actually chopped unk. Unk is chopped. Unk is washed.
closer to 40 than 30. Dog, hang it up. There was a time and place in my life where I was worried that I was closer to 30 than 20. And now I'm about to be closer to 40 than 30. I'm dating a 43-year-old and he's wonderful. Wash, they're still making hard edits of you, King. What will flash before my eyes when I get married? Damn. Turkey's 0-2 in the World Cup. Bro, stop. I don't even want to fucking hear about it. I know. Turkey's out, right? Turkey's just out. Turkey's completely out. Turkey's fans came in like this and lost. Kaldır as bayrakları as. Yeah, Turkey has one last game. I will be attending it. It's against the United States of America. I will be attending the game. But unfortunately, Turkey can no longer advance. Given the rules of the World Cup, even if Turkey beat the United States, which it most likely will not, because the United States has been absolutely fucking destroying, Turkey will not be able to advance, even if they do beat the United States, which they will not be. Okay, I don't know what to tell you other than it's just, you get used to taking fucking L's, okay? Kaldır. Yeah. We are winning. Look how many likes this has.
And if you will allow me, I want to travel back in time 8 days. Game 4. 9 minutes and 33 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Knicks are down 20. The analytics guys, the sports betting companies, the pundits who watch from far away, they do what they do. They run the numbers. They calculate the odds.
Yeah, Zoran, also a numbers guy, kind of stole my thing a little bit because I'm a numbers guy. I know you like the number. And Zoran also, he liked the number too. He wanted to let the people know he also is a numbers guy. I told him, Zoran, let me chat GPT it, let me grok it, let me figure it out, the numbers.
They write the Knicks off. They give the Spurs a 99.6% chance of winning the game. A 99.6% chance of silencing the Garden. Of another year of watching and waiting. But there is one thing that the pundits just don't get about this team. That they just don't get about this city. It is in that 0.4% that we go to work. It is in that 0.4% that Jalen Brunson, the same guy that so many said was too small, proves that not only is he good enough, he is the new standard for greatness. It is in that 0.4% that OG Anunoby watches the ball float from the top of the arc and start running towards the basket, fingers reaching towards the heavens.
Aura, god damn.
That Karl Anthony Towns finds the strength to mourn his mother and still pull in rebound after rebound. It is in that 0.4% that Jose Alvarado shows every kid growing up in public housing that a son of Brooklyn and Queens can win for every one of the 5 boroughs. It's in that 0.4% that Josh Hart gets rebounds that break teams, that McCall Bridges proves he was worth every single draft pick. Most of all, it's in that 0.4% that the Knicks do what New Yorkers have always done when we are told something is impossible. We find a way. The Knicks did not just win for New York City. They won like New York City. If you will allow...
Yeah, it's so hype. Mandani speaks like a preacher of a mega church. Mandambi. Mandabadoobie. Bridges isn't worth 5 first. Okay, chill, Unc. Chill. Let him cook. Let him say nice things about all the players. Okay. You were briefly mentioned at the beginning of the Oxford debate clip. Oh, nice. Okay, folks, personal news-wise, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, but I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know what's up. I didn't really do anything. I've been watching Euphoria, and I have agita every time I watch. I don't know if you guys have also watched this show. I don't know if you guys have also watched the show Euphoria, but every episode is so gut-wrenching. I don't even know why people watch the show. I don't even know why I watch the show. Cause like it's so nasty. I mean, Jacob Elordi, I cannot begin to explain to you how much I hate this man. Like I actually had a fairly decent opinion of Jacob Elordi, but his character in the show. His character in the show is so dog shit. I mean, Sydney Sweeney is horrible at acting. So is the other girl, the other main girl that is like dating Jacob Elordi. I mean, it's just so interesting because on the one hand, you have like Zendaya, who is a Titan, right? You got Hunter Schafer, also a Titan. But then on the other hand, you have people who are just like either incapable of acting or I don't even know what happened. Like it's the disparity. The acting disparity is so vast. Okay. Hasan, I think they're great acting. That's how people actually are. And I do feel like I'm so old. Because every time I watch an episode, I'm like, why are they doing this? They should be at home reading. Like, it's not even a joke. I sit down, okay? I bust open one of those skinny pops, okay? Or maybe a protein bar. And I click, turn it on, and I'm watching and I'm like, why aren't they doing homework? Why are they always doing drugs? This school is a drug den. What has happened to our youth? And I also didn't go to high school here. So I don't even know if this is like a real high school experience. So the entire time I'm watching this, I'm like, it's the most like unk-coded, most like Mena unk I've ever felt watching a TV show where I just want to be like, every time I'm like, is this real? Like, is this a thing? I'm like, what are these Americans doing? I feel like that's how my grandfather would watch this show. He'd be like, what are they doing? Allah, Allah, tövbe, tövbe, estağfurullah. What are they doing? What are they doing? Why are they not studying for the SAT? It is always sex. So much sex and drugs and alcohol. And I can't tell if it's just like the real American high school experience. And I just don't know because I didn't go to high school here. Or if it's like maybe exaggerated because it's a TV show. But yeah. Do you watch it with your dad? My dad would literally not be able to complete that show. He would not be able to watch it. My dad, I'm turning into my dad. I really am turning into my dad. Every day that passes by, I'm turning more into my father. Because I've told you guys this before. He's just he's not capable of watching shows where he sees any like simulated child abuse or children being in like rough situations. Like if he sees that, he's like, turn it off. He's like, turn it off. I can't do it. And now I'm slowly but surely turning into him because like I'm watching the show and halfway through the episode, I always catch myself thinking like, this is hurting my feelings. These children need to be saved. Why are they going through these insane experiences? Is this how American children are raised? Where are their parents? Why are all their parents also addicted to drugs? So yeah, that's how I feel. Sam Levinson should go to jail. I agree. I agree with that. Yeah, someone help Zendaya, please. No, it's just a show for kids to live vicariously through. Okay, that's even scarier because then I'm thinking kids should not live vicariously through the show. Children should not look at this show as an example of how to live. They should not. They should be looking at, I don't know, they should be watching Bluey or something. They should be watching the Veggie Tales. That's what I think. Anyway, I'm in season 2, episode 1. And I hate Nate so much. I hate Nate so much. Also, RIP to Fez, the guy who plays Fezco. I knew he had died, but I forgot about it until, I looked it up again and I was like, damn. Like in real life, not in the show. It's not a spoiler. I don't know if he dies in the show or not. Yeah. Euphoria was originally an Israeli show. Yeah, it tracks. That tracks. Anyway, so yeah, that's it. I worked out this morning, and then that's pretty much it. I didn't really do anything. The suit is also custom. This is not Chinese. I have an American tailor now. This is the first of. I picked this. I picked this fabric myself. I picked the linen or whatever this fabric is myself, and yeah, it's pretty nice. I like it a lot. So it's also custom, as you can see. I can move my arms around, and it actually doesn't bunch up too much. The suit guy would probably appreciate it. Did you watch Shameless? I did. He died in real life. It's not a spoiler. It's crazy work. I mean, it's true. But it's crazy work, but it's also true. The sage green is beautiful. A bespoke menswear stylist. I'm happy to see you in your suit era, bro. Thank you. Thank you. I'm happy that you guys are accompanying me on this journey. Yeah. So, can you lift up one arm? See how the shoulder adapts? I mean, I'm sitting down, so. You don't want a Bernie Sanders style silhouette when you're like sitting and then the suit just like shoots up. You don't want that. It creases a lot with the movements. Yeah, I mean, it does. It's normal. Check logs, please. Regarding your question about whether this shit happens to high schoolers in NA, to a certain extent, the events in Euphoria do happen to high schoolers. Obviously, that shit's turned to 11, but at its core, it's based in somewhat reality. Okay, chatter. Thank you. This sage green is beautiful. All right. Yeah. Mike has a dangler. Oh, shit. You're right. Mecha Chameleon is the perfect friend slob game. Yeah, that's what I've heard. I do want to play Mecha Chameleon. You will see how Root acts and then understand why JD Vance's mom traded him for perk 30s. Okay. You got exposed for being fake Chinese. POV, you were watching a man without his coat draw China by memory. Wait, what the hell? Okay, I'm sorry, but this is just autism. Like, this literally is like, it's like being like, how can you not play basketball like Wembanyama? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he obviously has like a very specific set of skills. This literally is the same. This is the same thing that. Have you guys ever seen that one video that used to go viral back in the day? It's like a super old video back before like shit went viral that frequently. But There was this autistic guy that did a aerial flight all around Italy and then drew it by memory. This is a version of that same exact level of autism. This would be Rainbow if he didn't have a PC. Perfect, useless memory, nice. I mean, clearly this guy is this is what he does. So I'm not even going to dunk on him. Congratulations to that guy. I don't know why you're saying it's useless. I'm sure there's use. I'm sure there's some utility to it. Who knows? You caught up in One Piece? No, I'm banking it. I'm banking it again. Anyway, let's blast off, okay? Let's blast off, ladies and gentlemen. Israel kills 55 in Lebanon to ruin the ceasefire. MOU. Iran closes Strait of Hormuz. Ceasefire broken by Israel. And then we'll do some fun day, maybe gaming. Job in the State Department for this guy? Yeah, probably. I can see that guy doing that. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? You're missing out. It's been great. I'm sure. I'm not missing out. I'm holding on. I'm retaining. Stop baiting. Fun react for later. Inside China's insane propaganda theme park. Oh, yeah. Mike did the, this is goated. I want to do this so bad in China. This is the Chinese Civil War theme park. I cannot believe it, dude. He's living La Vida Loca. He's living my dream. All right. We'll definitely watch that. That's a great one. Check logs important. That reminds me, I wrote a VeggieTales fanfic once where Bob the Tomato straps. Okay, I'm not reading that for your own sake, okay? When you say check logs and then you talk to me about a fucking VeggieTales fanfic that you wrote, like what makes you think anyone else should be hearing that in this chat? Oh my God. Are you going to answer for your transgressions? What is this? HasanAbi, how could you do this? Oh, I'm sorry. I did it. I apologize. Never tell HasanAbi you're queer. That's just how it is. Now you have to read it? No, I don't. I don't have to read it. I don't have to read it at all, actually. And I will refuse to. What you should do, on the other hand, is that's crazy that you tell that chatter to link the fanfic. You want to what? You want to jerk your peanuts to a goddamn VeggieTales fanfic? You want to crank your shit? You want to spank your shit? You want to beat your meat to VeggieTales? That's what you want to do. You're telling me right now you want to fucking jork it. You want to goon to a VeggieTales fanfic that a chatter wrote. Cranking the worm, spanking the monkey, beating your meat, letting the goose loose, peeing white. That's what you want to do. That's what the good Lord would want. You want to shake your Gurga, cranking your hog, roughing up the suspect. Nasty business. You better stop it now. Please stop. My grandmother's knitting circle is watching this. What? Your grandmother's knitting circle probably feels the same way. Probably feels the same way that I do about the nasty business that we heard about. Flogging the dolphin? Kirking your shit? You want to kirk your shit? You want to kirk your shit so hard? God. There is an endless amount taming the snake. There's an endless amount of masturbation analogies that you can use. It's incredible. It's so. I feel like man has utilized all of its creativity and expertise, coming up with new, unique, and clever ways of saying masturbation. Feeding the ducks, that doesn't even make sense. Feeding the ducks, what the hell? That doesn't even make any sense. Scrubbing your toilet parts, these are no longer euphemisms about masturbation. You have now moved into an entirely different. You're on a different zip code, maybe a different planet. Massaging a one-eyed man? Oh, no. Okay, stop. Okay. Five-knuckle shuffle? Oh. Okay, we're done. The girlies are fighting. Meloni is fighting with Donald Trump. And we will talk about that, of course. Giorgia Meloni and Donald Trump. They are fighting. The girlies are fighting. Okay. Turkey was so bad. I know. Matt Iglesias has been so mad that, like, some style guides and some announcers say Turkey instead of Turkey now, and he's just so frustrated about it. I saw that. And it's like, listen, egg boy. We're already down. Okay? I don't want to fucking hear from you. We're already fucking down. BBC asked Big John what he would order if England won the World Cup. Oh, I love this.
Chinese takeaway. You get a
oh, hell yes. Bosh.
chicken chow mein, special fried rice, sweet and sour chicken balls, sweet and sour chicken Hong Kong style, sweet and sour pork Hong Kong style, barbecue pork spare ribs, roast chicken Chinese style, roast duck Chinese style, crispy shredded chili beef, beef in black bean, prawn in black bean, chips, prawn crackers, curry sauce, and don't forget the pancake rolls. Bosh.
Fucking hell. That's a good lad. That's a top lad right there. He's got it. That's the best fucking Chinese order I've ever heard of. Also, I feel like he's just flexing. Like, Big John has the autism of that other map guy, but just for perfect recall of Chinese takeaway. Like, that's the entire menu. He just knows that he can call it out by heart. He knows what the goddamn menu looks like. Yeah, you guys look worse. You guys look the worst team in tournament. Somehow worse than the island micronations. No taxes, just past the Gulad. Hannity mentioned you to Stephen Miller yesterday.
The guy that was out campaigning with Hasan Piker, who said America deserved 9/11.
Look, the Democrat Party, Sean, as you've covered better than anybody, has been.
Yo, Shawnee baby. You're talking about me, but you won't talk to me. What the hell, Sean? We were supposed. I feel betrayed. You'll talk to this bald dipshit, but not me? What the hell? Yeah, he ducked me. And now he's snitching to the admins, dude. He's like, mods. Remember this guy? Get this guy out of here, mods. That's actually devastating. I thought we had something, Sean.
Become a party of Marxist, communist, socialist, violent extremists, and yes, violent revolutionaries who support the policies that are getting Americans killed in mass historically for many years now, and of course it accelerated under the Biden administration.
Where? What policies are killing Americans en masse? Yeah, dude. Medicare for all. Okay. Free college education. federal jobs guarantee. These are the policies that will kill Americans if implemented. They haven't yet, but if implemented, they will kill Americans en masse, okay?
By criminal illegal aliens. This is a party that supports violence against ICE officers, supports violence against federal law enforcement, and engages in conduct and rhetoric and behavior that leads to repeated assassination attempts against President Trump, against President Trump's supporters, and against Republican elected office holders. It is a terrifying reality, but one we cannot turn away from, ignore. We cannot put our heads in the sand and pretend the Democrat Party of the 90s or the 80s or the 70s exists anymore, because it is gone, Sean. It is gone, and it is not coming back.
It is gone. It is dead. How do you define it now? How do you define Tellerico, El Sayed, Platner, Mamdani, Bernie, Pocahontas, the Squad, and then the other Democrats? No moral courage to ever challenge them. Hillary Clinton, would you vote for Platner? Well, I don't live in Maine. That's hardly, an appropriate, right?
Yes. It's look, the Democratic Party has two groups now: radical extremists and cowards.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, I like that. He's saying that, like, the Democrats are just a communist party now, which I wish. And then the rest of the establishment Democrats are just like cowering, and they're terrified. To make matters worse, these very same Democrats, these establishment Democrats, hear from the most repulsive man on the planet, Stephen Miller, and go, all right, bet. He's actually right. We shouldn't let the radical communist Antifa forces take over the party. We should do everything we can to stop that instead of stopping the growing fascism in this country.
Cowards who've allowed the radical extremists to eat the party alive. Maybe they know at some level that it's wrong, that it's evil, that it's dangerous, that is leading to all this incredible violence against conservatives that we've seen. Maybe they're just too stupid. They don't know that. But you have cowards and you have extremists. When you talk about abolishing ICE, what you are talking about is allowing every drug cartel, every Mexican criminal organization like this.
Okay, I don't really care about the rest of this. Who cares? Stephen Miller should unironically boost the confidence of every person ever that the trope "there's someone for everyone" really is true, because how do you love this man? I mean, I guess he has a equally repulsive wife, Katie Miller. That's how it works out. Have you seen Mehdi interview the former CIA agent who wants to abolish CIA? No, I haven't. I have not watched it. But it's crazy that this man is going on every outlet but mine, bro. It's wild. I don't know what the hell's going on with John Kiriakou, but he's gone on basically every show but mine. Yeah, defend the homeland. One nation, one homeland, one team. You guys are arguing before SCOTUS right now that your own top goal scorer shouldn't be eligible for U.S. citizenship. You racist jabronis. Nah, but he's white, bro. It's fine, right? They're talking about. Actually, I don't know who the top goalie, top scorer is. Is it CP? Is it Christian Pasilic or whatever? No. Oh, it's Balogun. He's a black Brit. I don't fucking know, man. I don't watch soccer. I'm not even watching the Turkish team get fucking destroyed. I will be watching soccer the one day when I go and watch the Turkish team get fucking destroyed. But Pulisic, amına koyayım. Ne söyledin az önce? Pulisic. Is that how you say it? Is CP Pulisic. Pulisic? Abi boş ver. Abi bilmiyorum. Yok abi ben bilmiyorum. Ben Türk'üm. Ben İngilizce konuşmayı bilmiyorum. Ben hiç anlamıyorum futbol. Unuttuk. Elendik zaten amına koyayım. Biliyorum amına koyayım. Biliyorum. Utanın lan. Ben utanıyorum yani. Utanç verici bir durum. Pulisic doesn't sound American. Yeah, that's why I thought maybe he's like Hungarian or some shit. Anyway, all right, let's get to the fucking news. Strait of Hormuz is closed again. Okay. Iran's military says it closed the Strait of Hormuz after U.S.-Israeli violations of ceasefire. Let's take a look.
James Bays, and I'll preface this with saying that we've got some very new and important developments. James, it's going to be one of the very few times that I know something you don't yet know. Look, we're hearing from the Iranians, and I think to some extent we saw this coming. The Iranians say, and this is being reported by the Iranian news agency Mehr, that they're going to take action over what's happening in southern Lebanon. They see it, as you know, as the United States' responsibility to end Israeli military raids. And they say that because that hasn't happened, in response to that, Iran is going to close once again the Strait of Hormuz. So that's where we are. Let me look at the language. In view of America's blatant breach of promise and breach of contract regarding the failure to implement the very first paragraph of the Memorandum of Understanding. That's something you and I have talked about extensively.
Yeah, kind of the whole ordeal, right? Kind of the centerpiece of this entire ordeal, right? It's a tough sell when the number one line item on the Memorandum of Understanding straight up is, hey, you got to restrain Israel to ensure that Israel doesn't attack Lebanon. And then lo and behold, Israel is huffing and puffing, and they find it within themselves to do just that. Of course, it's going to be destroyed. Of course, the Memorandum of Understanding was going to be destroyed. I actually am a little shocked that it was this fast. I thought Israel would have waited a couple days. No. Turns out they did it almost instantaneously. And if you recall, I kept repeatedly explaining over and over again that it would be Israel that was the spoiler. And John Hudson's reporting also showed that the CIA was aware that Israel would be the spoiler. Basically, everyone that was paying attention to what's going on in the region knew that Israel was going to do everything in its power to ruin this ceasefire, because they don't want the ceasefire to take place. They want to force America's hand back into battle. They want to goad America into going up the escalation ladder and militarily invade Iran. Trump doesn't want to do that, but also at the same time, Trump is wholly incapable of restraining Israel. So Israel is seeing how much it can violate these red lines. Israel is seeing what it can get away with. And the it here that Israel is getting away with, and this might come as a surprise to absolutely no one, is murdering Lebanese children, specifically 12 children Israel killed, alongside 55 total people that Israel killed on Friday in Lebanon. That's what this is. And there's no real like military purpose for this. They'll say it's like Hezbollah, but the reality of the matter is they're doing it just to violate the ceasefire. Nothing but collateral damage for them, because these are not real human beings in the eyes of the Israeli state. And of course, Iran has to retaliate. Iran has to hold America to account. How would the Islamic Republic of Iran get any deal out of the United States of America if the first provision of the Memorandum of Understanding is violated so flagrantly, and it requires America to restrain Israel, and Israel is actively violating that red line to show the United States of America and Iran and the rest of the world that they're not going to play ball, that they're never going to be restrained. Right now is where those quote-unquote red lines matter the most. Will Trump actually follow through? Will Trump actually force Israel's hand? Will Trump restrain Israel, or will Trump allow Israel to do whatever it wants to do and then get back in the war? Because if Israel is violating the red lines, then Iran has to set up sufficient military deterrence, set up economic punishments. Part of that would be obviously to impede and restrict the ships that are transiting through the Strait of Hormuz. Beyond that, if Israel continues to escalate, continues to agitate, Iran might actually go back to blowing up Israel and Israeli positions. So far, Hezbollah has been sufficient in restraining the Israeli forces in Lebanon that are continuously trying to push into Lebanon, further and further into Lebanese territory. As you guys know, in the aftermath of that tit for tat, the Hezbollah forces in Lebanon actually incinerated 4 Israeli occupying forces soldiers. That was a devastating security incident, as it was reported by Israeli news. But beyond that, Iran is going to have to set up military deterrence. We shall see if they are willing to do so. We shall see if they are invested in doing so. I predict that if they do not, Israel will continue pushing. That is, of course, if, or rather, when Donald Trump refuses to restrain Israel.
Back to this language from Mer News. And in response to the ceaseless and continuous violation of the ceasefire by the Zionist regime in southern Lebanon and the merciless killing of hundreds of thousands of the oppressed people in this land, it is announced that the Strait of Hormuz will be closed to vessel traffic. So, James, I think we can't overstate how significant this is.
We can't. This is the ultimate leverage they have, and they proved it during the war. We'd all been talking about a potential nuclear weapon, but Iran showed it had a much more powerful economic weapon. We actually had reports over the last 24 hours that they might be doing this, and the Iranian government and spokesperson said it wasn't the case they were going to, but clearly they feel right now there is a memorandum of understanding. It has been agreed, but it's not being complied with, and you've got other dignitaries on the top of that hill.
This is unrelated, but it's kind of funny that they're in Bergenstock, Switzerland. I assume near where the deal was supposed to take place yesterday. It didn't happen. The Iranian team did not arrive in Geneva, and neither did J.D. Vance. They all canceled their travel plans. But it almost feels like a flex to have that behind you. And it's like, well, here is a waterway where ships are transiting, as opposed to the Strait of Hormuz, where they are not.
Feel this is a time of maximum leverage.
This is what it's supposed to look like. This is what the world could have if Israel would restrain itself.
And
it's a lake, sure, whatever. It's water.
They are going to close the Strait of Hormuz. It means they're using that weapon now. And remember what Donald Trump said at the G7 meeting just days ago before he signed the memorandum of understanding. In a moment, I think, of some honesty, he said we were on the verge of economic collapse. We only had 4 weeks of global oil reserves. Who wants bedlam? Those are the words of Donald Trump about where the economic situation of the world is. Iran knows at this moment that it can push back and try and stop that fighting that's taking place in southern Lebanon, that bombardment by Israel. Can, though, the US stop the Israelis? They've told the Israelis to stop. They've implemented another ceasefire, and it's not stopping. The Israeli military, I'm not going to use the word professional. They're professional at killing. We saw that in Gaza. But they are efficient. They have a chain of command. If Prime Minister Netanyahu said, stop the bombardment, I have no doubt it would stop.
Well, Noor O'Day, our correspondent in Ramallah, reported that the Prime Minister said he doesn't consider himself or his country bound by the terms of this Memorandum of Understanding. Adding to what I was saying, the source on this closure of the Strait of Hormuz, it is Iran's top joint military command. So it's reported by the Iranian news agency MER, but this is a decision made by the country's top military command. Something else that is just crossing as we speak The U.S. Vice President, J.D. Vance, has told Fox that he believes talks between the U.S. and Iran could start as early as Sunday. So he thinks they could happen, and they could be happening. We are Saturday today, so they could be happening tomorrow. It seems the U.S. and Iran moving in at this hour in very different directions.
And also some reports coming from some media that maybe there are some Iranians there with Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner. That's a line that came from Fox News a short time ago. The Iranians saying they're not here. It's possible that there is some talks about talks taking place. But it's clear there is one issue alone. It's that bombardment in Lebanon that's already caused those loss of lives since the so-called ceasefire 24 hours ago. The Iranians making it very clear, you have got to stop this, got to stop the Israelis. Stop the Israelis in the one war, which is connected to getting the talks going in the other war, which of course is connected to the Straits of Hormuz and the whole of the world's economy.
Al Jazeera's diplomatic editor.
Whoa, the mountains are American blue? Yeah, so is the water. The water is American flag blue, and so are the mountains, and so is my suit. It's all blue, including their suits. Everything is blue. I've decided blue is the only color that I can see. That is, of course, if Donald Trump follows through on this memorandum of understanding and actually restrains Israel, which doesn't seem very likely. If it doesn't, then it's all fucking green. You stupid bitch. Why did you do this? You ruin everything you touch, you fucking monster. Okay? Now we sit and wait. If it's actually, if Donald Trump somehow restricts Israel or restrains Israel, which I think is very, very unlikely, then everything is blue. It's American flag blue. I've never seen the most perfect blue before. That algae blue, love it.
To James Space, thank you very much for your snap explanation and analysis as these news lines are just coming into us here. We're reporting from central Switzerland, as James explained, because on the other side of that lake is where Iranians and Americans were expected to sit down for face-to-face talks to try and reach a...
Damn it, dude. I support you 10,000%, but not sure why you're posting a picture of anti-Semitic Hasan Piker in order to make a point. I've made fun of him so much about how he looks like Dean Preston that it's worthy. It's I deserve this. Okay, we all have our choppelganger. Mine is Hen Mazik. It's true. At least Brace's choppelganger is like, you know, sick. Like Dean Preston is awesome. He's a dope dude. Mazik is your Wario. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that the evil forces in Israel invented in a laboratory a fucking Wario of mine. Hen Mazik liked that fake tweet about you buying a $27 million penthouse in New York City, by the way. Total moron. Oh my God. Wait, is that not you? Does it look like me, man? Are you kidding me? Come on, guys. Please don't say yes. Are you going to cover the news today? That's crazy. That's crazy. Did this guy just tune in? Subscribe. Okay? Subscribe so you can rewind. Because I was literally covering the MOU breaking apart, falling apart. The memorandum of understanding falling apart right before our eyes, before I took a brief sidestep and took a look at my choppelganger.
Final peace deal between them. But we are, as we speak, it feels like we are quite a distance away from that deal ever being hammered out. So going to Iran now, our correspondent Mohammed Val is there. Mohammed, just in the last few moments, we're hearing from the Iranian top military command that they've closed the Strait of Hormuz once again.
Well, that's right. I don't know if the translation is precise. If it is precise, they used the future tense, will be closed. So we don't know whether that's a decision that is going to take effect from this moment, or it's a threat, for instance, that if something doesn't happen in the next couple of hours, or tonight, for instance, or from now to tomorrow, we don't know what that future tense means, how long it will take for them to announce that now we have closed it. So there is this pressure, it's a measure of pressure, of course, on the Americans to force the Israelis to implement the first article of the Memorandum of Understanding. There has been a lot of anger being expressed yesterday and today about it, and the Iranians are very clear. Now it is very clear that they are linking Lebanon to the moving ahead with the negotiations. Of course, some of the news agencies here, or at least one of them, has said that maybe a delegation is going, headed by the top negotiator, Mohammed Bakr Qalibaf, and Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi, but that has not been confirmed. Now we have this other line that you have just mentioned, making the situation much more complicated, and we don't know which of the two roads is going to be taken, whether for more complications or whether the Iranians will finally agree to go to the talks. We know that the Pakistani Interior Minister is here on a visit to Iran, and the understanding is that he is trying to facilitate the situation. He's trying to convince the Iranians probably to go to the talks. Pakistan has been behind the push for peace, the push for this deal, and they don't like it to break down.
It's great that we have the most incompetent and the most pro-Israel administration of all time manning the ship right now. After a brief moment of respite, a brief pause in the hostilities, and a brief opportunity to move American foreign policy in a more productive direction, we're back to business as usual, dominated by Israel. It's fucking dope. So while all of this is happening, Donald Trump obviously came out and he's obviously aware of what's going on. He knows that the Iranians are saying we're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz again. And what did Donald Trump say? What did Donald Trump say about all this? He is Mr. Market Mode, Mr. Money Man. Mr. Money molestation is over. Trump says there will be no tolls in the Strait of Hormuz for 60 days during the ceasefire period. And also no tolls will be imposed afterwards unless by the U.S. for services rendered as a Middle East guardian angel. There will be no tolls in the Hormuz Strait for the 60 days during the ceasefire period, and there will be no tolls after the 60-day period is expired unless they are imposed by and for the United States of America should the deal not be completed for services rendered as a guardian angel to the countries in the Middle East for purposes of both past, present, and future reimbursement of costs. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I mean, what do you say to this? Like, he's saying this while Iran is like, we're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. While Iran is like, we're shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, Donald Trump is like, yeah, no, it's not shut off at all. Trump officials reportedly opened back channel contacts with Israeli opposition figures. We talked about this yesterday. This is from yesterday. U.S. said to be engaging Israeli opposition amid concerns over Netanyahu coalition. This is literally, he's following the Brandonian response. This is so Brandon. Remember when Brandon brought Naftali Bennett to D.C. to have a talking with? He had a conversation. He was starting talks with Naftali Bennett. Yeah, none of this stuff matters. Okay, what matters is, are you capable of restraining Israel or not? If you are wholly incapable of restraining Israel, it doesn't matter if you talk to the opposition figure. It's the same entity, and it's going to react in the same exact ways. I guess technically Trump is right, though, when he says that there's no, there will be no tolls. He ain't wrong, because there will be no ships passing through as it stands currently. So, yeah. By the way, your analysis on this whole saga has been the most accurate. PBS on top. Thank you. It's incredible how good your analysis can be if you don't have Benjamin Netanyahu's dick launched, planted directly in your spine. It's crazy. Yes, Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. It's crazy when you can just look at exactly what's going on and make the correct assessment. This isn't even dialectical materialism, chat. It's just looking at what Israel has done so far and says it will continue to do and reporting on it accurately. The only reason why it comes across as prophetic is because mainstream outlets are pathetic. They don't do this basic thing. It's basic observation. It's not in any way, shape, or form unique. It's not crazy. All you have to do is look at what Israel's doing and be like, they're probably going to do the same thing that they've been doing and that they say that they're going to continue doing tomorrow.
So that's the situation now, and it's just probably a matter of hours to know if the closure of the Strait of Hormuz is confirmed or whether something else in the other direction will take place.
Mohammed, I've been asking you today and yesterday, is there any sign from the Iranians that they are going to show up here in Switzerland and begin these talks with the Americans? Let me flip that question. Is there any reason to believe that Iran will show up?
Well, it's conditional. Now it's clearly conditioned on the condition that the terms of the agreement will be met. They have made it very clear since yesterday that there are 5 points that have to be dealt with from the outset. One of them, and the first and the most important, clearly, is the comprehensive ceasefire on all fronts, including South Lebanon. That point, which is the initial one, hasn't been implemented. And also they talked about the lifting of the American blockade. That's something that they're not showing some anger about, because the two sides, the Iranians and the Americans, are doing something in that regard. But also they mentioned sanctions, and they mentioned the unfreezing of assets, Iranian assets. Those 2 points are clearly raised here by Iran, and they want something to be done about them, a kind of announcement that the United States is starting to move on that situation, because they are included in the memorandum of understanding, and Iran thinks that it can't move ahead with the negotiations if the Americans haven't yet even initiated any implementation of any of those points, except on the Strait of Hormuz.
Hello and a very warm welcome. I'm Mark Lowen. We start with some breaking news in the last hour.
This is the good Mark Levin. Is Israel just seeing how far they can push the line? Will U.S. and Trump actually cut them off? Yes and no. Israel is obviously going to see how far they can violate the red lines. They've always done so, and I don't believe that America will cut them off, if we're being honest. It seems very unlikely.
Iran's military says it has again closed the Strait of Hormuz. State TV has broadcast a statement by Iran's Central Military Command saying the closure was in response to Israel's attacks on southern Lebanon, describing them as a breach of Tehran's agreement with the US. Let's bring in our Middle East correspondent, John Donnison, who joins us from Jerusalem. John, not just a breakdown in the peace deal between Iran and Israel, or the ceasefire, but now potentially also in the peace deal between the US and Iran.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really significant development. We said that this deal between Iran and the United States was fragile, and here we are, the principal achievement of that memorandum of understanding, and I think one of the biggest priorities for the United States was reopening the strait, and what that's lasted a couple of days, and it's now closed. So we understand from Iranian state TV that there is now a negotiating team on the way to Switzerland, presumably to meet with the Americans. But, you know, we seem to be making some progress, but we've already taken a huge step back, and the Iranians saying this is because continuous and relentless breaches of the ceasefire in southern Lebanon, with accusing Israel of of not sticking to the agreement.
John, just worth reminding us once again of the importance of the Strait of Hormuz to global shipping and the global economy.
It's important because 20% of the world's oil and petrochemical products pass through the strait. Its closure led to a huge surge in oil prices, a surge in the price of plastics, a surge in the price of fertilizers. It meant that we've seen energy prices rise, fuel prices rise. We've seen higher inflation, therefore higher interest rates, affecting everyone paying a mortgage. So a huge impact on the global economy. And as I say, it's the main reason, I think, that Donald Trump was under such pressure to get this deal done, because all the forecasters said if the strait remained closed, we could see a global recession.
And that pressure still on Donald Trump, and reports that J.D. Vance potentially could even still be traveling to Switzerland for talks with the Iranians, even as Tehran closes that strait one more time.
Yeah, no reaction I've seen yet from the White House, but they are going to be greatly concerned, and it's going to be very interesting to see what pressure the United States can put on Israel regards to Lebanon, because at the moment it's difficult to see that while Israeli troops continue to occupy a large chunk of southern Lebanon, they say they maintain operational freedom to strike against Hezbollah. It's hard to see why there aren't going to be continuous breaches of a frankly non-existent ceasefire in southern Lebanon, and that is a key demand of the Iranians. So what are the Americans going to say to the Israelis after, frankly, some of the most striking criticism I've ever heard of Israel by the United States over the past week?
Oh, yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. Listen, if you recall, I had numerous conversations on this broadcast in the last 2 days over why this memorandum of understanding was different than what Biden had said in the past. And one of the things I kept stressing over and over again was it depends on the follow through. If the American government actually follows through on the commitments that it's signed off on in the memorandum of understanding, then it's actually different. If they don't, then it's exactly the same thing that we've seen with Brandon. And there is a likelihood that it could be exactly the same as Brandon. Sorry, I'm late, boss. Did I miss anything? Yes, the ceasefire is falling apart. Israel is blowing up Lebanon. And Iran has now said the Strait of Hormuz is closed for business once again. Now, obviously, America's given a bunch of money to Iran already, unfroze some assets, sent some assets over through, sent some assets to Iran by way of the United Arab Emirates and possibly other regional actors. However, Israel is still violating the first provision of the Memorandum of Understanding, which is a permanent cessation of hostilities, which even includes American proxies, Israel, and Iranian proxies in Hezbollah in Lebanon. So now the deal seemingly is falling apart. The Iranian officials did not fly to Switzerland as they were supposed to on Friday. Neither did J.D. Vance. He was supposed to fly on Friday as well to have an in-person meeting to kickstart the process of a 60-day ceasefire negotiations. And unfortunately, it doesn't seem to be happening.
What are they going to say to try and calm things down?
Yeah, we wait to see Donald Trump's reaction, likely to be a post later, I would have thought, on Truth Social. John Donison in Jerusalem for the moment. Thanks very much indeed. Well, as John was saying, the Israeli military says it has been striking Hezbollah targets in South Lebanon in response to overnight attacks, despite a ceasefire announced less than 24 hours ago.
Why do you think the Israelis are not acting in coordination with the Trump State Department? The only reason why I didn't think so was because the Memorandum of Understanding deals were so antagonistic to Israel's overarching goals in the region that like any kind of coordination with the Israeli state would probably not have a Memorandum of Understanding that looked like that. The outline of that deal was unbelievably bad for Israel. So like even even the mass distribution, the mass dissemination of a deal such as that one that directly rewrites America's foreign policy in the region, directly rewrites American policy in the MENA region, and takes it away from Israel being in the driver's seat to putting American sovereignty back and American interests back in the forefront of our MENA foreign policy vehicle is so antagonistic to the desires of Israel that I don't believe that there was coordination happening, because it's too it's too embarrassing for Israel. It's too embarrassing for Netanyahu, and unless they were coordinating with the opposition in Israel and they wanted to destroy Benjamin Netanyahu, because this will, inside of Israel, this deal destroys Benjamin Netanyahu's political career. It's over, right? So if they're coordinating, it would be with the opposition, I guess, to just take out Netanyahu and then bring in a new guy who will come across as more rational or something. I don't know. But this destroys Benjamin Netanyahu's legacy and his political viability going forward.
Well, these are live pictures from Nabatea in southern Lebanon. Israel says more than 50 projectiles were launched.
We call that regime change law. Yeah, but it's not really. I'll be honest with you. That regime change is not dissimilar to, Supreme Leader Khamenei being swapped out with Supreme Leader Khamenei younger. Okay? It's literally not any different. Their overarching goals are identical to one another.
Launched at Israeli Defense Forces troops by the Iran-backed militia group in the south. Lebanon's Civil Defense Agency says ongoing Israeli strikes on the Nabatea district have killed 16 people. From Lebanon, Hugo Bashega reports.
Recent promises of peace in Lebanon have often ended in more war. A country under attack also feels under siege. And Nabatea is hammered again.
We've been here for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, here's Bibi's moderate opposition, by the way. One of the moderates challenging Netanyahu is a former IDF chief of staff, Gadi Eisenkot, who developed the Dahiyya doctrine, in which entire villages are treated as military targets. It was named after a suburb of Beirut that was devastated under his command. It's a tactic that was initially utilized in the Korean War, which I often will point to as a genocide that was not seen as a genocide because it was the Allied forces conducting it. But yeah, he's one of many. All of the quote-unquote moderates are actually just as vicious. Some are even more militant than Benjamin Netanyahu is, if you could even have more militancy. At least they're presenting themselves as being to the right of Benjamin Netanyahu when it comes to Iran and when it comes to Lebanon. Ironically enough, every single moderate, every single quote-unquote moderate, every single opposition figure in Israel right now is currently presenting themselves to the right of Benjamin Netanyahu as far as foreign policy, Israeli foreign policy goes. Yeah.
And there's been a wave of very intense Israeli airstrikes. We've just heard another one, and we can see the plumes of smoke rising from the locations that have been hit. And now there's also the sound of an Israeli drone flying in the distance.
At this hospital, the ambulances arrive but only bring the dead. They are left on the floor of the morgue, already full. These men
Yes, I covered Yair Lapid famously, who criticized Benjamin Netanyahu for not blowing up or not being able to convince Donald Trump to blow up the entirety of the electricity grid of Iran. That is supposed to be the opposition figure. Israel is doing their own weird, twisted version of American politics. You know how Democrats will come out, Chuck Schumer will come out and be like, you better not actually deal with Iran. You better not negotiate with Iran. That's how it's going on. That's what's going on in Israel as well. The opposition is frustrated with Benjamin Netanyahu because there hasn't been enough war crimes.
Counting the losses of this war, but never losing hope.
Are you tired?
Of course we are tired, but this is nothing when you save the life of a child or an elderly person. There was supposed to be a ceasefire, and many people had returned to their homes. This contributed to the increase in the number of casualties.
The bombing was in response to the killing of 4 Israeli soldiers by Hezbollah in southern Lebanon. As we leave, we see a motorbike still on fire and the risky mission to retrieve yet another body. There's now a new ceasefire, but a lasting truce remains elusive. Yesterday, we had a rare chance to see the part of Lebanon that is under Israeli occupation on a humanitarian mission of the Order of Malta. Israel says it has no intention of pulling its troops out of Lebanon. It wants to create a security zone along the border, free of Hezbollah. We saw the Israeli military presence, but were not allowed to film much of the journey. There's nothing left in Shia villages. Families who've been forced to flee may never be able to come back. The piles of rubble are now a symbol of destroyed buildings, broken promises, and lives. Hugo Bashega, BBC News, Southern Lebanon.
Let's bring in Dr. H.A. Hellier, who is a Senior Associate Fellow at the think tank RUSI. Dr. Hellier, thanks very much for your time. How serious, in your view, is this new closure of the Strait?
Thank you very much for having me. Always a pleasure. I think it is quite serious. I think, unfortunately, it's quite predictable, though. The Iranians made it clear that they would consider the continued bombing of Lebanon by the Israelis to be something that was permitted by Washington, D.C., and would be a violation of the MOU. Now, the Iranians are very...
If you were president, would you invade Israel? There's no need. It's like saying, would I invade Long Island? Like, sure, it's funny to entertain the thought, but you don't need to do that. There are many different levers you can pull before doing that, you know?
Very nefarious actor in the region. I don't think there should be a debate about that. But at this point, they're not wrong. The Israelis would not proceed in Lebanon unless they were sure that there wasn't going to be a price to be exacted by the Americans, that there wouldn't be leverage that would be used by the Americans. And of course, the Americans have tremendous leverage over the Israelis. And they're correct. Washington could have stopped the Israelis from proceeding this faction, has opted not to do so. And unfortunately, very predictable that the Iranians would say, well, in that case, we can consider this a violation of the MOU. The MOU says very explicitly that there has to be a ceasefire in Lebanon. And the Israelis have made it very clear that they intend to undermine this MOU. U.S. intelligence has confirmed that over the last few days. American politicians have been railing against, including Vice President Vance and Donald Trump himself, against Netanyahu and his cabinet. So I think this is quite predictable.
I mean, Israel says it was responding to incoming fire, but you are saying, are you, that you think that this is a deliberate attempt by Israel to sabotage and break apart that memorandum of understanding?
So let's...
Yes, of course it is. I don't like that the media treats people like they're stupid children all the time. Oh, I wonder what's going on here. Yeah, perhaps what's going on here is exactly what Israel said they would do over and over again, which is the continuation of the bombing of Lebanon and a violation of the memorandum of understanding. That is literally what Israel sought to do here, and that is precisely what Israel is doing here. Wow, who could have foreseen this? No, you're watching BBC. What do you expect? No, actually, this is good, though. I mean, in the past, I think BBC would have covered this as, Israel had no other choice but to restrain Hezbollah. It's a sovereign state. It makes perfect sense for them to do this. So the fact that they're actually having real analysts on to be like, yeah, no, Israel is 100% ruining this memorandum of understanding is a change of attitude from even the European allies. So it's not necessarily a bad thing. This kind of coverage isn't bad. It's actually good. Perhaps it's a little too late, but I'm glad that it's happening even now.
Let's be clear about two things here. One, when it comes to incoming fire where? They're talking about incoming fire, if there is any incoming fire, on Lebanese territory. That's occupied territory. That's 20% of Lebanon that the Israelis currently occupy, and they're bombing beyond that point. So that's one. Two, U.S. intelligence has already said, again, earlier this week, it was reported, that Netanyahu intends to undermine this MOU. And the vice president and the president of the United States have made it very clear that they do not agree with how the Israelis are proceeding. They've used very harsh language with regards to certain.
Congrats on all the actually 60 IQ influencers who had to hammer home so hard how Trump is surrendering instead of saying how big his balls are and how huge they were if he stood up to Israel. I don't think that would have changed the dynamic that much. Let's be real. As much as I want to dunk on those people as well, and I have dunked on those people as well, I think these kinds of decisions are not being made with Donald Trump keeping, influencers in mind, or Donald Trump didn't hear Josh Gottheimer yell about him. And that's the reason why he's like allowing Israel to ruin this deal. It was pretty obvious that Israel was going to do this. If I can see it, then I'm sure, people in Trump's corner could see it. And what matters now is what Trump will do. If it stays with the fake red lines, Brandon style, oh, don't you invade Rafah, we are going to get really mad. If it turns into that, then you know that they had no ambitions of following through on this, and they just wanted to move the markets along to make it seem like there was a moment of respite with no care or consideration for what happens if that deal doesn't get followed through on. But I think Trump can control Israel. Any American president can. Anyone that says America can't restrain Israel is delusional. Of course America can restrain Israel. America is the senior partner in this coalition, and I will repeat it every single day till the red heifer is found. Okay? Israel's jets are American jets. Israel's guided and unguided munitions are American munitions. The jet fuel that is loaded on to Israeli fighter jets is American jet fuel. The Stratotankers Israel relies on in order to go on long bombing missions all the way in Tehran or all around the region are American Stratotankers. The targeting systems that Israel takes advantage of are American targeting systems. Israel cannot shoot anything in this region. Maybe Israel could go to Lebanon and bomb Lebanon without too much American aid, but Israel can't do anything without the United States of America. Israel can't react, or Israel can't act without American go-ahead, because Israel relies on the United States of America for defense in its entirety, down to the Iron Dome system. The Tamir interceptors are made in the United States of America. It's a joint partnership. They're paid for with our Obama-era memorandum of understanding, $3.8 billion a year. The level of control that we have over Israeli foreign policy is profound. It's just a matter of willingness. If Donald Trump wants to stop Israel, all it takes is one phone call. If Joe Biden wanted to stop Israel, all it would take is one phone call. That was always the case. My analysis on that has not changed because the reality has not changed. Israel is not an independent nation. It's not a sovereign nation. Israel is our attack dog. However, having said all of this, Israel absolutely has... Oh no. What the hell? What the hell is this? What the heliante? Oh my God. A perfect red heifer has been born in Israel, according to the Temple Institute. Oh no. The red cow has come home. Just kidding. I see some whites on here. I see some white hairs on here. You can't cheat it. Robert Skvarla says, my favorite recurring bit in these end times has been the ongoing collaboration between all the most insane people in the U.S. and Israel to birth the apocalypse cow. That's hay? No, it's not. It's white hairs, bro. Shh. Shh. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, in order to bring about the end times, there's like a psychotic cult in Israel that believes that if there was a red that is in coordination with the white evangelical Protestant movement, that's also even more insane than the regular white evangelical Protestants that are fundies, that believe that if there's a red heifer that they find that doesn't have a single, that is like perfectly red, okay, not a single blemish, not a single white hair on this red heifer, then ultimately they will burn this cow, and then they'll destroy the temple, or they'll destroy the mosque, and then this triggers Armageddon. This triggers the rapture. It brings about the end times. It's literally a thing that a decent number of people believe. Unfortunately, Mike Huckabee being one of those people. So there are people in positions of power that also believe this like insane, psychotic end times conspiracy theory, end times prophecy. Anyway, but it's funny stuff. It's funny business.
Members of the Israeli cabinet, but also with regards to Netanyahu himself. I mean, Trump said in an Axios interview just a couple of days ago, we have to keep Netanyahu.
No, that's not a South Park bit, man. That's real. That's a real thing that people believe, unfortunately. It's based on a footnote from a Protestant translator in like 1500-ish. Yeah, whatever.
Sane.
Well, on that, Dr. Hadia, sorry to jump in. We're a bit short of time, but I mean, do you think that Donald Trump and J.D. Vance...
It's not a cult. What do you mean? The concept of the red heifer, para adumah, is deeply rooted in the Torah. Numbers 19 is a purification ritual required before a third temple can be rebuilt. What do you say? It's a cult? What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say to that? Like, you want me to take that seriously? It's mainstream? No, the fuck it's not mainstream, dude. No, it's not. Messianic Jews are not mainstream. Have you ever met a Jewish person? Like, in the United States of America? Like, there's varying degrees of insanity within the Zionist movement as well. Okay? From liberal Zionists like Brad Lander or Bernie Sanders down to the fucking Kahanas. So obviously, if we're making this distinction for religious Jews, not all Jews, okay, dude. Yes, some of them also believe the Messiah is coming back, okay? And then there are others who believe the Messiah is not dead. Who gives a shit? Yes, it's cultish thinking. You live in LA, literally every Christian in the Midwest believes this shit. I don't think every Christian in the Midwest believes this. There are people who believe it to varying degrees, okay? It's also an evangelical thing, so I'd say this is a solid 30 to 40% of the US population. No, it's not. There are a lot of Christian evangelical Zionists that actually do think that, you know, all the Jews are going to go to Israel and then the rapture is going to happen and they're going to get harponzoed into the fucking heavens, right? Like, there are a lot of people who believe that, but not all of them also believe in the red heifer prophecy, okay? We're now making distinctions between like the Mormon church and the LDS and, you know, all this other stuff, right? Like, this is like you're parsing through the Neterai Karta versus other Orthodox Hasidic sects. Like, there are differences between the things that these guys all believe. Evangelical Zionism isn't sold through this mysticism and prophecy. It's sold way more directly. If you support Israel, God will support you stuff. Yes. I'm sorry, but you're wrong about this. Bro, they're horny as fuck for the rapture. Yes, you're misunderstanding my point. I'm saying that even those who are horny for the rapture don't believe that like the red heifer must be found. The red heifer thing is like a super specific version of that. Do you not, maybe I'm not doing a good job explaining this. There are a lot of evangelical Protestant Zionists who believe in the rapture theory, but some of them actually subscribe to the idea of the red heifer, but the red heifer is not the majority of evangelical Christian Zionists. Red heifer is a niche version, a more bass boosted version of this, like triggering the rapture personally by doing this, like finding the red heifer. It's not really important to make this. I mean, I think it's important to make this distinction because it's like an even more insane version of a already insane conspiracy. But like, you know, in order to make sure that we are as accurate as possible, I'm going to tell you, is a DLC upon a DLC. Okay.
Still have Netanyahu in their pocket and still can control him? Or does this show that actually the US is once again losing control of this war?
So let's be very clear. If they want to use the leverage they have in order to ensure that Netanyahu does back off, they can do so. But this is a choice, right? The United States has tremendous leverage, I'll say it again, over the Israelis, and they refuse to use it, whether it's in terms of arms cooperation, protection of the UN, military integration. There's so many tools in the toolbox, but the United States refuses to use those tools. And the Israelis know that they won't use them, hence they proceed. If they think that the United States will use them, they will stop, they will turn back.
Dr. H.A. Hellier, we must leave it there, Senior Associate Fellow at the RUSI think tank. Thanks very much for your thoughts.
Thank you.
And with that, we'd like to bring in Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thank you for being here. I want to start with where the peace deal stands.
Major updates from J.D. Vance. Major updates from Jorkin to Peanuts Vance on the deal that is seemingly going nowhere. The first question should be, why are you in studio and not in Switzerland? You know, because you were supposed to be in Switzerland today.
Reportedly told that Witkoff and Kushner are expected to be in Switzerland today. You were at one point expected to possibly be there. Do you have plans? Will you go?
Yeah, so we'll plan the talks when the principals from the Iranian government, also the Qatari and the Pakistani government arrive. That may happen as soon as tomorrow, but these things are always a little bit in flux. Jared and Steve have been on the ground now for a few hours, dealing with some of the technical elements of this negotiation. As you guys know, one of the things the president has set us out to do as a high priority is to open the straits. That's now happened. We actually got 16 million barrels of oil out of the Straits of Hormuz yesterday. That is a record going back to even before the conflict started. So you're seeing those ships move. The second thing the president has asked us to do, of course, is to get the enriched stockpile of uranium to ensure that we make it effectively impossible for the Iranians to rebuild their nuclear program, even over a very long period of time. The program is destroyed.
I don't get it. Are they putting on like uglier and uglier buttons as a joke, as a meme? What's happening here? Like this is the Mark Levin method. It keeps getting larger. It reminds me of the yellow ribbons that everyone would put on their suits to remind people of the hostages, the Hamastages. But it's like everyone is just like wearing increasingly uglier and bigger pins on their suits.
But we're, of course, trying to take away as many of the cards where they may try to rebuild it if they don't behave under this agreement. So that's the first part of the negotiation. My understanding, talking to Jared and Steve this morning, is things are going well. But of course, we're going to verify all of this. And that's the thing that, you know, a lot of the criticisms of the deal have really underappreciated, is that the United States has all the cards. The straits are now open. The Iranian military is now destroyed. The Iranians have committed to, of course, destroying that stockpile of enriched material, but we have a lot of economic pressure applied to the Iranians that we would be willing to relieve if they do what we need them to do. If they don't do that, of course, there's no skin off our back. They're still in a much weakened position.
So do you have any immediate plans to join Jared and Steve?
Yeah, I expect that I will leave sometime the next couple of days, but, you know, it's always a delicate coordination dance and the diplomatic protocols. I got to be honest with you, I don't really understand these things. I've never been particularly into diplomatic protocols.
Oh, I'm just a yokel. She went to Yale, by the way. Oh, I'm just a yokel. I don't understand these things at all. I'm just like you. Oh, I don't really much care for diplomacy. Oh, shucks. You're the vice president, dude. Shut up. Don't. What is this LARP, man? What is this hillbilly elegy LARP, bro? We need to stop the LARP. We need to stop the LARP. It's too much. It's too much LARPing, big dog.
My attitude is let's get on the ground and actually fix these problems. Right. But they want to do a delicate dance. The Qataris and the Pakistanis want to make sure that we do this in the right way. So I'm trying to be respectful. Given my position of the last year and a half, I have to care about diplomatic protocols all of a sudden.
Love it.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, last night I had Victor Davis Hanson on, the great Victor Davis Hanson on my...
Do you have faith in this deal? No. And the only reason why I don't have faith in this deal is because it's not in the hands of the United States. It's not in the hands of Iran. It's in the hands of Israel. And for some strange reason, America refuses to do what they need to do, which is to restrain Israel.
I was guest hosting for Jesse Waters' Primetime, and he laid out in an op-ed, and we discussed it on the show, a lot of the misconceptions about the deal, the Memorandum of Understanding, and this potential peace deal with Iran. And I thought he did a really good job doing that. I agree that there are misconceptions, but is it possible, Mr. Vice President, that there's not just misconceptions about the deal, but that there are different goals between the partners? In other words, is Israel's goal regime change at all costs, and America's goal is to make sure they don't have nukes and open the Straits of Hormuz? And is that where some of the problem is? And also, are you confident that you can maintain this ceasefire enough to get you to Switzerland and get this deal signed?
So first of all, Rachel, I'm very confident we can maintain the ceasefire. And I don't know if there's a divergence of goals or sometimes just a divergence of how to accomplish those goals. I obviously don't want to speak for the Israeli government. They've been a good partner in a lot of ways. But what the President of the United States has said, counter to some of the elements within their government, is that we're going to give this negotiation a chance. We're going to go after that enriched.
Dude, everyone's going crazy over this Peter Thiel Society thing. Yes, dude, we covered it the first day. It's kind of funny because, it's not the only thing that is the only reason why this is news is because Peter Thiel thought that he could get away with making this a secretive society rather than just making it out in the open. It's just I hate to be a spoiler here, but the reality is this is not that unique. These are all the same type of people that get together very publicly all the time. It's just, I guess the only thing that's unique about it is that they try to keep it a secret. That's it.
Stockpile of uranium. We're going to try to reset the situation that we have so that the Iranians don't just have a destroyed nuclear program now, but so that we can say with some confidence, a combination of inspections and verification, that they're never going to be able to rebuild that program. The president, Rachel, comes back to this, as you know, because you know him so well, constantly. Iran's not going to have a nuclear weapon for the next 2.5 years. He's thinking about this for my kids' sake, for our grandkids' sake, to ensure that you never have this regime with the ability to develop a nuclear weapon. And then at the same time, the president is also offering an outstretched hand, saying that if they change their behavior fundamentally, then the United States could have a different relationship with that country. So it really is a two-step process. There's a fork in the road here. The United States wins either way, but I think that what ultimately happens from here is very much up to the Iranians. Do they want to behave better? Mm-hmm. If so, great. If they don't want to behave better, the president of the United States still has a whole lot of options from here.
So, Mr. Vice President, I certainly understand that part, but I do want to ask you about some of the criticism you're getting, to include from the Senate Armed Services Committee Chairman Roger Wicker and others, Republicans, that have said they're concerned that the gains that the president is able to get right now in diminishing Iran's capabilities, in setting back their nuclear program, that even if they began to perform, as you said, they'll be held to account, that to give them something like $300 billion in this fund in other ways to economically reconstitute their regime, that at a later date they would just go right back to doing what they've done for 47 years. Your reaction?
So my reaction, first of all, I like Roger. He's a friend of mine, but I think that he's wrong on this because he actually misstates the sequencing of what the MOU says. What the MOU says is that if the Iranians behave over a long period of time, they could get some of the benefits of this bargain. And so, what the president has said is, for example, let's say that one of Iran's regional neighbors, not a single penny of this money is coming from the United States. But let's say down the road that one of Iran's regional neighbors wanted to build a power plant. Of course, they would need some sanctions changes from the United States in order to do that. Well, if Iran has changed their behavior, why wouldn't we want greater economic integration between them and their neighbors? And if they haven't changed their neighbor, of course, we're not going to permit or encourage that. And so I think that Roger in some ways has made the mistake of some of the Democrats who have criticized this, which is that they assume that Iran gets the benefits without changing their behavior. That's not in the text of the agreement. That's not in the
By the way, this is just conjecture, pure conjecture. Like they're going to change their behavior, and there's a mechanism that we are going to implement to change their behavior, all this stuff. Like there is nothing in the fine print yet because the ceasefire, the ceasefire talks haven't even started. And they're not going to start unless they can stop Israel. Okay, it's very clear that the Trump administration thought, if we bribe the Iranians, maybe they'll shut up. Maybe they'll be down to do a ceasefire negotiation, and they won't actually stress the importance of restraining Israel too much. It turns out they do care about that, and it's good. It's good that they care about it because, obviously, it's an existential threat. If Israel continues to dominate American foreign policy and continues to lead American foreign policy, it doesn't matter what the American side offers to Iran, as long as Israel is there leading the pack. Israel's ultimate goal is the destruction of Iran. So, of course, it's not going to work in the long term, in the long run. All of those commitments mean nothing, which is why I kept repeatedly saying for the last 3 months now, the most consequential aspect of this memorandum of understanding from the 10-point plan that turned into the 14-point plan has always been the first provision. America must restrain Israel in Lebanon. If they can't do that, then none of this matters. Because Israel can just go back to bombing Iran. Israel can go back to taking over more and more Lebanese territory. The entire purpose of Iranian sovereignty from the Israeli foreign policy perspective is that Iran can always present a military threat or a deterrence to Israel as it advances its Greater Israel expansionist project. If they can cut out the middleman and go directly to the United States of America and get the United States of America to restrain Israel from advancing this project, then that's all that matters. That's great. But until that first and most important provision is followed through on, I don't think Iranians are going to see this as a good faith bargain. I don't think Iranians are going to see this as like Americans acting in good faith at all. Because why should they?
The substance of any of the conversations that we've had. And I would say, with all due respect to Senator Wicker, the President of the United States has shown that he's very willing to be tough in order to accomplish America's security objectives. He's not going to lose in this negotiation what we gained over the last year and a half of our engagement with Iran. He is going to ensure that we maximize benefits for the American people, but he's also saying we don't want to have a situation where if the Iranians are willing to change their behavior, we say no. Isn't the change of behavior exactly what we want? And if they do that, of course, we're going to change our relationship with them.
Well, recognizing that this is obviously an ongoing negotiation and we're still in sort of the delicate diplomatic dance, we haven't even really gotten to the diplomatic dance part. I do want to ask you about a question about the current state. Wall Street Journal reporting that the remnants of the Iranian Navy are turning ships back in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that, based on your understanding of the memo of understanding, is that a violation of the memo of understanding? If not, is that a problem? And if it is, what should be the response at this point in the negotiations if they are violating it?
So I'm skeptical of that reporting, or at least of some of the conclusions that could be drawn from it. But let me try to explain this, because it's actually quite important. So right now, the Straits of Hormuz, a 20-mile waterway that is a choke point for all this oil and gas, we know those straits have a lot of mines in them. Like I said just now, we got 16 million barrels out of the Strait of Hormuz in just the last 24 hours. That is basically to where it was before the war even started. And so that suggests that the straits really are open. Now, what I would believe is that if a ship was going near a minefield, either our Navy or somebody else's Navy, there are a lot of countries other than Iran who are in the region, might say, no, don't go there because there are mines there. And what the MOU contemplates is a 30-day period where we demine the straits, where we open up the traffic there. But no, we're not seeing any evidence that the Iranians are still closing down the Strait of Hormuz. It is going to take some time to clear those mines, though.
You know, I know you're a Christian man, JD, and in the process of this conflict, we know that things opened up in Lebanon. A conflict opened up in Lebanon between Israel and the terrorists in Hezbollah. And so many Christians have been displaced, tens of thousands of them, and thousands have lost their lives as well. Do you have a message to the Christians in Lebanon?
Well, I would just say that to those Christians in Lebanon, keep your faith in Jesus Christ and know that you have a lot of good friends in the United States government who are trying to promote peace in the region. You know, the fundamental problem for those Christians, or the reason that those Christians face such violence, is because you have Hezbollah, a terrorist organization that has effectively taken up shop in Lebanon. Sometimes they're firing at the Israelis. Of course, that means the Israelis are going to respond in self-defense. And so there's this constant slow burn of conflict. It's actually gotten a lot better, Rachel, over the last couple of weeks, thanks to the work of the president, of Secretary Rubio, and of a whole lot of others in the administration. But sometimes peace takes a little bit of time to really take root. And that's what we're working towards. And that's really what we're working towards in the entire region, is just to change the way that we've done business. It's such a beautiful region of the world. There are so many Christians, Jews, Muslims who live there. Most of them are, of course, peaceful people. There's great economic potential. If you talk to our friends in Israel and the Gulf Coast, what they're saying is that if this deal really takes root, this could transform the Middle East in a positive direction. Obviously, we have skeptics of the deal, but I think we got to give more voice also to the people who think that Donald Trump is on the verge of accomplishing something that has never been accomplished before.
Yeah. Well, I commend you for you and the president working towards peace. It's certainly commendable, and it's a wonderful thing. So thank you for that.
Mr. Vice President, can I change gears a little bit and talk politics? Because we have been speaking this morning about the rise of socialism. We're seeing, obviously...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Fucking Jesus Christ. Okay, dude. The Strait of Hormuz is not closed again, according to the Iranian military. Not just military strikes on Israel, but global economic consequences are not being threatened if Israel does not end its war in southern Lebanon, in accordance with the MOU. And by the way, there is also an important factor here. European partners. I think European partners need to be applying maximum pressure to Israel right now to abide by the MOU. And European partners should be applying maximum pressure to the United States of America right now to force Israel to abide by the Memorandum of Understanding. Do I think they will? No, I don't. I don't think they will. I'm not joking. I think that they should, but I don't think they will. And it's kind of wild because they do have an opportunity. They have the leverage. They could do it. They're just not doing it. We do what Daddy Trump says. Of course, always. After the closure of Hormuz, Iran's foreign ministry says Iranian negotiators will be heading to Switzerland for U.S. talks after initially backing out. They're apparently going to follow up regarding U.S. commitments, but are not negotiating for a final deal until the war stops. I mean, this also doesn't exactly give me confidence that Iran is actually following through on any sort of commitments to close the Strait of Hormuz, Because if the Iranian foreign ministry is still shipping Iranian negotiators to Switzerland for U.S. talks, and Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are going, then this is basically, it makes me feel like Iran is negotiating from a position of weakness. I go back and forth on this a lot, but it does feel like the Iranians are not following through. Did you hear about Callas? Israel have cut off diplomatic relations with EU because of Kaja Callas. What did she say?
There in Washington, D.C., we now have expected to be Mayor Janice Lewis George, who's a socialist. You've got Graham Plattner running in Maine. But then here in New York, we had Mayor Mamdani, along with Bernie Sanders, campaigning with a socialist candidate, Darliza Chevalier, that is advocating for abolishing not only ICE, but also prisons. What do you make of the rise of socialism?
Well, I'd say two things. First of all, my genuine hope was that the lesson the Democrats learned from the 2024 election is maybe we should stop being so crazy.
Dude, this is so funny. When you hear your opposition that despises you and wants you to lose say things like this, you have to understand that this is not sincere advice, right? And yet, third way style Democrats hear J.D. Vance say this and go, you know what? He's right. True centrism hasn't been tried. Dog, true centrism lost. They know it. That's why they're saying this. So my message to Democrats is when you hear J.D. Vance talk about the left flank and how crazy the left flank is and how this is going to ruin their chances of winning elections, they don't want you to win elections, you idiot. Why would they want a strong Democratic Party? They've never said they want a strong Democratic Party. It's fake. And if you are so ideologically minded and so invested in the continuation of neoliberalism, when it's collapsing, when it's cratering in popularity in front of our eyes, that you hear J.D. Vance say that and go, yeah, he's cooking. Okay, you're destined to lose. As far as Daria Liza's former perspectives or tweets or whatever that these guys keep making a big deal out of, I am a little worried. I will admit that. I love Daria Liza. I think she will be a fantastic congresswoman. However, having said that, a lot of people don't know who she is. And if everyone that's learning about her for the first time ever are learning about the most negatively framed quotes, like, oh, Daria Liza wants to let rapists roam free or whatever, you know what I mean? Like the most negative framing possible. They're going to be like, she's an unserious person. Okay? It sucks. So I am certainly worried about her race. I'm more worried about her race than I am even of the Claire Valdez race. And I'm certainly worried about that one too. Espaillat is also running an unbelievably racist campaign, deploying Dominicans from DR in all of her replies that keep saying over and over again that she's Haitian. She's Afro-Latina, by the way, from the Dominican Republic. Daria Liza is. And that is like inside baseball racist shit. Obviously, being called Haitian is not it's one of those things where the intention of it is racist. It's just not, you know, if you're a normal person, you're like, why would that be a problem, right? But yeah, Representative Espaillat's supporters have been deploying some of the most racially animated attacks. Idiot. I don't need to be a supporter of Adriana Espaillat to call out that traitor for what she is, a pair of nonsense things who isn't Dominican. She's Haitian and who said so many things against my country. Her hatred towards DR, she now wants to hide with cunning because she needs the Dominican community. Let her go wipe her ass with a Haitian flag like she's used the DR flag to clean her furniture. And no, I'm not a follower of Adriana Espaillat, you useless fool. Democrats, what can you expect from you? And when you are going to talk about me, do it to my face and tag me, coward. Yeah. Supporters of Representative Espaillat have spent days calling Daria Liza Haitian on social media. She is Dominican. It is also, in this context, clearly intended as a racist insult. So the reason why I'm still worried about this race is because people don't have the name recognition for Daria Liza. She's young. She's an insurgent candidate. She represents an insurgent candidacy, right? And as someone who's young, and as someone who has a background in like immigration advocacy and working with working with people that are some of the least privileged people in American society, she has that experience, and her worldview is guided by empathy. But the problem is, it's already difficult because Espaillat is like a long-term incumbent at this point, head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. So he is already a powerful figure, and there are a lot of powerful interests at play here. Obviously, the Israel lobby is dumping boatloads of money into this. And that money will go against her biggest weakness, which is lack of name recognition. If you haven't been able to define your message, if you haven't been able to define yourself and your candidacy, and if you haven't been able to go out and show people who you are, right? The Zoran endorsement alone is not going to carry it. You have to pump ads and show people what your policies are and why you're different than Espaillat, right? But at that point, money does matter. Money plays a major role in this race. If Espaillat is able to flood the airwaves with tremendous negative attack ads, which he has been doing, okay, to an unbelievable degree, with AIPAC funded, with the Latino Victory Fund funded attack ads that are coming against her, the worry that I have is that people's first recollection of Daria Liza is going to be with people's first understanding of who, first encounter of who Daria Liza is going to be negative. Is going to be like, oh, she wants, rapists and drug dealers and murderers to be roaming the streets, that type of shit. And I'm not so certain the older voters in Harlem and in this district are going to look at that and understand the nuances of her perspective, of her position. As someone who is an abolitionist, right? Like, her perspective is obviously far more pragmatic, but she does not shy away from revealing that, like, her ultimate goal is to move in the direction of an evolved society that focuses on rehabilitation rather than incarceration. But of course, when you're running a campaign, it's a lot different than the theoretical conversation that you're having, where people could just like take whatever you're saying and bastardize it, right? Something that we are obviously very aware of on this broadcast, given the million different ways in which people have taken my nuanced perspectives on American foreign policy and turned it into Hasan loves terrorism and Hasan loves terrorists. Now, of course, if they were attacking her by consistently saying she's an anti-Semitic radical, she's an anti-Semitic terrorist, well, people have a lot more, people are aware of the nuances in that conversation, because for the past 3 years, they've seen Israel commit a genocide and all of its prominent critics be branded anti-Semitic radical terrorists. So, of course, people are much more knowledgeable on this now, but they're not so knowledgeable when it comes to the issue of prison abolition or police abolition or things of that nature. Why do you think Plattner didn't have this issue? Most people also learned about him through negative coverage. I also share concerns about Daria Liza. Plattner's white, and also he town halled both of his opponents, both Susan Collins and also Janet Mills. He literally was everywhere. He's a white guy in Maine. And this district is black and brown as well, for the record. So that, kind of eliminates one weakness for Daria Liza. But also, white men are pretty OP in American society. But also, perhaps more importantly, he had a lot longer of a runway to go to virtually every town in Maine and present himself in person to every single person, right? That's very different than the Dottie Eliza race, which is like a much shorter time frame. Then, of course, there is obviously misogynoir that play as well. So these are hurdles. These are hurdles that you can overcome, but it's very difficult when you're looking at $6.9 million in anti-Dottie Eliza Avila Chevalier or pro-Adriana Espaillat spending, including $650,000 directly from AIPAC. Compared to the $2.4 million in anti-Espaillat or pro-Avila Chevalier spending, including $1.3 million from American Priorities. So in that circumstance, money does matter. The only way you can actually combat this level, this barrage of hateful smear attacks, is by having decent ground game, which I do believe DSA has. Hopefully, they're not spread too thin between these numerous districts that they're running campaigns on. But Justice Democrats haven't done much in New York 7, which is an easy win for them. This is a sign that Claire is gradually being written off. It's wrong. The reason why Justice Democrats is spending more money on the Dottie Eliza race is because they're more worried about the Dottie Eliza race as opposed to the Claire race. I would agree with you normally, but the fact that Claire made up a conspiracy theory about PAC supporting, no, that's bullshit. Valdez is at 82% of betting markets right now, so if you think she's cooked, I would put the farm on Reynosa, who's trading at 18%. Sorry, the betting markets thought Cuomo would win. I'm explaining why they think putting resources in the New York 7 is not a priority, not claiming the markets are clairvoyant. I assume both indicators are pulling from the same data set. Both of these races are going to be tough races, for the record. One is an incumbent race against an establishment Democrat. The other one is an empty seat with the outbound incumbent endorsing Antonio Reynoso, who is seemingly a more progressive force than an establishment Democrat. Antonio Reynoso is also young, going up against Claire Valdez in the commie corridor. So there's numerous benefits in both, and numerous difficulties in both of these races. Michael Lange says, according to my analysis of early voting data, the New York 7 electorate has trended younger for 7 straight days, an encouraging sign for Claire Valdez as we enter the homestretch. Today's voting patterns from an age perspective resemble the Mamdani electorate of 2025. That's good. That's good. I know why, but what are your thoughts on AOC remaining mum on Dara and Claire? Like, to me, there's no time for caution. AOC is beloved in New York City. I know exactly what it is. AOC does not want to disrupt the forces within the Democratic Party and will rarely ever, if at all, endorse against an incumbent, regardless of the fact that she literally won against an incumbent. She was the insurgent candidacy. But yes, she doesn't do that. Bernie Sanders does, because he's an independent senator from Vermont. He doesn't care about caucusing with the Democrats as much as AOC does, because AOC is a Democrat. I've explained this over and over again. That's why they did the cross endorsement, where Zoran endorsed the congressional races and AOC endorsed the down ballot races that Zoran has to deal with. Zoran didn't endorse some of the incumbent races in New York City, and AOC did not endorse the races that are for Congress. Yeah, Zoran has been campaigning hard as a motherfucker, though. Zoran arrives at Maria Hernandez Park with Claire Valdez to rally her canvassers on the final day of early voting on what it would mean to send a DSA slate of candidates to Congress. Here's what he responded with. And he is actually going balls to the wall on this, to give him credit. Okay, he has actually been trying very hard. I think he also understands. I mean, this is part of the reason why he was elected, right? This is what we wanted out of him. to be a successful mayor and to feed that popularity back into insurgent candidacies that will then slowly but surely change the trajectory of American politics on the Democratic Party side. And he has been doing that. He's been putting in the fucking work, to give him credit.
What would it mean to send a slate of PSA candidates to Congress?
No, it would mean that Timmy Faciola would have the choice of whether to cover New York City or D.C., but I trust that he would make the right call. Me and my ballot in that beautiful pen. How's it going, guys?
So was it Sloshford then?
Hi, guys.
I saw a liberal say that Zoran is using his NYPD campaign for candidates. That's funny. Taking this into consideration, do you think this means that he regrets opposing Chiose? Why would he oppose this? If anything, the fact that these races are so close is probably maybe a little bit more proof that Zoran might have made the right decision there, even though I do still think that he should not have stood in opposition to Chi's run against Hakeem Jeffries. But like, obviously these races, even these races are not easy locks with all the push that Zoran is giving it. So clearly Zoran is not the kingmaker either. This is a thing that I keep trying to explain to people. No one man, no singular force in American politics is a kingmaker. There are so many different forces at play here. There's so much moneyed interest. There's so much inside politics, both inside of New York local politics, but also in the Democratic Party side, in the National Democratic Party. There are so many different interests of capital at play here. Real estate developers, the Israeli lobby, right? Trump for MAGA. Okay, you're comparing Donald Trump, who has almost singularly rewrote American politics in his own design over the course of the last decade. Come on, guys. With a base of support that is cultish already. We can only help. That's why I stress the importance of going out and pushing for these candidates, right? That's why I stress the importance of going out and canvassing for these candidates, to all of you, to phone bank for these candidates, to get them across the finish line. Anyway. Why does Obama never endorse? Is it like it'd be too OP? Genuine question. I think Obama's endorsement would carry a lot of weight, but he doesn't do that anyway. He rarely ever does that. New York DSA has a text banking for the upcoming phone banks is a great way to get people involved, chat. Yes. So yeah, that's the situation. Anyway, let's hear what J.D. Vance had to say more about the socialism.
And unfortunately, the lesson that Democrats seem to have learned from the 2024 election is to lean into the most radical fringes of their party. I mean, you guys know this. I was raised by patriotic, Christian, blue-collar Democrats who loved this country, but they weren't Republicans. But I feel, unfortunately, that those patriotic blue-collar Democrats, they increasingly don't have a place in that party anymore, at least among the elected senior leadership ranks. The other thing I'll say about this is I always find it interesting when socialists tell me that they really stand up for working people and they want to protect working people, but they want to abolish ICE. And so what does that mean? That means a flood of low-wage immigrants coming into this country, competing for wages against the working people, black, white, and brown of the United States of America. You do not care about working people if you refuse to enforce the border. Stop pretending that you do.
Yeah, they love to talk about class, and they love to talk about working class. Of course, people who actually know people who work don't call them the working class. They call them, as you just did, workers, but they've never met a worker if they think that their platform is supported by them.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Just 3 weeks ago, Israel was added
to the Secretary General's blacklist for conflict-related sexual violence. Israel, a democracy governed by the rule of law, a country defending its citizens, placed alongside Hamas, alongside Boko Haram, alongside ISIS. I would like to conclude. Ms. Patton caved. She caved to the pressure. Ms. Patton, you had the chance to see the facts. You had the chance to examine the evidence, but you chose not to. So again, I must ask you, why? Why did you not come to see the evidence yourself? Were you afraid the fact would not match the conclusion? This was surrender. Surrender to the Secretary General's campaign against Israel. Surrender to the rapporteurs and the so-called UN experts who bully, pressure, and smear. You caved. You caved to the pressure. You caved to the Secretary General's obsession with targeting Israel. And
I'm
in
sorry,
doing
but
so,
I have to
wait,
make a point. I have to make a point of
no,
order.
You will be quiet
because this is
I'm
what the
speaking
chair
now.
should be doing.
You spoke,
I make
now
a
I
point of
speak.
order. They
You
should
spoke,
not be
now I
personal.
speak.
It
Shame
should
on
not
you.
be personal.
You part of the
Oh my God, that is so bad. I'm so sorry for ruining your ears. I was peeing.
I have a point of order.
Shame on you.
I have a point of
Shame
order.
on you, Danny
I
Dannon.
walk out. We have verified evidence.
You part
this
of
is
this.
a point of order.
You will be quiet now. Israeli UN ambassador Danny Dannon shouting match with UN's Vanessa Fraser. Be quiet, woman. Keir Starmer, breaking news, is officially set to resign as Prime Minister. Several media reports say he'll outline a resignation timetable on Monday after consulting with his wife and family today. According to The Observer, who's closely plugged into Number 10, Starmer now accepts that his time has run out as the majority of Labour MPs now back Andy Burnham. Senior Labour figures believe a clear statement could come as early as Monday. It's understood Starmer will announce a deliberate slow march in good order as a matter of duty and dignity. Labour source says there's a sadness about it all, of course. He's come up hard against the reality that the support isn't there. When the herd moves, it moves. Brilliant. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is Sky News. Yeah, this is a fate that befalls every single Labour leader. This is how it goes. Labour leaders come, and then they resign in disgrace. Breaking: Israeli ambassador Danny Dannon lost it on camera at the UN after Israel was added to a blacklist of parties suspected of conflict-related sexual violence. At a meeting Friday, Dannon erupted at UN officials. Does that mean you'll be allowed back into the UK? I highly doubt it. But you can make the "Who must go? Keir Starmer must go" meme about me and Keir Starmer. But yeah, I don't think Andy Burnham is going to be any different than Keir Stalin. Yeah, dude, reform will totally whitelist you. Yeah. I interviewed Danny Dannon 15 years ago on HuffPost Live. When I held him to account, he walked out of the interview. Sadly, the footage has been lost, but the pattern was not lost. This is what Israeli officials so often do when confronted with evidence they cannot bomb, bury, spin, or intimidate into silence. They attack the messenger. They accuse the institution. They demand resignations. They perform outrage as a substitute for accountability. The issue is not whether Danny Dannon is offended. The issue is whether victims of alleged sexual abuse, Palestinian detainees, and children in Israeli custody will be heard over the shouting of a state that has grown accustomed to impunity. Israel was recently added to a UN blacklist for conflict-related sexual violence. Dannon revealed the strategy. When the evidence speaks, tell the room to be quiet. Why is everyone using ChatGPT nowadays? Jesus fucking Christ. I love that dude. He was in Palestine 36 as well. Or is it What was it the name? Did I mess up the name of the movie? No, I didn't. It was Palestine 36. He was the one who was in Kuwaiti prison. I've known I've known him for years. I just wish people wouldn't use ChatGPT when they're fucking writing stuff. It's just for rewrites, man, to clean up the text. That's all. That's how it begins. That's how it begins. What? Andy Burnham's a big deal, actually. The wealthy are panicking. He's going to institute a much-needed land value tax to replace the regressive council tax. Yeah, I highly doubt it.
Burnham has finally won the by-election, and plenty of commentators have come out to discuss how this is a rebuke of reform, a validation of a consolidated left. But there's something a bit darker here, and as I always say, watch the hands, not the mouth. But the news articles they're running are about a tax he might bring in if he challenges for the leadership, if he wins the leadership, and if he then implements the tax. And that should tell you everything you need to know about the land value tax and who's always going to...
I like this guy too, actually. He's pretty cool. I saw something that he did about like statistical analysis and how to lie with stats, like with the wrong stats. But I'm not so confident. I'm not so confident that Burnham will spell a difference in labor.
to stand opposed to it. Hi, my name's Henry. I'm a former wealth manager and economist, now based here in Switzerland. The Evening Standard, The Times, The Telegraph, and even Yahoo Online. The first thing they discussed when this election came up was not Andy's victory, it was the land value tax. And the headlines have been direct and pointed, specifically on the idea that Londoners would have to pay more under Andy Burnham's proposal. But that's if he challenges the leadership, if he wins, and if he implements the tax. Now, if the man of the hour himself is watching this TikTok, which he might be, you never know, I have an answer to the objections and rebuttals that these papers are putting forward in a very clean and easy way. And I'll stick that up on the Substack for later. Let's start with the basics. What is a land value tax? Well, a land value tax is a tax on the unimproved value of the land. Now, before the newspapers call this some kind of socialism or something.
He said he wanted to expand the detention of immigrants. Leftism, is it in the room? Yeah, these guys... This is still, from what I understand, Burnham is also in the same vein as Keir Starmer always was, which is like the quote-unquote soft left, if you want to call it that. I mean, they're just center-right figures, right? That's what the Labour Party represents now. And center-right within the Labour implies a complete concession to reform-style anti-immigrant policies, leaning into culture war issues, and being totally servile to the interests of Israel as well. Burnham has been a part of Labor Friends of Israel since 2015, and he also has, I think, implied that he won't replace Shabana Mahmood, who is the lady responsible for me being barred entry into the United Kingdom, for those of you who don't know. So, obviously, if Labor was even remotely invested in maintaining its legacy or even having any viability in the future, they would very quickly go back to being a Corbynite party. And even then, it's not a guarantee that they'd be able to win back the people that they actively purged. Yeah. Hasn't even been crowned, and Burnham's off to a catastrophic start. Shabana Mahmood will remain in the cabinet if Andy Burnham becomes prime minister, the Telegraph understands. It is understood that Ms. Mahmood is keen to continue her work on immigration reform, which includes tougher citizenship rules for legal migrants, restrictions on indefinite leave to remain status, and ending refugees' right to automatic permanent protection. Yes, this is a lady who banned me as well. So, yeah, from participating in pro-Palestine rallies to overseeing some of the most vicious anti-Palestinian protest repression, Shabana Mahmood is exactly what's wrong with politics in the Western world. And the fact that Burnham, even before he becomes the leader of the Labour Party, is making these sorts of concessions implies that he's not going to be all that different from Keir Starmer.
Insane. This tax was proposed and advocated for by Adam Smith, the founder of modern economics, David Ricardo, and even Winston Churchill in 1909 was a very vocal supporter of this tax. The funniest endorsement of all comes from Milton Friedman, no one's idea of a socialist. He's the basis for Margaret Thatcher's focus on privatization as well. Even he said that land value tax was the least bad tax. Now, Andy Burnham's idea here is simply to scrap council tax, which is, by all measures, a regressive and horrible tax. On this point, Fairer Share UK have been making this point for years and years, and they're right on the money also. And in Andy Burnham's words as well, it's very simple. We overtax work and we undertax land. And from this, it's easy to see where the loudest voices against it will come from, the boroughs where the land has the highest value. Now, to me, it just looks like they've revealed their hand too early. You don't clear the front page of a newspaper, like the Evening Standard, to talk about a land value tax unless you know it's going to bite. Now, amongst all the rabid fear-mongering from these tabloids based in London, trying to put the idea that Londoners will be extortionately taxed, there's only one critique which does hold some actual sound reason. And that comes from Charles Goodhart. He spent an entire career within the Bank of England. But the funny part is that he doesn't hedge his opinion at all. He says the case for a land value tax is overwhelming, and its advantages are not in doubt. But then he shows his hand as well, for why it can't be done. Because if you bring it in too quickly and the house prices fall even marginally, this stops being a house price event and becomes a credit event. Our financial system is heavily embedded in the value of our property because we are in a rentier black hole. 1.7 trillion in outstanding mortgage debt currently. And so again, watch the hands, not the mouth. Our economy is so ingrained into property prices that if you try and tax it, we'll have a serious credit event. That tells you everything you need to know, that the problem is out of hand. Now, this isn't an argument against the tax. In fact, I propose it heavily. However, it does tell you how advanced the disease is in the UK, that we're stuck in a rentier black hole, that the cure itself might kill the patient. And we've been down this road a few times already as a country. In 1909, a land value tax was proposed and ratified by the members of Commons, and then rejected by the House of Lords in what created a constitutional crisis in 1911. Then we were stuck in World War I, and by 1920, the commentary and questions around valuation of the land had the tax repealed. Now, the issue they had in the 1909 version of the land value tax is that it devalued the value of building land. That was a devaluation of the collateral that house builders were using to finance house building, and from there the rate of construction fell. Now that echoes the kind of challenges that we're seeing in the newspapers today against the land value tax. Because of this rentier black hole that we find ourselves in, the collateral channel is massively ingrained in our property values, the cycle that has led them to expanding. This is the difficult balancing act because the LVT is the least bad tax. Every economist can agree. But when you go into the implementation, you have to have a very delicate and very well-executed plan to look after the collateral channel, to ensure that the house of cards doesn't come down. Now, as I said, I have a solid plan for that is costed and executable today. I'll put it up on the Substack as well, just in case the man of the hour might be watching and might need an idea on how to handle that. But as a general point, as you can see from these articles, when you're judging the quality of a policy or a tax, look for who gets terrified. Because as we can see, the landlords and the largest concentration of wealth are those who are scared right now. And that's before he's even challenged the leadership, won the leadership, or proposed the tax. But ironically, when they've shown their hand this early, before he's even made...
Guess which country Andy Burnham said would be his first visit as the leader of the Labour Party? Shut up. Shut up. He did not. Okay, we'll do the British. We'll do British politics and how busted it is. This is from 5 days ago. UK and Makerfield election last week tonight with John Oliver. Shut up.
We need to now reach out and we need to show that we are listening to people across the board, including in the community. It's clear that when we went into the last election, relationships were damaged. As leader of the Labour Party, I would make it my business to put those relationships right. And as a start of a term, I can say tonight that the first foreign visit I would do as leader of the Labour Party would be to Israel to show that message at the very start.
Bro, what the fuck? I mean, this is old, but even then it's like, why? I'm never getting that fucking visa. I'm never allowed back into the UK. Let's be real, okay? It's not happening. It's just not happening at all. But it's just like, why? Wait, where's this Jewish applause? That's crazy. Okay. This might be from his 2010 election campaign. By the way, I'm not sure, but he doesn't look like that anymore. I mean, it doesn't even fucking matter. What matters is like, he's already a labor friend to Israel since 2015, I think. Corbyn said in an interview that he messaged Burnham if he'd be willing to even inquire into the relationship with Israel as a prime minister, and he said no. Great. Love that. Fantastic. Thank you. Why surprise, bro? Last year was it's just like, it blows my fucking mind how much Israel has wrapped up every Western country, specifically every fucking specifically the UK and the United States of America, wrapped around its fucking fingies, dude. It's so crazy. And it's not like reform is any different. Obviously, reform is even worse. Reform wants to do Israel in Israel and Israel in the UK as well, as I like to joke about with the reactionary forces of politics in America in the same exact vein. Who hands you the food? Your fucking mom, dude. Your mom. What the hell is going on in chat today, bro? What is going on in chat today? Jesus Christ. We're fucking infested with some weirdos. It's just Saturday vibes are bad. Fucking neo-Nazi weirdos in here. Anyway. The same people that were yelling about you to cover this report won't talk about this. The same week, Rupert Lowe put his bullshit rape gang report falsely claiming Muslims raped 250,000 white girls. And the same week, Elon Musk amplified it on here. This happens. Is anyone surprised? Breaking, a 36-year-old white Scottish man is being investigated by counterterrorism police after 5 people were stabbed in Edinburgh. He said after his arrest, "I'm protecting the country from these fucking Muslim bastards raping our young daughters." Yeah, they're inciting this. This is precisely what they were inciting in the UK, and that's precisely what's going on. I wonder if that one handsome lad in the suit has a video on the Rupert Lowe report, because he does stuff like that a lot. Objectively, probably made it better. That's how fucking nasty that shit is. He hesitated. You are American. You eat cheese that is one polymer away from plastic. Shut up, you face about British food. Really? Come on. I mean, I shit on America quite a bit. That's crazy. You are not going to find a single... Chatter is right. You guys are straight up fucking coping, dude. American food as opposed to British food? Really? That's the comparison we're making? That's insane. That's actually insane. It's not even a fucking question. As someone who regularly shits on everything worthy to be shitted on and farted on in the United States of America, this is the one area where I wouldn't bring it up. You should just stick to At least our schools are not a shooting gallery. You know? You got that on us, okay? Britland. You got that shit on us all day, every day. Okay? But the idea that like British food and American food are on the same planet and the same playing field is so ridiculous. Your mama one polymer away from being plastic. Yeah. Jelly fucking eels, lad. Mushy peas wet. Mushy fucking peas wet. Count Binface?
The country's sick of stubborn. He's only in year 2. You voted him in with a crazy landslide. But he didn't know what to do. Now there's burning blood in West Street. They got out lost your palace coup. They might be better than Barrage, but so's anything. Now you know what to do. So am I voting for Big Face. I'm standing for the people that make a feel. Voting for Big Face. Treat you to a bad piece yet on me. You got Nigel's crypto millions. And the Tories got no chance. And as for the Greens, they're really something. If you wanna hypnotize your boo,
Okay, chill.
boy, you got a friend in Bitface.
Yeah, Count Binface is their vermin supreme. Every country needs to have this, by the way. I actually do endorse Count Binface 100%. I miss your coverage of the Makerfield election. How can I watch? I didn't cover it. This is it.
Democracy's in trouble. You all need someone.
Unless you mean like this, and it was a shout out to subscribe. You can subscribe and rewind. I just got done covering it, basically. Smack bomb, P-Wet, Baby's Yed, Wigan Kebab. What the fuck does that mean?
Gonna bring back seatbacks. I'll nationalize it down. They say, tell me aren't you that novelty guy? And I say, I'm the same one this time. Voting for Bitface. I'm standing for the people that make a feel.
Okay, am I crazy or does Binface kind of sound not British? Wigan kebab is a British pie inside of a sandwich. I am not joking. God, I fucking love it.
Voting for Bitface. It's time to show the bastards how you feel.
British people sing in American? Wait a minute. That's not true. Do British people sing in American? No, they don't. That's not true. Okay, give me an example. Oh my God. Are we onto something? Is this real? They kind of do. Wait. Adele is British. Oh my God. Wait a minute. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my, wait, Dua Lipa? Dua Lipa is British Albanian.
If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I can take you for a ride.
Why? Why? I never even thought about this. It's not a British thing. Singing doesn't carry the accent in any language. It's very common for British artists to sing with an American accent. I just never realized. I never realized that British people just straight up sing in an American accent. What the fuck? What does this mean? Even Ozzy Osbourne. That's true.
Times have changed and times are strange.
Wait, what the fuck? Except for like Central C. Oh my God. Central C. He's carrying the torch. The Beatles, Eric Clapton, every British artist. That's okay. To be fair, I think the reason why I didn't know that is because the only British song I know is "It's coming home, it's coming home, it's coming, football's coming home, it's coming home." It's the most British thing of all time to just like do a fucking song about how much you suck dick and balls. How much your team sucks dick and balls. It's so funny. It's like, no, everybody dunks on us. Everybody clowns on us. We used to be great. We're supposed to be great. It's so awesome. It's Uncle Sam Cedar. Yeah, this is English, lads. It's not just, it's English, lads. It's English. It's not proper British, it's English. It's not the United Kingdom. The kingdom is not so fucking united, is it? We're just talking about England, lads. At the sport you invented, same with rugby, invent the sport but can't fucking play it. The people need bowl cut Abi. All right, well, we're at level 1 hype train. This is the part of the day where I tell you at the Piker Broadcasting Service, if you want to carry the fucking flame, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for £6, yeah? You can subscribe and support and get your broadcasting license, yeah? A subscription is like a television license for £6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. You can subscribe. Or you can gift subscriptions to others so they can enjoy the fun. The Piker Broadcasting Service, the People's Broadcasting Service, is sponsored by you, the people, for you, the people. And if you subscribe, I won't ask you, do you have a license for that? Do you have a license for that? Be a proper lad and subscribe. PBC instead of PBS for the British lads? Yes. People's Broadcasting Channel. If you subscribe, you can also rewind on the broadcast. We're at level 5 hype train already. Oh my, how dastardly. Level 5 hype train, which means we're only 5 levels to go. And if we reach level 10, perhaps I'll play a different, unique variant of Charlie Kirk. This is the guy from the greatest sports image ever. What is this? If you know, you know. Sometimes it's hard saying no to have a picture. Look up Lord Buckethead. All right, we're still at level 5 hype train. Will we be able to... All right, let's hear this. For the sake of women's safety, we need England to keep winning.
England
won the football last night, and thank goodness they did, because on the occasions that England lose their football matches, the incidences of domestic violence go through the roof. So, boys, keep winning.
That's crazy. That is a crazy way to support the team. That's crazy. Come on, lads. Carry the fucking flame. Carry the fucking flame. To Dalef. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Storm Warden, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We're almost at level. Oh, shit. Aqua Teen Hamas Force Episode 1. Radical Islamist Hasan Piker. Hasan's 5 favorite songs, no order. AI Weird Charlie Kirk is coming home. Red Sun in the Sky. Chulima on the Wing. Mufasa is Friday then. That's right. Those are my 5 favorite songs on the telly. Phoenix Emoji. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs, lad. Bosh. We're at level 6. I've traded it. Wait, there's a UK drill. We are Charlie Kirk. Okay, maybe I'll play that. Maybe it's hyperpop. Maybe it's coming home. Football's coming home, lads. Kaya Callis says, Dear Gideon, as you know, the EU and Israel have a lot that bind us. I value our dialogue and engagement, and I'm open to continue in that spirit respectfully and constructively. Dialogue is the foundation of diplomacy, especially when differences arise. The EU is always committed to a constructive relationship with Israel to bring peace to the Middle East. The two-state solution remains the only viable path. The EU has condemned the illegal Israeli settlements in the West Bank that make it increasingly difficult to get that goal. That is the EU position. Do you think she's actually thought about what it is that binds the EU and Israel, or is it just a rote prompt and response sort of thing? So what was the private thing that Kaya Callis said? Because apparently she was being kind of mean about our big, beautiful, emotional support apartheid state. She said Israel's an apartheid state. Oh, dastardly. Dastardly. What a Nazi she is. What a fucking Nazi she is.
Israel's foreign minister has cut ties with the EU's chief diplomat because she compared Israel to the racist apartheid regime that existed in South Africa. Kaya Callas is said to have made the comments during closed-door meetings with Mexican government officials.
Yeah, so she was correct, and Israel was like, we don't like your correct statement. Is that what it is? She said there's apartheid in Israel, and right at that moment, they started to talk about erasing her position from the EU. Wow. I mean, it's kind of funny because Kaya Callas is kind of a Nazi, but like the liberal version, you know what I mean? Like the NATO Atlanticism that is probably the closest equivalent to like a domineering expansionist movement, because it's like America's entire force projection capabilities. And therefore, of course, like she's that kind of fascist, right? However, I guess even a fascist can be correct in this moment when an even larger fascist force comes into play. We're at level 6 hype train with a minute remaining. With a minute fucking remaining, lads. Level 6 hype train. Lads, at 86%. Level 6 hype train. We're only 4 levels out. About to be 3 levels out from fucking carrying the flame. Thoughts on the Turkish national team's exit? I have no thoughts on it. It's terrible. No, the EU disbanding or revising its foreign service happened before the Israel thing. Chatter is stupid. If anything, she's trying to gain favor from member states by shitting on Israel. X-Arthur, Gizmo, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Small Tanks, thank you for the 10 gifted. Text Slug, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Anklefoot, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. All right, we've made it. Level 7 hype train, 26%. Stebob 69. Fucking hell. Coma Crest. Fucking hell. Mob Pixel. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
While on a trip to Mexico in May.
Freedom
She's
monks.
reported to have described how a
Big
visit to the
clitoris
Apartheid
energy.
Museum in Johannesburg moved her. Gideon Saar accuses Callas of acting obsessively and with blatant unfairness.
The most nationalist Turk doesn't have thoughts. You're kidding. 60 shots, 0 goals. I mean, I have no thoughts other than shame. A deep sense of shame. Fast and Furious, Tokyo Drift. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Ominous Block of Concrete. Thank you for the 5 gifted. And Sudan Press 2710. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Lana Christian de Salon. What? Lana Christe de Salon. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Cheesy. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Level 7 hot train achieved. We're so close. The Triggeriv. Thank you for the 10. Midwestern Mom Fedayeen. Thank you for the 5. Melodious. Thank you for the 5. Aspartanane. Thank you for the 5. Real Dr. Jihad. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Level 8 hype train. 4 minutes remaining. 32%. Practicing for a BBC documentary? Yes. This hype train used to be a ghost town. It was. Why the accent? Because it's coming home. Football's coming home, lads. That's right. Third Eye Portal. Efforts 94. Thank you for the 5.
Towards the state of Israel. He said he would sever all contact with Callas until she retracts the comments, which he described as blood libel. When Callas responded to Saar's post on X, she didn't confirm.
These guys have one speed. It's always blood libel. Greek Canadian. Yeah. Everyone's rancor. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm actually British. That's right. I'm fucking British, lads. They banned me from my own country. Shabana Mahmood. How dare you? In my heart, in my soul, I'm a proper Brexit geezer. Science is a candle in the dark. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Fisco Biddle. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Everyone's rancor. Thank you. Lil B Stan. Thank you. Solidarity with Gaza.
Or deny comparing Israel's treatment of Palestinians to
We're
the
at
treatment
level
of
9
black
hype
people by
train.
the apartheid regime in South Africa.
Level 9 hype train. 20%. This is my real voice. I've been lying to you this entire time, as British people are known to do. As you know, British people are quite convincing when it comes to doing a proper American accent. That's right. This entire time I was talking like this, it was fake. This is not my real voice. This is my real voice. I'm one of the many British people that's stealing American jobs, yeah. On US soil, in it. That's right. One Winged Valkyrie. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Your accent is going on a tour from the Midlands to London? Yes, I've been all around. I've been all around the United Kingdom, yeah. Why do you think I can do such a convincing Eve Fatlaw? Eve fucking Fatlaw? You sound exactly like Joey Knight. Check him out. Aspenatine. Yes, I was doing British Takia this entire time. As a sleeper cell for Steve Hilton, who I've clearly voted for illegally numerous times. That's right. Before you know it, Steve Hilton will be your and my governor, the new governor. And before you know it, California will be a part of the Commonwealth. This is Henry Pinkerton. Signing off. Need to see a Scouse accent? It's the hardest one. I'm not a Tory. I'm a Scouser lad. From fucking Liverpool. Joey Knight. Let's take a look.
And working your way up to that title with Dean? Yeah, that's it, man. That's it. I just look. Of course, I'd love to fight Dean the Great. I don't think I'd get that fight next. I think it'd take a few fights for me to get there. But I'm happy to take on all comers, man. Like I said to Mams at the start that obviously I'd fight anyone.
I don't think I sound like this man. I don't know why you think I do. Trix Mom, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. That's right. We're so near. Petty Peck. Justin, just ignore me. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Level 85. 85%. At level 9 hype
the UK
train.
is incredibly diverse in terms of accents, and it just so happens that I can do many of these accents as my party trick. So come with me as I take you on a guided tour through all of the accents and archetypes of Great Britain.
Someone said, how can an island have so many different 96%, 97%, 99%? And just like that, we're off to the... And just like that, lads, we're off to the races. We are Charlie Kirk, UK drill cover. We're off to the fucking races, lads. We carried a flame once again. We carried a fucking flame once again.
He stood unshaped.
Oh my god, this is terrible.
He spoke the truth.
This is ass, bro. Okay, veto. Sorry, we were going on with the British. I had to veto it. This is good.
He spoke the truth when the cost was high. He lived for Jesus, unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight
Catch me dancing like Hunter Schafer next to FKA Twigs.
his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known. We'll make heaven known. The battle is raging, the darkness will fall.
100 Kirks.
We rise with his spirit, we answer the call. The truth is eternal, the cross is our guide. With God as our captain, we march side by side. We are Charlie Kirk, we carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel, we'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, his courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk, forever alive. We are Charlie Kirk, with God we will rise.
This is beautiful because Charlie definitely would not appreciate this. This is the most transgender genre of music. And honoring Charlie Kirk with, hyper pop is certainly something he would not appreciate at all. This is so much worse than any other version of this thing, okay? Charlie Kirk CX. This is what you hear when you pop a molly at the Turning Point USA rave? Okay. Okay, you know ball for a dude who doesn't like music? Oh, come on. I know hyperpop. Also, I knew about the coupe as well. Like, I literally used to play it way back in the day. A lot of you guys were like, oh, Boots Riley, like, you know, play his music. You don't know about Boots Riley's music. It's like, no, I do, actually. I do. Don't put that shit on trans people. Wait, what? Don't put that shit on trans people? Is it hyperpop? I don't have to put that shit on trans people. Trans people put that shit on when they get the aux cord. What do you mean? The coup. Brad Lander is playing both sides. What is this?
Millionaires.
Lander playing every side, doing videos with Valdez and Reynoso, hugging Daria Lisa, but insisting he's not endorsing her. Lol. Oh my God. I do not listen to hyperpop as a trans woman. Do not put that shit on me. Okay, it's fine. Okay, it's okay. You can lie to yourself. You can lie to your friends. You can lie to people around you. It's all good. You don't bop your head at it a little bit. It's not even just about being trans. It's like, even if you're an ally to trans people, hyperpop does something where you're like, okay, I dig this. Okay. It's just what it is. It's just like hits a different frequency. Anyway. Let's get back to the one-time Kaja Kallas. Kallas was actually correct.
We asked her about it at the EU Leaders Summit in Brussels.
You have tens, if not hundreds, of statements on Israel and Gaza by me, so on the record, and you see what I've been saying. I've been representing European Union, and it's true that we don't see always eye to eye with the Israelis. For example, regarding the violent settlers and the expansion of settlements on the West Bank, we have been very critical. I've had very good, open and frank and sometimes very difficult discussions with the Minister Saar. I will comment on anything what was made, said or not said behind the closed doors.
The choice of words goes too far for Israel's allies.
Oh, wow. Shocked to find out that ball licker Frederick Merz was disavowing the one correct statement that Kaja Kallas has ever fucking made. Kaya Kallas has ever made. Wow. Merz leg Eier.
But it's worth pointing out that South Africa's official position is that Israel is responsible for apartheid against the Palestinians. And investigations by some global human rights organizations have reached the same conclusion.
So has the United Nations, and so has the International Court of Justice. Virtually every European institution has already openly recognized that Israel's an apartheid. It doesn't matter. It's just the truth.
The diplomatic clash between Kallas and Saar comes as EU leaders meeting in Brussels are still divided over whether to impose more sanctions on Israel. Ahead of the meeting, Kallas said the EU was exploring options, including banning imports from Israeli settlements in the occupied West Bank.
5 men in their 20s and 30s attacked in Edinburgh. 3 were taken to hospital, but thankfully none have serious injuries. Well, we know that this all...
Yeah, this is the Islamophobic hate crime terror attack that took place that Asmongold was endorsing and promoting, and I guess begging for it to happen more and more.
Unfolded last night at about 10 to 9 in the Sighthill area of Edinburgh. 2 men were injured and taken to hospital. And in the next 40 minutes, 3 more men were attacked near retailers in the west and north of Edinburgh. And it was 9:30 p.m. when the suspect was finally detained. These locations where the attacks took place were quite a distance from each other. We're talking miles, so not necessarily a distance that would be easy to walk. Well, Police Scotland have said that a 36-year-old white Scottish man has been arrested and he remains in custody. There is no further threat to the public, police say, that counter-terrorism policing Scotland are investigating. Well, I can read you a statement now from the Home Secretary Shabana Mahmood, who wrote on the social media network X, "I'm horrified by news of the attack in Edinburgh," she says. "I'm grateful to the police and emergency services for their bravery in apprehending the suspect and for their speedy response in attending to the victims. The suspect appears to be motivated by anti-Muslim hatred. There is no place for hatred and violence against Muslims. I know it is not who we are as a country."
Really? Y'all literally had anti-immigrant pogroms. Like, and there was another version of that happened in the north of Ireland as well. So that only happened like last week. Kind of feels like this is exactly who you guys are. Y'all are too busy rounding up pensioners who dare betray the British government and its unlimited loyalty to the nation state of Israel. So, you know, you're too busy focusing on the important stuff. So you probably missed it. But, you know, this shit's happening literally all around the UK.
Well, we are awaiting further details from Police Scotland, but an incredibly concerning incident for the local community. And as I mentioned, this man remains in custody.
Phoebe Southworth with the latest on that. Phoebe, thank you. Now, just days after signing a framework for peace, Iran's leaders claim to have closed the Strait of...
Yes, I know that there were larger anti-racism rallies that immediately took place afterwards. I'm just saying that the government's position is really... It rings hollow when they say, oh, this is not who we are, when their focus is absolutely not in this direction at all. The Labour government is also fomenting anti-migrant conspiracies. They're also taking an anti-immigrant stance, an anti-immigrant position.
Hormuz again. Actually, let me just bring you some breaking news right now coming on that story we were just talking about, and that is the attacks in Edinburgh. We've had a statement on it on X from the Prime Minister. This is what he says. Absolutely appalling. No one should face violence on our streets. The suspects appear to be motivated by anti-Muslim hatred. I will not tolerate this, and he will face the full force of the law. Keir Starmer goes on to say, my thoughts are with those who are injured, and I thank the police and the emergency services for their response.
Keir Starmer's premiership has been ailing for some time, and how much longer he'll be spending at number 10 Downing Street is never more in question as now, and that's off of the back of Andy Burnham's strong by-election win in Makerfield. He outperformed pollsters, getting over 54% of the vote, leaving the nearest rival, the Reform candidate.
I think the Reform Party is probably the best option for the UK. Yes, I too am a fucking idiot, dude. I agree. Yes, all of the problems that you're experiencing are not because of... I was joking. Oh, God. Well, great. Also, short sleeve jacket is nasty work. I don't even know what's going on here.
Trailing behind at 34%.
Short sleeve suit is wild.
The vote.
Shit looks like she just ripped them off. You know, those are rip-offs.
Now, Keir Starmer in the past has described Labour's...
Yeah, reformers cheeks, mate. Restores the way to fucking go. Reformers cheeks. Restores the way to be a proper lad. Yeah, we're going to ban Sharia law. We're going to ban kosher and halal meat. Fucking hell. It's going to ruin our fucking lamb industry, innit? But it's so good. The farmers are going to fucking hate it. Yeah, Shakira law is not what we want. Bring back only white migrants in it, but not the fucking Poles. That's why we did Brexit. Voting reform to fix the problems like fixing a paper cup by jumping into traffic. Yeah.
Mission to try and see off the threat of reform, the right-wing party headed up by Nigel Farage, as the fight of our times, the fight of our lives. But as the last month's local election...
The sheep will go to a new industry. Yeah, the shagging industry. What you fucking think we're going to do with the sheep? We're not going to eat them. We're going to shag them, mate. That's why we're banning cousin marriages too, yeah? More sheep to fucking shag. What you mean? Restore, lads. Fucking hell. Let's go.
Results showed Starmer...
Yeah. Sometimes I shag them. Sometimes I shear them. Right? And the sheep love it both.
Perhaps not the person who can do that, but Burnham will be returning to the House of Commons, being able to say, I was. Camille Nedelec, Al Jazeera, London.
Oh my goodness. A man with a bin on his head. And it's not the Tory candidate. Looks like something out of Star Wars. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I better.
To talk to him.
No, I'm going to hand you back to. Oh, right. Okay.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on then.
Right.
Back to the nation.
Who are you?
My name. What kind of journalist is this? You don't know? Have a look.
I've got my list here.
It's not Burnham.
No, I realise that. Oh, you're Count Binface, yeah?
There you go. You did go to journalism school. Excellent. Yes, I.
A long time ago.
I beg your pardon?
I said a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh well, I wouldn't have known.
Why are you standing in this election? Just a stunt?
It's A, because it's happening. B, I was at a loose end. C, because I believe elected mayors should serve out their terms before they're eligible to stand for Parliament.
Oh, you've made a sensible serious political point there.
Well, no, you're supposed to be impartial, mate. So let me carry on.
It's so fucking stupid. What do you say to this, man? You're supposed to be impartial, mate. Fucking hell.
I'm going to rephrase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road. I'll price cap Wigan kebabs at £2. I'll make cyclists who disobey the highway code have to ride unicycles instead. And I will turn HS2 into FFS1 and reroute it.
Not going to swear, are you?
No. I'm perfectly... Although we are past the watershed, but don't worry.
No. We don't want you swearing, please.
I promise I won't. I'm a good boy. And no, but I'm going to reroute it through rail executives' homes.
Wow, Zoran's impact. I'm going to make kebab £2. We're going to make kebab £2, yeah?
To build at least one.
Literally, directly a Zoran policy.
House. I mean, I could go on. What's Andy said he's going to do?
Oh, he said lots he's going to do, and he changes his mind from time to time. But anyway, are you going to save your deposit? Probably not.
No, in a word. But if I could beat the Tories or the Lib Dems, that would be quite funny.
Yeah, I suppose they wouldn't find it very funny, though, would they? How many votes do you think you're going to get?
Well, I'd be happy with one.
Do you live in the constituency?
I do tonight.
Well, it sounds as though you don't.
What, do you?
No, of course not. I don't live here, no.
So why should I?
He said, of course not.
Well, a lot of candidates like to boast that they're local. You're obviously not too concerned about that.
Well, I'm looking at the putative Prime Minister, Nigel Farage. He spends more time in America than in Clacton. So why should...
You don't think Mr. Burnham's the putative Prime Minister, then?
Well, they both putatas, that they will be the next PM. But I think at least Andy feels like he's slightly local to the area. But that's something. If I was to win...
He used to be the MP for Leeds, just not very far from here.
Exactly. If I win, I swear...
That's not going to happen.
Well, exactly. So I'm going to say, I swear I'll move to Makerfield if I win.
Okay, all right. I'm sure they'll all be delighted. Well, I'm sure there's other people who want to interview you. Thank you for talking to Sky News.
It's my pleasure. Well interviewed. Well done. Hello. Ah, some Manchester Evening News. Just a proper journalist.
England isn't real? What do you mean? This happens in America too. Lord Binhead is, or Count Binface. There's also a Lord Buckethead, right? If I'm not mistaken. But like, we have Vermin Supreme here in America. Like, it's fine. This is a normal quirk.
Well, Anna, I think I got the short straw there.
Got a crowd of people watching that. I mean, people were filming you interviewing Count Binface, and I'm afraid for me, you've lost your by-election king crown because you didn't know who he was, and everybody knows who Count Binface is. Let's be honest about it. But anyway, he's still there. He won't leave you now. Of course, I don't live in the area. Was the mantle? Go on, John.
Guy said Zoran policies implemented 0. Dude's in a coma. The only one that hasn't been implemented at this point is fast and free buses. That's it. Like, virtually every other policy has been implemented or has initiated the implementation of it.
Yeah. I was going to say, I don't normally interview those sort of candidates, but I think you.
All right.
Well, we're going to move to this because...
Same guy, Buckethead, had to change the bin face to the copyright? Wait, really? Democratic Socialists under fire for plan to abolish prisons. Oh my God. Here we go. Here we fucking go, dude. I don't even want to watch this shit. The 5 talked about socialism.
Hi, welcome back, Bernie.
It's literally just a socialism power hour for these fools, huh? That's just it's my favorite. It's my favorite seeing Republican, Republican news media being like, this is what's best for the Democratic Party. Let me tell you, a guy who absolutely fucking despises everything that the Democrats stand for, let me tell you what's best. When's Fox News going to invite you? I don't know, because Sean Hannity brought me up last night to Stephen Miller, and he's not responding to our emails any longer. We keep asking, like, when are we going to debate? And he's just stopped responding altogether.
Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are flexing the socialist muscle for some New York comrades. And by the way, they would not be insulted with that reference. The 2 progressive firebrands joining forces at a rally in Brooklyn, backing a slate of socialist House candidates in New York. But their ambitions stretch far beyond the Empire State. Sanders and Mamdani are openly pressuring Democrats to embrace their socialist vision. Watch.
What the mayor is doing here should be done all over this country. That is the message reverberating all across this country in small towns and large cities.
Now, people often ask me what I think of the state of the Democratic Party. This slate here today is our answer. The Democratic Party must change. We need a Democratic Party with backbone. A Democratic Party that offers an affirmative agenda without apology.
Kayleigh, after the last election in 2024, I thought we would see a Democratic Party that would move closer to the center overall, collectively, and have somebody with charisma and military background. That's what I thought you learned from it. But I am shocked, and maybe so were Democratic establishment, that the money and the enthusiasm is behind outright socialists, not kind of socialists. Socialists embrace the label. What happened?
Dana Perino says it all the time on the show, and she is 100% correct, that the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, are organized. And we are increasingly seeing that. There was a great Washington Post opinion piece today that walks through that. 200 chapters is what the DSA has, 100,000 members. And this piece takes you through the rise of Graham Plattner, how that was not something that just happened organically. It was organized by two operatives who knew about his scandals, who made sure those didn't come out. And then they come out right at the very end. But Janet Mills, the more establishment Democrat, was already out of the race at that point. So they're organized, they are planning, and there needs to be a deep reckoning within the Democratic Party. But here's the hard part. I know, Jessica, my friend over, you're not a socialist. You are more of the moderate wing of the party. But the party as a whole is representative of the socialist viewpoint. And you can look at this polling. Harry Enten put some of it together. MU Law, credible poll. What you see in that poll is Democrats, socialists have a net favorability within the Democratic Party of plus 17. Congressional Democrats plus 4. So that wing of the party is winning out. And that's not the only poll. You look at Gallup, where capitalism had a plus 1 favorability among
Your mocking voices aren't very class conscious. The poor populations whose voices you take on are not entirely inaccurate to the diluted mass, but those accents are shared by the ground of working class who align with your politics would be better used. My favorite thing is when I do British accents that are both objectively posh and also like numerous different British accents. And there is always a British guy that gets mad every single time. There's always a British guy that will get mad and be like, you're actually making fun of the working class. And it's really interesting because this is literally the exact same thing that people do when I do the hell yeah, brother, that's right, all this shit. Yep, yes, you do with Appalachian accents all the time. Yeah, I do all different sorts of accents. It's fun. I'm trying to have fun. Politics is dog shit, okay? It sucks. Politics is dog shit. It sucks. It's dark. It's not very fun. I'm trying to make it fun for myself and for the people that are tuning in, okay? That's it. Bro thought jokes would fly is not the type of politics that we do around these parts, okay? Calm the fuck down. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Joke police. Wee woo, wee woo. Alert the presses. Alert the police. Asmongold openly defends anti-Muslim terrorist attack in the UK where 5 men got stabbed. This is nothing. This is not even remotely bad. Who gives a fuck? Who cares? I don't want to hear about this. Now Hasan wants to be worried about something bad happening to him.
This is why
he doubles down and explains why he doesn't care if Muslim people get stabbed in the UK. I have zero sympathy, and I don't give a fuck about some guy stabbing people because they let stuff like this happen.
I have zero sympathy, and I do not give a fuck about some guy stabbing people. It's because they let stuff like this happen on a day.
Who's they? Like, who is the they that's letting stuff like this happen? You know what I mean? And this is a what, like a random black guy in Portugal? How is this in any way, shape, or form connected to the Islamophobic hate crime that took place in was it Edinburgh?
Daily basis. They never police these people. They never hold these people accountable. And then they want us all to have empathy for 5 people that get stabbed. Meanwhile, this is happening on an industrial level all across Europe, and they refuse to even talk about it.
Who is they? Like, what do you mean crime? Are there people who are pro-crime? Is that what it is? Is there a big they out there that's like pro-crime where they're like, oh, we love crime. Let's have more of it, please.
Give an inch. Never give an inch.
Happening at an industrial level. To be clear, the terrorist already explained why he committed these attacks after he got arrested. I'm protecting my country from these fucking Muslim bastards raping our young daughters, is what he said. Yes. It's so clear what he's trying to do, man. It's always the same. It's fucking rich people that don't want you to recognize that Muslim immigrants are no different than you in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, you have a lot more similarities with these Muslim immigrants than you do with your landlord or your boss or faceless, lifeless, parasitic forces of capital. They don't care about you, okay? These guys are your neighbors. But as long as you hate your neighbors, instead of recognizing who actually controls the levers of power, you are the easiest to fucking dupe and manipulate. That's all this is. And Asmongold is a champion of this cause. Asmongold is the great divider. He does not want you to get mad at the wealthy. He wants you to get mad at others. Okay? He wants you to get mad at other working class folk. That's it. He wants to make you feel like there are some of these like super woke forces out there who actually don't think that crime is a bad thing and should be solved in any meaningful fashion. He has no solution to it. As a matter of fact, he benefits from crime continuing. So he can always point to it and try to make it into racial agitprop. There's always this like other. You push him on it, he'll say, oh, you know, the liberal elites. Okay. Yeah. Problem is this kind of racist agitated propaganda is very effective because a lot of people want to abdicate responsibility away, and a lot of people also don't want to look at the current system, the current design of the system, and want to believe that actually there is like some kind of nefarious shadow elite that's like demographically replacing them and creating an existential crisis. The existential crisis is here. It's capitalism. Of course, this fucking multi-millionaire who owns multiple businesses, by the way, of course, he is a servant of forces that are even more wealthy and more powerful than he is. Yeah. I got banned for reading a manifesto, by the way, of a shooter in order to push back against the dangerous misinformation that was being spread on the internet, as I've done so over and over again. That's what I got banned off Twitch. That's what I got banned on Twitch for, among numerous other instances. Have you talked about the Kratom collusion? Yeah, I heard that Mark Wayne Mullen has like a Kratom connection or Kratom company or something. So there's like they're removing classifications off of Kratom, saying it's not dangerous. I don't know. Yeah, literal opiate. After voting for so many Trump nominees, Senator Hickenlooper has been refusing to debate his primary opponent, State Senator Julie Gonzalez, who just confronted him asking for a debate. Watch Hickenlooper's campaign guy try to shoo her away and get in the way of the camera. Amazing.
To make it happen. Tell me the time, place, and conditions. I'm happy to debate. Senator. Hey, Julie Gonzalez, great to see you.
Nice to see you.
It'd be a joy to be able to debate with you. Just curious what's going on.
Well, we've been so busy. We've done
Doing what?
We have been all over the state. I've got to be in DC for about 50 hours a week, so that's gone on nonstop. But we'll get a chance.
When?
I don't know.
When?
Whenever we can find time.
You tell me the time, place, and conditions.
Okay,
I'm happy to debate.
We'd love to find a time.
When would that be? Let's figure it out now. Let's figure it out right now. You're the deputy campaign manager. Let's figure it out. My campaign manager is right here. Let's make time.
I see him. We can talk to him.
All right, Senator.
Thank you so much
I've
for your
had your
time.
commitment. Let us debate.
Okay.
We got 10 days to make it happen.
We'll work on it. Thank you, Senator.
Is that a yes?
I said I'd work on it. I can't. I don't control my schedule any more than you control your schedule. Schedules, every.
Yeah, the best thing to say in this is, don't you feel like the people of Colorado deserve a debate so they can make the best possible choice? Don't you feel like it's your duty as the senator, as the incumbent senator, to do a debate for your own constituents, myself included?
Yeah, every 9 different ways.
We can talk to you, Chief.
We'll find a time.
Thank you so
We'll
much.
find a time.
Thank you.
Let me know.
All right. Thank you. Take care.
Is this a dude who canceled the Denver event? No. Senator Heckin' Poopy? Fucking got him. Respect, respect. Any comments on Die Linke? Oh my God, I'm so excited. Thank you to the German left for finally recognizing that Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza. I know it takes a lot. Hopefully they can keep pushing, you know? I know internally, I'm sure there was a lot of pressure from a lot of the rank and filers who made it happen. And I know how difficult it is, but, you know, Jesus Christ. They haven't? I thought Die Linke recognized that Israel was committing a genocide in Gaza, like, recently. Did they not? They rebuked it? What is this? Asmongold
He
Chung
does
update?
look like...
What the fuck is this? They have yesterday. Why is there no news? I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to figure it out, but there's nothing on the internet over this. This is Australian. A lot of folks seem to be impressed by Vance's criticism of Israel, but unless and until the administration shows is willing to impose actual consequences, it means about as much as Biden leaking that he's upset with Bibi for the 100th time. It's true. They said anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism and we shouldn't talk about it. Stop. Die Linke called it a genocide yesterday. The left officially calls Israel's actions a genocide. The left stance on Israel is a sensitive issue. After heated debate, the delegates have now reached a consensus. The party officially describes Israel's actions in the Gaza war as a genocide. This is literally, oh my God. Oh my God. Like, fucking what is going on in Germany, man? What the fuck? In 2026. Sure, on the one hand, I want to celebrate this achievement of all the delegates that fought long and hard to make it happen, but also on the other hand, what the fuck? God damn, Germany, just so spiritually broken. Yes, I know the spike in Islamophobic hate crimes is definitely the result of the fake Muslims are doing rape report. Almanya İsrail'den daha İsrailci. Evet. Aynen öyle. Manyaklar yani. Mehmet Walshoğlu. They did ridiculous wishy-washy shit. No, they didn't. They finally declared a genocide, but also declared that Israel has a right to exist because they're fucking brain dead. I'm telling you, dude, just ask me. I'm a fucking party member about to drop out of the party. Check my messages. The left party managed to resolve a potentially divisive issue on the first day of its national party conference in Potsdam. Its stance on Israel. The party now officially classifies Israel's actions in Gaza war as a genocide. A corresponding motion was passed by a large majority. Specifically, it states international organizations, human rights organizations, and numerous international law experts speak of genocide against the Palestinians of Gaza. We agree with this assessment. A two-state solution is demanded. Okay, are they going to split the existing nation state of Israel into East and West then? You know, not Gaza and the West Bank. I mean, like literally what is known as the inside of the green line, the nation state of Israel. Maybe they'll split it up a little bit. You know, since it has a right to exist after you recognize that it's doing a genocide. Yeah, East Israel, West Israel. It's just so, I don't even want to talk about Germany, man.
Among Democrats in 2010. Now, socialism has a plus 24 advantage over capitalism today. So Democrats have to oust this part of their party or embrace it or cater to it. But it is a real problem that they have when the base of their party is so in step with an ideology that has failed wherever it's been tried. Cuba, the Soviet Union, and the list goes on.
So I cannot wait, Jessica, to see what you have to say, because my gut feeling would be if they told me this is the scenario in 2026 after 24, I would say, well, if the socialists do rise, Pelosi, Jeffries, Schumer, Dick Durbin, they would push back. They'd have a few press conferences and say, no, Janet Mills is the establishment, which, by the way, Schumer was for.
They tried.
Right. So, like, why wouldn't they use their political power and their street smarts and their savvy to push back in their own party?
They have been doing the best that they can. Like Hakeem Jeffries is supporting all of the moderate or establishment candidates in our New York primaries. You know, we go to vote the last day, Tuesday's election day, open, early voting's already open. He's out there, you know, backing Dan Goldman, for instance, with Brad Lander coming up.
Who's losing by about 20.
I know, it's great. I'm in Dan Goldman's district. I did not expect it to be that enormous of a spread. But Mamdani's backing is meaningful to people in this city. And that was the trade that Brad Lander made during the mayoral. The one that I want.
Is Jessica your only friend at Fox? No, I have many friends. Sean Hannity, Brian Kilmeade.
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Greg Butfeld, Jesse Waters.
Want to focus on who is the most disturbing to me, though, is this Daria Liza Avia Chevalier.
Oh, my God. Jessica, stop giving them an inch. What's wrong with you? God, fucking moderate Democrats, dude. Every single goddamn time, I swear to God, they have to be like, no, you don't understand. You see, I'm a reasonable Democrat, okay? I don't like these people. Well, these people are a part of your fucking coalition, okay? Holy shit. Whatever happened to the debate that they wanted to have? Shawnee boy, Shawnee baby, I'm waiting for you with bathed breath.
She's been doing interviews, which is good. You should be out there doing that. This woman is out of her mind. Like, she's a prison abolitionist.
She's not out of her mind, dude. Oh, God, this country is so fucking reactionary. It is so unbelievably reactionary. Actually, there is no avenue for Daria Liza to become a congressional representative and then vote to, like, make prisons illegal, okay? That's not a real thing. It's like saying, oh, you're a socialist candidate running for office. That means you want to abolish landlords or something. Okay? It's not how this is not how this works in American politics. Okay? And I say this as someone who's not in favor. Like, I'm not an anarchist, okay? I'm not an anarchist. I understand the concept of prison abolition, but I'm not an endorser of the subject, okay? Same with police. Same with police and policing, okay? I'm not an anarchist, you know? There's always going to be need to cordon off some people, at least for the, at least for a little bit, especially in the rehabilitative process, okay? Having said that, once again, I understand where people are coming from. Like, I'm fine with, being in a coalition with people like that rather than the fucking people that are in favor of private prisons, for example. That is a honest, just goal to move in the direction of, as opposed to the opposing side that is completely fucking normalized our unbelievably draconian prison system. And also on top of that, are wholly endorsing private prisons. It's fucking ridiculous. There's no connection between anarchism and prison abolition. Educate yourself. Come on, dude. It's a fucking Venn diagram that happens to be a circle, please. Sure, not all prison abolitionists are anarchists. or not all. I don't know. It's one of the same. It's tough for me to see it as anything different than that. I'm sorry. Like you're an anarchist and you're pro prisons. I mean, Chatter is right. Lenin wrote a lot about the abolition of the state. Yes, as an end goal. Jesus Christ. It's not something that I oppose. But in the interim, you obviously have to try whatever you can. You read something rawful, so you didn't read it properly. Are you responding to yourself? What's happening? Yeah, not all abolitionists are anarchists, but all anarchists are abolitionists. Beating up on anarchists is honestly kind of bullshit, especially when I'm surrounded by liberals. I mean, I'm literally trying to defend anarchists right now by driving home the point that there is a far more nefarious, far more odious force in American politics that has normalized private prisons, profiteering off of fucking imprisoning people and enslaving people, in an effort to say, I would much rather have prison abolitionists and anarchists in my coalition than whatever the fuck that psychotic nonsense is. And of course, as is the case always, there are going to be anarchists that immediately attack me. Okay? There are going to be anarchists that immediately attack me and go, you don't understand abolition. You don't understand anarchism. And then I have to like explain my position. Until there are means of potentially reforming or dealing with antisocial personality disordered crimes born out of like medical conditions and whatnot, there's obviously going to be a need to like cordon off people every now and then in the process of that reform regardless. And I don't see that happening anytime soon because like the overwhelming majority of crimes are a direct consequence. I mean, all crimes are a direct consequence of material conditions, but the overwhelming majority of crimes are done due to socioeconomic conditions. Okay? I understand that, but there are still some crimes that take place that require holding people when they don't want to be held. Okay?
And she was doing an editorial board.
And I also am not in favor of I'm not a police abolitionist anyway. So
Board meeting about it. They asked her 4 times what she would do with a murderer. No answer. No answer. And you've heard Bernie Sanders goes everywhere, right? Does all the media, has some of the toughest talk about the border, right? Says our party failed on the border. Of course you have to have borders. That's a ludicrous idea. Well, what do you think about a prison abolitionist? Then she's with Estad Herndon on America Actually, his podcast. He asked about this deleted tweet. She was smart enough to go around deleting tweets at least. But she had this one that said all deportations are wrong. So we pushed her. And she said, well, there's, the good guys, right? Like the guys they're...
I've already explained this. The easiest counter to that is I want people to be punished. Well, she's abolitionist, so it's tough for her to say that. But like my perspective on it is simple. I want motherfuckers to be punished if they're doing a crime, okay? I don't want them to get a fucking free trip back home. What do you mean? Like, that is a way to explain this concept to the most reactionary people. Why? What do you mean? If someone is just like doing a rape, if someone has done a rape, you're just not going to put them in prison? You're just going to deport them? The fuck is wrong with you? You don't want there to be justice at all? I don't get it. I don't understand. Why do you want people to be punished? I don't know, man. I do think that, pedophilic rape should have some kind of sentence where, you're at least checked on, right? I know. I'm a fucking reactionary Nazi for this take. I know. Please, just stop. Please. Police don't do shit. I know. That's also a fucking problem. because I want them to do their fucking jobs. Do your fucking job. Do your job. Do your job. Do your job. Anyway, most of the people that are deported after doing a crime already are processed through the criminal justice system beforehand. People don't just like get, or at least in the past, people didn't just get deported without due process for merely being suspected of doing a crime. That's insane. It's fundamentally at odds with our Constitution. You have to go through the proper channels. Are black people anarchists for being prison abolitionists? Maybe. I mean, black people can be anarchists as well. I don't know what the fuck the question is. Are you saying that every single black person on the planet is a prison abolitionist? Is that the argument that you just advanced just now? Like black people are a monolithic force?
Picking up at Home Depot. He goes, that's not what we're talking about. Everyone agrees with that, generally speaking. We're not talking about the infraction, the administrative infraction of crossing the border. I'm saying, what if someone violates U.S. criminal law here? She says, well, we have a criminal justice system. Well, guess what? They're not ours. Send them back to where
You're trying too hard to sound normal, law. Dude, that is not a problem. That's a good thing. And you should all remember that. And you should do that too. Okay? You should also do that. That's not a bad thing. That's a very good thing, especially if you're messaging to a broader audience. Okay? Hello? The problem with policing is that as an institution, it was designed to protect the forces of capital. But in theory, it's supposed to protect the people. Okay? That's the problem with policing. Even anarchists are in favor of some form of policing, okay, that is at least democratically organized, you know, community policing or the like, whatever the fuck you want to call it, right? It's a normal part of societal existence. Of course, you're going to have a group of people that basically create the presence of law and order and also maintain law and order. The rules that we have all organized around, the social contract that we abide by. Someone's got to make sure that that's, you know, happening. All matter of authority is technically authoritarian. All matter of government is technically authoritarian. There's always going to be a guy who wants to do something that we as a society have collectively understood as bad. Okay? Not good, bad. You know, bad for the common good. For example, pedophilia. There's plenty of pedophiles out there. One of them is a president, okay? Many of them elites. They want to do pedophilia. We collectively have understood that that's a bad thing. It harms children. It harms the next generation. We've decided that it's illegal to do this, right? Someone's got to fucking, you know, grab the people that are doing it. The problem is the police don't actually grab the societal elites that are doing it, for example. That's a problem. That's an issue, right? A lot of people sincerely will act as though they're abolitionists or whatever the fuck, and then they nut every time they hear about another fucking billionaire CEO getting punished in China. They have decided, and I'm not saying there are zero abolitionists who are okay with pedophilia, man. I'm not saying abolitionists are okay with pedophilia. I'm asking the question, what do you do in that situation? Okay? What do you do in that situation? And it's not just pedophilia. Pedophilia is just like the most extreme version of it. Okay? Yes, the fuck you are. I love that I started off this conversation by defending Daria Lisa, saying that her position is actually much more moral than the overwhelming majority of Americans that want to fucking shoot you dead for stealing a Snickers bar from the gas station, especially if you're black. And you guys immediately had to make it an argument about the boundaries of abolition. we do it to ourselves, guys. We do it to ourselves. We're doing it right now. Okay?
They're from. That's like the 80-20 issue of our time.
Right.
And I think she is not going to win the primary. But something like that, you have to be even more forceful than just saying, yeah, we should talk about Medicare for all or something. The stuff around the criminal justice system is the most dangerous aspects, I think, of the DSA philosophy.
When the Bill Cosby scandal broke out or the Michael Jackson thing first popped up, people go, wow, this caught me by surprise. But you know who probably wasn't caught by surprise? And that's Mondami. He knew all this stuff before he said, I'm going to put all my weight behind her, even though she's an underdog. Why would someone who wants a promising future as mayor of New York City put it on the line, endorsing someone with these type of beliefs on the record?
I don't know. But I will say that I think that this surge in the socialism that we're seeing is not accidental. It's not coincidental. I think it ties directly back to the mismanagement of the economy that led to.
Criminal justice reform is one of the most difficult aspects to broach for the average American who, I'm sorry to say this, is an unvarnished reactionary of the fucking highest order. Okay? Wonderful people, kind people, people that you know, people that you love, people that you've lived with your whole lives will turn to Adolf Hitler on a fucking dime like a eugenicist psychopath the moment that we start talking about crime and punishment. This is a byproduct of this conversation. Okay? Anytime anybody has an opinion that is a little bit outside of the boundaries of the current existing permission structure, which is necessary to fucking move the needle, okay? To move the needle to a healthier place, because we have moved it in only one direction our whole fucking lives, which is a right-wing swing. That's why this country enslaves and houses 25% of the entire planet's incarcerated population, despite the reality that it's only 4% of the overall population, highest prisoner density per capita on the entire planet. Remember, we are the ones who constantly talk about North Korea, China, and all these other foreign adversaries. They're terrifying and dangerous. They're fucking jailing their political opposition. They're jailing you for sneezing in public, blah, blah, blah, all this shit. America literally is still far away the leader in incarceration, okay? And instead of taking a cold, hard look at this fundamentally broken system, we have decided, just like with gun violence, the best solution to the problem is to just lean into the problem and create more of that very same problem. And there is already an alternative, or at least a vision for a more just and more successful alternative that is not so far away from us. But just like the case with a little bit of social democracy, healthcare, for example, free healthcare, for example, we just close our eyes and plug our ears and go, la, la, la, la, la. That doesn't work around these parts, brother. I mean, look at places like Norway. Clearly, focusing on rehabilitation is far better for reintegration into normal civilian society, general population, for every single type of crime. Okay? There are obviously always going to be edge cases like Anders Breivik, for example. Anders Breivik is not getting out of prison anytime soon. He's just never going to get out. Although there is a 25-year limit to how long someone can stay in prison in a country like Norway, Anders Breivik is not getting out, because at the end of that 25-year sentence, there is a resentencing board that looks to see if this person has been adequately rehabilitated. And they say, no, you haven't been adequately rehabilitated. So they stay in prison. But the conditions, or is it 21 years, I think, not 25. But the prison conditions don't have to be torturous, because crime is not about, or the criminal justice system is not supposed to be about like torturing people. It's supposed to be about solving the problem of crime. Taking people away after they've done something heinous, no matter how heinous it might be, and trying to figure out why the fuck they did it and to ensure that they never do it again. But in the United States of America, we don't operate like that. And that draconian attitude exists in every facet of American existence. That's also low-key part of the reason why we have a draconian culture when it comes to social crimes, for example. Oh, you've been caught doing something or saying something bad. Doesn't matter if you were 14, doesn't matter if you were a child, doesn't matter if that person doesn't represent who you are now. Fuck you. I'm going to fucking reduce you back to that person that you no longer represent every single day of the fucking week. That is literally the exact same mentality that exists in the criminal justice system. Okay? A lot of you run around and make fun of woke 1.0, but then you also operate in the exact same way when it comes to someone who has done a crime. I think you're basically an abolitionist, but you have the wrong definitions in your head. No, man, I've read plenty of fucking abolitionist work, okay? Jesus Christ. I know what I'm doing. Some of you genuinely think the best possible way to propagandize is to be as impossible to fucking understand, okay? That's your goal. Your goal is to be like, my ideology is weird, okay? My ideology is strange. I'm not going to ever try to do advocacy for it. I'm just going to behave in a way that is like impossible to fucking understand. Anyway. That's not fair. Fuck you. I mean, you just accuse me of not knowing what I'm talking about and not reading. And then you got real mad and you said, propaganda is your job, not mine. Okay, well then don't tell me how to do my fucking job.
Sky high inflation over the last 5 or so years, beginning with COVID, escalating through the Biden administration. The one thing, I mean, there's a lot to be critical of in the DSA platform, but the one thing they are doing that I think...
I was canvassing with DSA. They said that nepotism got you where you are. What is the official response? It's fuck yeah, it did. Hell yeah, baby. Fuck you mean? I own it. What are you going to do about it? What am I going to do about it?
The broader Democratic umbrella party is failing to grasp is that dissatisfaction with the economy nationwide still remains the dominant driver of politics in this country. The majority of American voters still feel that the lived economy is very uncomfortable. They can't afford the same things that they used to be able to. And the Democratic Socialists have seized on that. They have.
Yeah, I wonder why. I wonder why the socialists would seize on capitalism's fundamental flaws. Perhaps it has something to do with the. Didn't you say you earn $30K a year? What, back when I worked as a nepotism recipient? Yes. Who gives a shit?
Identified that problem and tried to drive it home. Now, we can argue about, obviously, the policy solutions, right? But in terms of voters feeling like somebody is understanding the pain that they are feeling, they are hitting the nail on the head with this. And in that sense, it's not surprising that in New York and California, places like that, voters who, are left will skew farther left to embrace this kind of a thing. Also, remember, during the campaign, the last cycle, President Biden was criticized roundly for dismissing bad polling he was getting around the issue of affordability. He kept telling voters, including his own, that it was not as bad as it felt. It was not as bad as it seemed. The data didn't match up with what they were experiencing. And I think that was a big mistake. And that's why you're seeing this so-called surge right now, because these candidates have been around for a long time. They weren't breaking through. So now they're
in America, is a suicide mission to try to have a conversation on prison reform, cops, military, transgender people. That's another one. I mean, most of these, look, I'm sorry to say this, but yes, the overwhelming majority of Americans have never actually thought about these sorts of things at all. And there are certain issues that they've been so thoroughly propagandized against that it's impossible to fucking broach the subject matter. One of those issues is socialism, as a matter of fact. One of those is the alternative economic organization of society, also known as socialism. And it takes a long-ass fucking time to get Americans comfortable with this concept. I know we don't have a lot of time, okay? I know we don't have a lot of time, but we have to make do with what we currently have. We have to exhaust all readily available options. That's what this is. And now that socialism is doing numbers, these guys are fucking losing their minds over it.
Breaking through.
So, Tom, if you look at the Real Clear still, Mike Rogers, typical Republican, conservative Republican, is up or trailing by one to Al Saeed, who's another guy that is an extreme socialist. And if you look at Susan Collins is still trailing Plattner. So could this be a general election successful strategy?
Yes, and I think I'll combine that with your last question, which I'd like to take a crack at. Why would they do this? Why would Mamdani do something that is bad for the Democratic Party? AOC does it. Why? Because they don't care that it's bad for the Democratic Party. Because they are trashing the party. These people are party crashers.
Oh my God, these guys literally sound like Neera Tanden. Is this that account of that one guy who like constantly defends Jasmine Crockett on Twitter? The one who hates me? What is his name? Trouble Boy or something? Troublesome? What the fuck is I don't even fucking know. Neera Tanden? You're on Fox News.
They showed up at your party,
am.
Jessica. They brought their own booze. They're wrecking the place.
This is
and
Vince
they
Vaughn.
don't care. They don't care. They're going to take it down. So can you get rid of them? You can't. It's over. Your party has been invaded by socialists, and they will never get rid of them. The only thing they can do is carve the party in half. Let the socialists have their party.
Or we could beat them.
Well, go ahead.
possible.
Go up against them. But the thing is, they're too strong now. You let them in your party.
Jessica, who's the most popular Democrat? Barack Obama.
Probably Sanders. Barack Obama.
Guess who's mentoring Mamdani? Barack Obama.
Well, he read a storybook with him. With
But
some
they-
kids.
they-
you
he
have
pulled
to
them up right
embrace
away.
some of them. But listen, I'm a very dull corporate establishment Dem, right? In the main scheme of these things. But if you, like Jillian was talking about, if you turn your back on a movement of people with a lot of young people saying, I went and got this college degree, right? I can't get a good enough job. I can't afford to move out of my mom's
Obama the socialist.
basement, whatever it is. And you poo-poo all of their concerns. They're saying we need Medicare for all. You lose a generation, and that's true.
My favorite thing is when these guys have to forcibly recognize two realities. Number one, the economy is shit for so many people. It's just not working for people, right? And that's the reason why they're seeking out alternatives. And number two, now they have to make a distinction between Nancy Pelosi and communism. Okay? And I love that because for years, these guys were like, well, Nancy Pelosi is a communist. Everybody knows this. And now they're like, well, there's a distinction between socialism and someone who would call themselves a communist, and Nancy Pelosi is a reasonable, moderate Democrat. Like, they're on the retreat. Even if you're a liberal and you don't fucking appreciate socialism, you should probably appreciate what the mere mention of democratic socialism has done to Fox News discourse. Okay? Perhaps it's good that there are visions beyond what you think is just, what you think is apt, that is so terrifying to the opposition, so terrifying to the reactionary that it forces the reactionary to start revealing the truth that there is a distinction between fucking Nancy Pelosi and Zoran Mamdani and someone like myself.
On the right as well, Donald Trump recognized this the same way that Bernie Sanders.
Also, notice how if your talking points are identical to these reactionary monsters, when there's no daylight between your framework, your worldview, and the worldview of like the Fox 5, that should perhaps give you brief pause. No, that you are saying the exact same things that people are saying on the Republican Party side. That's weird. That's strange. Why is your worldview so similar to those guys all of a sudden? Look at that. They've turned into libtards overnight. They're like, oh, we need a strong Democratic Party, not this crazy nonsense. Yeah, you know who else used to say that? Motherfucking Nancy Pelosi about the Republicans.
So you think Mamdani's a great one, huh?
I do. I mean, did you see his Nick speech?
By the way, the more I see these like quote unquote anti-Zionist, quote unquote communist accounts all over Twitter, whose entire output revolves not around the ultra Zionist that they could be attacking in this unbelievably target-rich environment, but instead their entire output is dedicated to shitting on other anti-Zionists. The more I realize why there were certain ice picking incidents, okay, allegedly, that took place. Straight up. Anyway, let's take a look at Rokana on Bill Maher.
So you think Mamdani's a great one, huh?
I do. I mean, did you see his Nick speech? I mean, anyone
not the
who's
issue that most concerned me. I don't
it's
need.
worth a watch because the speech was not just about the Knicks. First of all, he like recites every Knicks player. I mean, I couldn't do that about the.
Who gives a shit about the Knicks? He's the mayor of New York.
Well, yeah, but he talks about how it's actually bringing people together. Trump voters, Mamdani voters, how it.
Dude, Bill Maher has basically endorsed Graham Plattner and has this level of disdain for Zohran Mamdani, who is objectively a more like effete liberal, right? Like Zohran Mamdani is suited for the taste of elite liberals, okay? He's so perfect for their taste, okay? He's a cosmopolitan. He's well-educated. He smiles all the time. He's not rugged in any way. And yet Bill Maher hates Zohran Mamdani, even though he forced himself to endorse Graham Plattner. Now, here's why it's important. Because Graham Plattner is also anti-Israel. Okay? So is Zohran Mamdani. But there's one factor that must be more triggering for Bill Maher. Old Bilbo Maher over here hates Zohran Mamdani seemingly more than he hates Graham Plattner. I wonder what it is. So many of these guys are just racist Islamophobes, dude. That's all it is. That's all it fucking is, okay? He's like, that's a scary Muslim guy. I hate him. Is there any Muslim person whom Bill Maher likes? Yeah, those former Muslims who are like, I left Islam and now I spend every waking moment being a servant of white supremacy and Islamophobia. He loves those guys. What's his name? God Saad. Or Aya Hershey Ali, right? That's the one, right? The one that was like son of Hamas. Sure.
Overcoming the odds. And he took a speech that was just about celebrating a championship, and he made something bigger about it. He's a talented.
Okay. Well, it doesn't make me forget
They
that
put
his
Mike
wife
on
loved
Fox
October
News?
7th attack on Israel, and that he pals around with terrorists.
No, come on. Have you had him on the show?
We ask people like that, Ro. They never come.
I'll talk to him. I think
I
he
would
should
love
come.
that. I think he should too.
I think he should come. You have a
I do too.
conversation. You have
I
a
would love to
conversation.
talk to
Ro should ask Bill Maher to have me on. Hold on. I'm gonna text him right now.
He's a smart guy, and I think you would find.
I'm not saying he's not a smart guy. He went to the White House.
Yeah.
I mean,
he took.
I know. He went there, but he can't come here.
Yeah. He should come here.
He should come here. Oh, so should AOC? So should all of the Democrats.
No, they should come. You don't bite. You're fine.
I voted for them, not him. But I mean,
he needs Trump's money though, and he doesn't need your money here, unfortunately.
Pals around with terrorists with a smear line Republicans used against Obama. Yeah. Wait, is that what Bill Maher said? He pals
on Israel, and that he pals around with terrorists.
Who are the terrorists he pals around with? I wonder who he's talking about. Who is the terrorist that Zohran Mamdani is palling around with? Who is Zohran Mamdani palling around with as a terrorist? This is not a criticism, but I feel like your personality would not mesh with his in a way that would be productive. What, Bill Maher? I know how to fucking schmooze, man. Don't you dare. If you want to see the segment, rewind 24 minutes.
Your life goes on uninterrupted because when you're
people is dangerous.
No, it's most likely that Janice Lewis George wins the mayorship of D.C. And it's probably the only shining light is that when she wins, President Trump can take over D.C. We cannot have a socialist mayor at the heart of our capital, of a capitalist nation. The rest of them, they're screwed. I'm going to say it for what it is. If you think they're bringing up new ideas, they're bringing up old ideas.
What's Bill Maher going to say? That I said America deserved 9/11? Are you fucking kidding me? He's the one reactionary in American politics who objectively can't say that about me, another media figure. You understand that, right? He can complain about like whatever he thinks I've said about October 7 or whatever. Bill Maher is the original 9/11 Andy. You guys know that, right? And he's such an original 9/11 Andy that he had his America Deserve moment literally the same week that 9/11 happened. So that's one avenue that he cannot broach. That would be very, very funny if he tried to bring that up and be like, hey, Bill, remember when you said the 9/11 attackers were brave? But then also, the other thing is like, I'm a schmoozer. I know how to fucking schmooze, especially with media figures. Okay. So it's not, that's not a problem for me at all.
That are over 100 years old that failed. It's called Soviet, Mao. It's every version of socialism, pseudo-communism that ever existed. Find me the one successful society out of so.
Oh, here
we deserve representation.
They're pushing extreme far-left policies from taxing the rich and radical climate legislation to abolishing ICE altogether. 6 of their candidates have a real shot at taking office, and they're not afraid to shout their socialist screeds.
The man that he's accusing of being a terrorist that Zohran Mamdani did a campaign stop with is a very famous imam in New York. You know who else also did a campaign stop with him? Michael fucking Bloomberg. Is Bill Maher complaining about Michael fucking Bloomberg being a terrorist? No, of course not. And the dude is not a terrorist anyway. He's an unindicted. He's not even indicted. They grabbed him in the fucking dragnet.
I support the city-owned grocery store. We deserve representation that's going to fight for the needs of our community, that's going to fight to win housing for all.
What I also want to do is to build out a citywide crisis response, unarmed crisis response team.
We need universal health care in this country.
Medicare for all includes, gender affirming care.
ICE can't be reformed. It can't be retrained. It has to be abolished.
Right now, using the curfew as a tool for our young people is dangerous. It is dangerous because we have mass ICE agents who are in our city.
David, you just chimed in. I'm going to hear what you have to say about it.
Michael from Fox News, dude. He's made it. I didn't miss it. I saw it when he was interviewing Claire Valdez.
No, it's most likely that Janice Lewis George wins the mayorship of D.C. and it's probably the
just this week with Mayor Katie Wilson. They have a really high tax rate, payroll tax, and they were taking a look at what the impacts were. 30,000 jobs lost as a result. Office vacancy rate increased to 32%. Meanwhile, in nearby Bellevue, Washington, none of these problems existed because they didn't have the same payroll tax. But what really troubled me about this report is that Fox News Digital, we reached out to Mayor Katie Wilson in Seattle. She took a look at the data and she had an opportunity to comment, and she did, to her credit, but she doubled down and defended it and credited this payroll tax with helping the city. So, Joey, to answer your question, I don't really know
what's going to change things, because we know that these policies don't work. We're seeing the consequences in cities like New York, cities like Seattle. It's just going to take, I think, people having to live through some of these to actually vote in the ballot, in the ballot box, rather than just voting with their feet and leaving.
Yeah, Tom, one has to wonder why these candidates are making way in places like D.C., New York, Seattle, Los Angeles, why these Democrat socialist candidates are. And maybe it's the quality of Democrat candidate, our little, I guess you could call him our double agent, Harry Enton over at CNN, the pollster, who always delivers bad news for Democrats. This is what he had to say about it.
Why we're seeing these Democratic socialists having such good chances or outright winning nominations is take a look here. Net favorability among Dems. Democratic Socialists of America, look at that. A plus 17-point net favorability rating among Democrats.
Yeah, I don't know why they, yeah, there you go, dude. Wear a fucking suit, Mike. God damn it. It's time to be more presentable, okay? Now that you're also getting clipped on Fox News, it's time for you to wear a fucking suit too. The East cities of Seattle are gentrified the fuck beyond sauceless. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, I don't really understand why these guys care so much. Why the fuck do they care so much about democratic socialism? It's happening on the other side, you know? All right, let's do the rise of online cruelty. From friend of the show, HasanAbi head Ben Hoerman.
Remember when YouTube was just this? A platform of self-expression. A platform without legacy media flooding your recommendations. No television-level production with the main intention to just generate profit.
I mean, to be fair, when YouTube was just that, it was probably just as racist, if not more racist. Okay? I do have to admit that, because I'm not going to go back to 2007 YouTube and be like, well, that was the beacon of progressive prosperity and good politics.
Good times, man. So, did Mr. Beast ruin YouTube? While I certainly missed the times when YouTube was just about that, you broadcasting yourself, I think someone like Mr. Beast was simply inevitable. Mr. Beastification is the natural progression of a platform driven by spectacle and profit.
Fair. That type of racism was just for the love of the game. Now it's monetized is true. I mean, I think I think a lot of people were just uneducated, had fucking reactionary beliefs and racist, sexist, homophobic opinions, and they would just blurt it out. But somewhere along the line, YouTube realized that it's really good for the algorithm if someone is specifically doing that for visibility. Okay? And obviously there was the whole Joe Rogan pipeline, the Joe Rogan Experience pipeline that went all the way to the furthest right corners, race realists and neo-Nazis galore. And then there was at least a little bit of pushback during Woke 1.0, where people like myself started popping up, H-Bomber guy, all these people started popping up. There was a whole bread tube era. Probably not the best reaction or response to this barrage of reactionary opinions. Let's be real, right? And now we're back in this predicament where there are still so many quote unquote apolitical guys who just are not apolitical at all. They're just right wing, or they lean into right wing sentiment, or they know that they have plenty of right wing audience members, so they never dare attack right-wing opinions. And there's no such restraint when it comes to identifying and attacking left-wing opinions. This creates, once again, that exact same disparity that existed in the initial wave of apolitical centrist to far-right pipeline that existed on YouTube. There are a lot of people who don't necessarily have reactionary opinions, but if that's what they're being inundated with, they inevitably start thinking, well, this is the only normal kind of politics. Yeah, I probably would agree with someone like Hasan on virtually everything, but I'm ashamed to admit that because everyone around me is watching content that reinforces the narrative that this guy ain't shit. He's bad. He's a hypocrite. He's an awful person. And that is how you create a new wave of loyal servants of the right. People who have no intellectual curiosity about a world beyond this limited confine, the limited confines of center right to far right content. It sucks.
But there's always one key part that's missing when I see content romanticizing about the old days of YouTube, or even the internet as a whole. What happens when platforms only driven by spectacle and profit become unstoppable forces? Not just the rise of corporate soulless love colonizing your time, but most importantly, the rise of cruelty. What happens when drama meets real life? In this film, we go through the various stages of structural online cruelty, ending with who I think could be considered as one of the main architects responsible for the rising online cruelty and therefore the rise of political.
Yeah, there is this reality as well. Right-wing talking points is labeled as just being a normal guy. Leftist talking point is you are talking about politics. Yes. Right-wing politics is never seen as political unless it reaches beyond the confines of permissible bigotry, right? Like unless someone is like straight up saying like black people are awful, yada, yada, yada, that sort of thing. If they stay within a comfortable level of permissible bigotry where they say, you know what, I don't hate black people, obviously, but they are kind of aggressive and they're poor and they're violent. So obviously we need to do like some level of policing. After all, the alternative is no policing whatsoever, right? I mean, that's so silly. Look at the left. Look at the left. Look at the left. The left is crazy. The left is crazy. That is actually right-wing propaganda. And yet, most people don't read that as right-wing propaganda. They read that as apolitical. They're like, oh, this is an apolitical guy who also is saying the things I'm thinking. And there's a lot more room to breathe in the right-wing direction. Sometimes you can even go further beyond that. Sometimes you can make like dangerous memes, edgy memes, born out of statistical inaccuracies, like 1350, right? That's the next layer. But even then, if someone were to point to that and go, 1350, what are you talking about? And you say, 13% of black people, or 13% of the population is black. They're responsible for 50% of the crimes, which is, again, a total misunderstanding of the data in and of itself, but it doesn't matter. People will go, okay, that corresponds to my internal, my social conditioning, what I do know about society from all the stereotyping and all the things that I've learned. So I'm going to give you a lot more leeway. I'm going to give you a lot more grace when you say this sort of stuff. And at worst, if you're caught or called out, you can just say you're simply joking. Why do you have to be so sensitive? I'm just joking, right? That is the reason why there is just so much bandwidth on the right. You can go further and further and further to the right, and most people will still perceive you as apolitical. Whereas if you are on the left in any capacity where you're like, why are we being so fucking weird about trans people? We go, whoa, you fucking political monster. Don't you know they're weird pedophile groomers? And no, I'm not talking about the president or Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. I'm talking about random queer people. The fuck? That's politics. Just as Call of Duty is never an inherently political video game, even though it's literally about the military-industrial complex, it's only political when there's a black woman on the cover. Things that are political only go in one direction. It takes a lot for something to be considered political for normies on the right. You have to go above and beyond and say heinous shit and hope that the average person at least has enough knowledge, enough understanding of white supremacy and numerous other social constructs and social conditioning for them to pick up on what you're saying as being objectively right-wing propaganda, right-wing agitative slopaganda. Takes a lot of reading. Takes a lot of discipline. Takes a lot of empathy for others, strangers, to be on the left. It's not an easy process.
Cruelty worldwide. Cruelty itself has always been part of the internet. I'm not naive. We all know what the internet is capable of. Like, I don't know if you can remember this, but the case of Amanda Todd. Eyeballed, I know, predatory content creators, swatting, lolcows, doxing cases, and so on. What I want to highlight is the scale and industrialization of online cruelty. How it developed from isolated, unmonetizable, largely publicly despised cases to normalized industrialization of monetizable cruelty. And honestly, this whole video was inspired by this clip from XQC.
You guys are naming people that are like sex offenders and out there racist and fucking like fucking people that promote harm and shit. Yo! That's not canceled! That's the law! That's the fucking law!
Yeah, it's kind of wild that that same guy who has this 10-10 clip, perfect, no notes, then became a fucking monster himself.
When you do a crime, you go to jail! You're not canceled! You're a criminal!
Which, you know, is ironic.
Yeah.
When talking about drama channels, I don't mean like daily commentary channels like Charlie or Pyrocynical. I'm primarily talking about drama channels, who either disguise their bullying as criticism on channels solely dedicated to character assassinations and harassment campaigns.
Wow. Wow, it kind of feels like I'm seeing a lot of my ops in here. Seen a lot of my ops in here. Interesting. Pegaslop, my biggest fan. More Pegaslop.
Either disguise their bullying as criticism on channels solely dedicated to character assassinations and harassment campaigns. You have to understand that an entire...
He got caught. Please stop. Permaban. Please stop. New lawsuit. Finally done. Finally done. New lawsuit. The N-word. He got caught. Life ruined. Permaban. He's suing. I'm broke. Every single one of these videos is the exact same. Every single one. And every single one of them gets 200,000 views. Which means that people literally come in for that same exact slop every day of the fucking week. I'm broke. Please stop. I fucking quit.
Your industry exists solely focused on destroying someone's life. An industry that was especially thriving during the Gamergate era. And surprise, surprise, it of course disproportionately targeted women online, with the most famous target of countless harassment campaigns being Pokemon.
So when you say your issues, like that's like a heavy word. Like what do you mean by issues?
For starters, do you know how I can prevent myself from crying during this?
Let me start with this. What's wrong with crying?
I've just been crying a lot.
When we look at maybe the most prominent cases of drama channels like Keemstar or Leafy, we see the real-life consequences this can cause. For ruining a man's life for being wrongly accused of being a pedophile, to laughing at people with mental health problems until it's too late.
Look, I do dark humor and I don't kill people like you do sometimes.
Targeted women oftentimes have a specialized form of harassment they have to deal with. Sexualization.
Yep.
This level of cruelty can literally drive someone to ending their life. This cancerous spread of targeted hatred is unfortunately the logical consequence.
And that lolcowing and mass harassment of women. Mass harassment of women has always been like a primary motivator on the internet. It was far more normalized even back in the day, especially during Gamergate, where it reached its like, not peak necessarily because it's far worse now, but lolcowing is a very specific type, like A-logging, lolcowing. This type of shit only existed in like far right internet forums where people could anonymously cyberstalk, dox, and actively try to ruin the lives of people that they were, targeting. Oftentimes they'd find like someone who's autistic, someone who might be trans, right? And some of these websites literally have leaderboards of like who they've been able to drive to suicide, right? It's really dark shit. Except that used to be in, like, you used to have to look for that kind of thing if that was your freak, if that is what satisfied your freakish nature, right? Nowadays, there are entire communities, yes, cyberbullying. There are entire communities dedicated to cyberbullying with content creators that generate income, generate revenue off of cyberbullying other content creators. And it's kind of crazy because most of those people that make a living off of that are unbelievable villains, right? Like, they're heinous monsters. And when I say this, I'm not like exaggerating. So many of them have sexual assault charges, like serious allegations of grooming, lawsuits, like a litany of lawsuits they have to deal with from their victims. And yet their community doesn't give a shit because they are only there. They're only invested. They only generate a sense of community off of targeting others. Okay. Half of the people that are engaging in this also, just like back in the day when people were A-logging on kiwi farms or whatever, the people that are engaging in this are also autistic shut-ins themselves. But that's besides the point.
Consequence. When hate just makes a ton of money. On a larger scale, this gets particularly frustrating when drama overshadows real-life tragedies. Large tragedies being turned into content farmed for online drama. Like in Cuba, doctors are manually operating ventilators in order to keep babies alive. And all online people care about is a rich socialist staying at a 5-star hotel in Cuba. Like, do you hear yourself? Children are being murdered with your tax money by a pedophile rapist president. You privileged canceling woke moralists. I don't care who delivers help, they need help. Where is Mr. Beast? I truly believe that most of them aren't doing this with a calculated, cold-hearted motive. I believe they are so hyper online that they simply cannot fathom real-life suffering anymore. Content demons. It's become physically impossible for them to show empathy anymore. If that's not the case, there can only be one other reason why you would focus on a meaningless drama online instead of real-life suffering. Wait, let's look at the drama channels here again. Do you notice something? Mostly the same targets, same talking points. What do a lot of these targets have in common? Woke progressives, if not even leftists. Do these drama channels, or should I even say channels solely focused on grifting, have a political agenda maybe?
Yes.
I mean, when looking at the Gamergate era, it's not a too far-fetched idea, right? What started as meaningless, apolitical online.
Do you think it affects the youth most now because they are entering socials when bullying is so mainstream? Abso-fucking-lutely. 100%. And it causes them to have like these insane opinions that are not grounded in any sort of political education, any sort of political theory, where they will literally, there are probably a shit ton of people who are pro-Palestine, but are also like Aiden Ross fans, right? Aiden Ross community is probably all pro-Palestine. They all most likely have a litany of different, very reactionary opinions on the subject matter, even though they've arrived at the correct position on the most important one, right? All of that stuff happens because they're being inundated with like these insane, they're consuming some of the worst fucking content on a daily basis. And this is what is driving their political education, which leads to this like insanely incoherent worldview where on the one hand, they're like, yeah, I hate bitches. I hate women. Women ain't shit. I'm also pro-Palestine, but also because the Jews are doing the genocide and you know, at the same time, like we should have healthcare, but also at the same time, like everyone that's advancing that agenda is a woke libtard who I fucking hate. Yeah. The internet culture right now for young people is very cop-coded. They love spending their time enforcing invented norms, rules, speech policing, call-outs, cringe clips, etc. Yes, that too. It goes back to the draconian nature of Western society, but especially Americans. And Americans obviously are guiding what the rest of the world consumes. We produce so much content, we produce so much culture that the rest of the world consumes. So we end up basically redefining people's societal attitudes as well.
Drama delves deeper and deeper into right-wing culture war talking points with clear definitions of.
You've always said women have always had it worse than you in terms of targeting. Do you still feel the same, even post October 7? Yes. Who has had it worse than me? Who's had it worse than me? Morgan, Denims, Casey Tron. So yes. Yes, of course. It's literally, that's the only group of people unconditionally, they get worse hatred than I do. That receive it so much worse than I do.
Groups and outgroups. You could say that the drama channels are basically just the new tabloids, like
it's been
TMC
happening
or The
since
Sun.
you started
But in the
streaming
creative
too. What is
side,
this?
Mixing harassment campaigns with
What is this?
As though being a fucking socialist or a leftist on social media, especially on a fucking reactionary dumbass platform like Twitch, is any benefit to me. Any benefit to me whatsoever. If being a reactionary, if being a socialist was actually a fucking positive, was actually going to make me a larger media personality, then you wouldn't be fucking catering to the dumbasses in your fucking chat all day, Train. You probably wouldn't, right? I don't think you're a reactionary alt-right dipshit, but you present yourself as one in most instances when you're trying to talk about political subjects. I wonder why. Because you understand that being a fucking reactionary around gamers and incels is absolutely the fucking cash cow. So don't fucking turn around and call me a goddamn fucking fake or a phony when I've been doing this shit before you were fucking farming Omega laws in whatever the fuck that other Mitch dude's chat, okay? Fuck this shit. I'm out.
Not much has changed, it seems. Look at that. Yeah. Insanely consistent. And the attacks are also the same. And back then, I wasn't fucking popping either. I mean, I had a fucking daily sub goal of like, this is busted. It's not even correct. It wasn't like a daily sub goal of 100. Yes, I was talking about Trainwrecks TV. Only thing changing is you aging and your hair turning into like a grandpa. The fuck? Bro, 7 years ago, everyone would still be like, you're a fucking woke moralist, grifter, phony. You're faking your political worldview. You're faking your political opinions. Always right too early. Always right, but too early. And you get used to it, okay? You get used to it. Look at that.
social relationships, creates a potion that gets life-threatening real quick.
How do you not have a cynical view of the world after doing this for so many years? You want to know why I don't have a cynical view? Because back then I had like, what, 1,000 fucking viewers. Now I have 30,000. I just did the work. I just kept pushing through. I just kept combating reactionary opinions on the internet in some of the most right-wing circles on the internet. And guess what? I was right. I knew that there were always people out there who felt like they were just leaning into this shit because everyone else was leaning into it. Okay? That's it. I always knew that people were far more empathetic in the real world than the way that they presented themselves online. Online interaction, especially anonymous interaction, breeds cruelty. That's why I firmly believe, genuinely believe that everyone's got a little socialist dog in them. It's just, it's about unlocking that potential. The power of socialism is that we understand why the world the way it is. Cynicism and doomerism is just your liberalism dying. We believe the world will be better, and that's what it means to be on the left. Socialism will win. It's not a question. Yes.
Especially when the target has no security team around them, or if there's an ideological agenda mixed into it. This is a ticking time bomb. This level of harassment is only possible due to other platforms fostering this kind of toxic culture, like 4chan, Reddit, or X, the Everything app. The rise of astroturfing the timeline with often out-of-context clips from clip farms fuels the drama and rage bait even more, giving these channels more content to weaponize. Which forces us to enter a whole other level of degeneracy online. Streaming. Specifically. Damn, that was fucked up, man. You know what's also fucked up? Data brokers. That's what I call a smooth transition. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring this video.
You get used to being disappointed. I got into a fist fight because I called W a monkey for invading Iraq back in 2003. Yeah, I've also said this over and over again. Like, if you're a socialist, especially in the imperial core, especially in the United States of America, okay, like you have to realize that you're going to take a lot of L's. You're going to be constantly disappointed. Okay? You should never expect someone to automatically agree with you. What the fuck are we talking about? You're not a liberal. You're not a right-winger. Why would you ever expect someone to automatically agree with you? My expectation is that most people are probably going to either not understand my worldview at all or vehemently disagree with it. So I'm always pleasantly surprised when someone is in agreement with my worldview.
For my bachelor's in design, I actually built a concept around how big data collects and saves our data. That was honestly the first time I
Yes, this guy's a HasanAbi head. Yes,
really
Ben
understood how much
head.
of our data isn't just being stored, but also being used to build detailed profiles on us. Our politics, what we buy, what we believe in, who we are, your income, which is particularly embarrassing, all of it being legally sold. The companies doing this are called data brokers. There are actually over hundreds of data brokers out there, collecting your name, address, employer, political beliefs, and so on. Sometimes even information about your loved ones. All this is happening without you ever agreeing to it. That would be weird. As part of my bachelor's research, I found out that removing yourself manually would take hundreds of hours, and after that they just recollect everything anyway. Incogni fixes this. You give them permission to act on your behalf, they automatically contact all those brokers and demand its removal. And brokers actually have to comply because of laws and rules and stuff. What's especially nice, the custom removals feature. If you find a specific website exposing your personal information, you can just send Incogni the link and an actual human privacy expert gets it taken down. Not an automated request, a real person handling exactly that page. Go to incogni.com/Herman and use code Herman for a 60% off an annual plan with a 30-day money-back guarantee. Click the link below and claim your 60% off. Thank you once again to Incogni for sponsoring this video. Where was I? Hey, remember the height of prank content on YouTube? Casual racism, assault, sexual harassment, even arrest for fake bomb threats? Now imagine this type of entertainment being even way worse and live streamed on one of the biggest streaming platforms that exists, Kick. Kick was created as a competitive platform to Twitch under the umbrella of free speech and marketed as the creator-first alternative with a 95-5 revenue split. Kick began to gain massive popularity after the company and co-founder Trainwreck started paying streamers on Twitch millions of dollars to migrate over to them. Most notably XQC, Aiden Ross, and Drake? Yeah, he apparently loved to stream online gambling and got paid $100 million per year. But Kick's creation wasn't of course about goodwill or an ideological stance on free speech. Kick was founded after Twitch began to ban gambling streams on the platform. Who were the most prominent gambling streamers on Twitch? Trainwrecks, XQC and Aiden Ross. But wait, paying millions of dollars to streamers, 95-5 revenue split, where does all that money come from? Well, who founded Kick? Next to Trainwrecks, Ed Craven and Bijan Tehrani, co-founders of Stake.com. an online gambling platform. So the company's goal is fairly easy to calculate. The more people are on Kick, the more people could migrate over to Stay.com. So ad revenue isn't their only main income stream, it's also online gambling. The more attention Kick generates, the more profit it potentially generates. And the fact that most of the viewers are minors is of course just a cool fun fact.
I ain't turning down $100 million, bro. You got me fucked up, brother. I'll go on there and I will crypto gamble 24/7, dude. At that point, man, it's the parents' fault. You got me fucked up. Them kids, dude. Fuck them kids.
More in line with the previously mentioned prank content, you have the likes of Neon or Jack Doherty, who dedicated their entire online presence to being a public nuisance. It's obvious that by being a provocative they hope for any sort of escalation, so the moment can get clipped and distributed by paid clip farmers on platforms like Reddit or X, the Everything app. This will boost their virality and attention, therefore more profit. And as the good old prank videos, this type of content is always filled with edginess, racism, or any sort of hate speech.
You're gonna burn in fucking hell, you Jewish.
And if being a walking sewage isn't enough for you, well then we could go a step further, into abuse.
W in the chat if we should go and punch him up. They all want him to get punched up.
A man arrived.
My name's Harrison. Excuse me, my friend.
Then, sensing something was up, tried to leave as HS's hangers-on kicked him and rained punches down on his head. They accused him of being a predator. I had no way of knowing if this could be true.
Vitali, a dinosaur in a content creation space and known for his old prank and harassment content on YouTube, is nowadays known for his predator hunting content, trying to catch and secretly film alleged predators. This, as you could imagine, has led to various cases of physical abuse or cultivating an environment that's...
Dude, everything is so fucked up. Like, how do we look at this stuff and we're just like, this is going in a positive direction? I mean, seriously. It's so fucking ass.
Well, let's say hostile. And if you thought he does the public a favor, this has been proven time and time again that this form of justice only worsens the problems it's trying to solve. And also, by the way, if you really thought this is about his moral conscience of catching pedophiles...
Who did you vote for?
What?
Who did you vote for?
What do you think I voted for?
Kamala?
I did.
Oh, of course, it makes sense. Usually all of them are pedos.
Oh, you're going on a pedos?
Yeah.
Not the president and the Jeffrey Epstein, all that stuff?
No, there's no proof on that.
Yeah, there's no proof of that.
Yeah, because every time we catch a predator, they voted for Kamala Harris. I haven't met a Trump...
Speaking of sex crimes and pedophilia, yes, this is also a widespread thing that's happening on Kick. From stream to minors to sexual harassment or even filming the act without the knowledge or consent of the woman and distributing it to the fans via Discord.
Yeah. It's kind of wild that like people now know Kick is like pedophile hunting. Like as a platform where they're doing like quote unquote pedophile hunting. Some of those are like obviously, you know, I assume hired. But there are literally active pedophile rapists on the platform. Like there are content creators who are distributing and generating child sexual abuse material on the platform in their Discord servers. Like that was when Kick first started, there were a bunch of content creators. The meta was you go on these platforms where underage girls are on the platform and you try to quote unquote riz them up. I can't believe I'm saying this. It's disgusting. But they were trying to groom minors into sharing nudes that they would then download and paywall in their Discord. CSAM that they fucking basically paywalled that they would get off of like Omegle and all these other like randomized chat apps. That's what they used to do. I assume they still do it.
I'm 16. How old are you?
Yeah, this guy.
Yes. 14? 15? Damn, that's perfect. You can stand up.
I play with that little 8th grade play.
Wait, listen, how old are you? I'm 19. Oh.
Yeah, these are the guys. These are the guys that literally do it.
I'm 16.
You said 18?
Yeah.
You could still write this off as edgy pedo jokes. I don't know who the fuck would do that, but you could. It goes beyond making jokes.
Yeah, another right but too early moment for me was when I warned Train about unregulated platforms devolving into Nazi pedophile cesspools. When Kick first started, I told Train very publicly, I was like, look, man, more competition in the streaming space is good for all streamers. Okay? That means that like Twitch has to be a more competitive platform, offer better contracts to his content creators, not drop the ball as much. Okay? So I don't necessarily have an issue with a new competitive platform being born in this field. But I have to warn you that you guys are not regulating your platform at all because you want growth. And when you have an unregulated platform, when there's no TOS, when there's no moderation, it's going to turn into a neo-Nazi infested shithole filled to the brim with pedophiles. And lo and behold, that's precisely what fucking happened with Kick. Okay? That is exactly what happened with Kick. Another moment of being right, but too early. One of the craziest parts about this is like all of the warnings that I issued to both Train and XQC and numerous others, obviously at the time were not well received by these people because they were about to fucking generate $100 million contracts, right? So they were like, shut the fuck up. And they basically farmed endless amounts of hate off of me, endless amounts of hate off of Pokimane. They negatively polarized their audiences against myself, against Pokimane, and many others. And what's really interesting is their community obviously also went along with that. They were like, the Hasan thing was a huge meme. They were so mad. Their audiences were so mad. And what's even more interesting is many in their audiences, whether due to their own personal suffering as a consequence of, the gambling debt that they incurred, or, a loved one incurring similar, falling by the wayside for addiction, they all literally started agreeing with the initial warning that I had delivered, but they never actually turned around and were like, yeah, why do I fucking hate this Hasan guy? They just never forgot that they hate me, but now they also hate XQC too. It's so strange. It's when I realized, like, people never forget how you made them feel. It's not about what you're saying. It's not about being right. It's about how you make people feel. Okay? So even if those guys now agree with me that, the old XQC, the old juicer, bring back the old juicer, the old XQC is so much more fun. The new XQC is a far worse person and gambling addiction and all the money that he got from the gambling sponsorships certainly played a role in this, which is exactly what I was warning about. They still to this day will be like, yo, you're a terrorist and you fucking actually hurt XQC's feelings, even though I agree with your analysis now. We'll say I didn't like you for a while, but that's dumb. We're all on the same side. Oh, it happens.
It's about pedophilia.
Are you 20?
No, I'm not 20.
Are you 18?
A little younger.
Okay, I'll accept 17. You're 17?
Yeah.
What about you show me your titties? It's a better idea.
I'll show you a picture.
See my screen?
Yep. Unfortunately, I can. Is that a 12-year-old? You know what?
Bro, that girl just told you she was a sexual assault survivor, and your next question was, how many bodies do you have?
Wait, was it? On God?
He goes on Omegle just to get girls to expose themselves so that he can secretly screen record it and post it onto a Discord server under an NSFW channel. That is his content.
To be fair here, all PDF files mentioned here have been banned on Kick, but arguably way too late, and many others are still on the platform. This is just what happens when a platform has little to none moderation, cultivates a culture based on outrage, rage bait, and scandals in order to make as much profit as possible.
An investigation has been launched after a French streamer died taking part in a live broadcast on the online platform Kick.
46-year-old Raphael Gravin, also known as Jean Pomenov to his online followers. He had 600,000 followers on the likes of TikTok, also a big audience on the video streaming site Kick, and it was there where he was reportedly taking part in a 10-day marathon live video.
This was
when
so
he
bad.
died in his sleep near Nice on Sunday nights.
And I'm really only scratching the surface here. If you want a deep dive into the degeneracy of Kick content, I highly suggest watching Jay Aubrey, Jabroni, Something About Chickens, and more great creators highlighting this issue. So we have a streaming platform that heavily drives off loose moderation, edgy content, normalizing racism, hate speech, transphobia, homophobia, anti-Semitism, assault, pedophilia, sex crimes, distribution of CP, and more. That has even led to a live stream death of a man who was assaulted for days in front of a live audience, with little to no consequences for the streamers. While the founder of Kick can oftentimes be seen engaging with this type of content, only for them to make even more money of potentially driving minors into gambling addictions, an addiction notorious for ruining thousands, if not millions of lives, leading to even worse addictions or worse. So,
why isn't any other independent media showed what's really going on? I haven't seen this anywhere else but on here. What do you mean? Dog, every fucking outlet, every outlet in independent media on political Twitter, and also even down to fucking CNN, is sponsored by Kalshi, Polymarket, and numerous other versions of this exact same thing. They all get paid. They all get sponsored and they all get paid. And that also creates a lot of animosity with people like myself because I'm seen as someone who's fucking up the bag for them. Just as the initial wave of gambling sponsored streamers, who I used to be friends with, by the way, like good friends with, close friends with, all developed tremendous amounts of fucking hatred towards me and towards Pokimane, and farmed a lot of outrage, manufactured a lot of drama, manufactured a lot of hatred on my fucking name, did so not because they had sincerely held disagreements, but because they did not want people to listen to what I had to say. Because if people were charitably encountering my content and then they heard me talk about the dangers of gambling addiction, then all of a sudden their audience is going to be like, well, wait a minute, this guy that you're friends with, who I am also charitable to, is actually making a lot of sense about gambling addiction. They're going to fucking turn around and confront their own content creators. And in an effort to cut that, they just chopped people like myself up. The same angst or the same animosity exists because virtually everyone is sponsored by Prize Picks, fucking Kalshi, and numerous other versions of gambling sponsorships. That's what it is. Everyone is sponsored by it, and therefore everyone has a shared interest in making sure that nobody else fucks up the bag. Everyone else has a shared interest in ensuring that no one turns around and says, this stuff is actually really bad. This is not good at all. We're just like selling vices to people.
how can it get even worse?
Even Destiny's doing Polymarket ads now. You're probably the only political content creator who doesn't promote this shit now. No, literally. This is how people get an ownership stake in this kind of thing. You force your way in, even if people are, everybody has a price, right? That's the meta. That's the concept. And if you can actually buy out every single person that would otherwise turn around and say they don't fuck with this thing, that they think it's bad, then they can all unite. They can all unite around their shared hatred, not for my ideology necessarily. Some of them are obviously ideologically opposed to my worldview, but many others are actually uniting because they see someone like myself as a spoiler, right? Yeah, I become their biggest enemy online because I stand by my morals, stand by my principles. If you're a principled person in a sea of unprincipled people, well, you're going to fucking make everybody else look bad by design. And therefore, everybody else has to create an environment where you're the villain. It's actually good to be unprincipled. It's actually good to fucking make the bag, no matter what the cost is, no matter what the externalities are, no matter what the excesses are, no matter what kind of harm you're spreading. Everyone is actually a hypocrite at the end of the day. This guy is too. And if we can't find something hypocritical, we'll just invent it. We'll just invent something so that people don't actually fucking listen to this guy or encounter his commentary in a charitable manner. Yes, it is a reminder of Matt Christman's Zen fascism. This is what Republicans do all the time. Where Republicans will always say, like, look, you're a beneficiary to the system too. Why are you trying to fucking change it? Why are you trying to constantly complain and make changes in the system? You're benefiting from it as well. Just shut the fuck up and enjoy it, dude. Just enjoy the bounties of being in the Imperial Core. Enjoy the bounties of not having been born on the other side of the fucking boundary, on the other side of the border wall. Right? Just eat the fucking cheeseburger, do the gambling ad, and shut the fuck up. And take the money. Why won't you take the money? They're giving you the money for free. All you got to do is just suck it the fuck up and be like, yeah, I love gambling. It's awesome. It's actually really good. It's the best way to generate, some disposable income. It's the best way to reach upward social mobility. That's what it is. They are basically they're basically enticed to buy into the system. So if you're one of the few people that's on the outside, even though they're constantly trying to bring you in and you're like, I'm good, thank you, right? Ironically enough, that is the real quote unquote red pill, right? The real red pill is to not buy into any of this shit and to be like, I think this is fucked up. I'm going to try. It's virtually impossible for me to live a completely moral life. No human being is perfectly moral. No human being is a saint. Everyone is imperfect. But if you just, as long as you try to live by these standards, as long as you try to live by these values you've set for yourself, you should be doing quite all right. And people fucking freak out at that. They're like, what are you talking about? There's so many opportunities to generate more income, generate more values. What the fuck would you do that? That's why they will lean into anything they can find. They'll be like, oh, well, Hasan, you used to run ads when you had a contract with Twitch. It's like, yeah, of course. Why is that antithetical to my fucking worldview? Oh, dude, Hasan, you fucking stream on Twitch. It's an Amazon company. You're benefiting from Amazon's web services. It's like, well, it's impossible for me to find an alternative that is ethical. It's just these guys, billionaires and capital owners, own every fucking avenue. Every avenue to disseminate information is owned in private hands. What am I supposed to do? Fucking print out pamphlets at the commune and just like distribute them by hand by the, give them all, distribute these pamphlets by hand to people with the hopes that they read it? It's ridiculous, right? My homeless coworker also got addicted to gambling apps while he was using. It's all for profit. They don't care how vulnerable the people they hurt are, how successful. It preys on desperation, of course. And there are a lot more desperate people nowadays because capitalism is just robbing everybody blind.
That. Well, when it comes to ruining someone's life, it can't. I mean, we are talking about abuse, distribution of revenge, and CP here. Even a death. So now we've reached a point where we have to go on a more structural, broader level, a more abstract form of cruelty that can influence entire generations, causing real-life domino effects that has the potential to change the lives of millions. There is an ideological pipeline that could start with drama channels or kick type of content that could lead to more extremist ideologies. While there are various creators potentially responsible for the radicalization of mostly young men, I want to highlight one of Kick's biggest streamers here. The guy who, by the way, advocated for a lot of those previously named streamers to be unbanned.
Yeah.
Aiden Ross.
Another judge me by my enemies. Holy shit. This is literally just a wall to wall. This is just wall to wall. All of my biggest ops, dude.
Just to be clear, I am 100% not saying that Aiden is somehow worse than the Kick streamers I've mentioned. And in fact, he's far from that. The reason why I want to mention him now is because of his responsibility of spewing and normalizing an ideology that could potentially end up affecting generations, leading to a more radicalized path.
Andrew! I love you. I mean, like, I love you. I mean, I love you, man. Like, you don't, I know you have a good heart. I love him, bro. I love him with all my heart. I missed you. You got bigger and you got stronger. And also sexier. A massive... I could just tell you have a good heart. You have good intentions. How could you not smile, XQ? He's great. Andrew, please don't go. So all you guys that get to pick your pronouns, my pronouns is kill/them, okay? Fuck all y'all, bro. Y'all are making the world a shitty place, bro. I'm gonna call you either a guy or a girl. I'm not calling you by a cat, by a turtle. I don't give a fuck if you got a tail or fucking whiskers. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro.
If you're already familiar with the manosphere, I think it comes to no surprise that a large chunk of that content bubble overlaps with Kick content and even drama channels, especially when targeted at female creators. I'll keep it short here as I've already discussed the manosphere on this channel enough to the point of exhaustion. Kick, drama channels, or god, I haven't even talked about podcasts, are the perfect vehicle for the expansion and normalization of manosphere ideologies. The rise of Clavicula proves how parts of the incel culture have already become mainstream. Many Kick streamers aren't just spreading the word of the Tates like subservient missionaries, but also adopt many of their business strategies like online pimping, stealing a portion of OnlyFans models' income in exchange for promoting them, while simultaneously
also shitting on, women across the board and calling them all whores and stuff.
Preaching about the downfall of Western men and society due to club culture, porn, whoring, or body counts. Well, at least they are doing this with their consent. This is grifting, and they are self-aware of that.
You've got 500,000 people on your Telegram, right?
Yeah.
And you're advertising OnlyFans girls on there.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a contradiction there?
No, because I openly say I don't give a fuck and I'm doing it for money. I don't care about...
the morality of it.
I know it's not good. I say to people, don't watch porn. It's sad. It's loser shit.
You can't say I promote it, but I discourage people from doing it.
But you can.
Why not try and be a good person?
If I'd just done...
This is also the classic train wrecks argument. I always tell people gambling is bad. I'm actually doing a social service by showing people how bad gambling is.
Good things, I would never have really blown up on social media in the first place.
There's one problem, however.
Little kids, huh?
You always have to adapt your content, otherwise it gets boring real fast. That's the downside of content that relies on shock value, outrage, and rage bait. You always gotta be even more outrageous, more extreme, pushing the boundaries more and more. This is not a sustainable model. In order to not get banned into the shadow realms of irrelevance, you are pushed to do this kind of stuff.
I'm kind of thinking we should bring the Nazi salute back. Because the people we've been arguing with for the last 4 years have no interest in objective truth.
It's so crazy that he's black. Like, it's just, none of it makes sense. I mean, him and like Myron, they're both black and they're white supremacists. Isn't that wild? He is? Wait, what? You guys didn't know that? Dog. He's from Gary, Indiana. His dad is not only black, but his dad is a famous black chess player. Yes, bro. He's from fucking Gary, Indiana, dude. What do you mean? Yeah, and then he moved to Luton.
Hail SpaceX!
So I become a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the villain.
That is genuinely one of the craziest aspects of fucking Groyper culture, is that it's literally far more diverse. It is more diverse than a DSA meeting, bro. I'll say it. Fuck it. I'll say it, dude. Groypers are like, there's only one guy in this fucking entire bus, bro. There's one guy that's white in this bus. It's clavicular. And he's male to male trans. This is technically one of the most diverse groups of guys. Okay? It's insane. Nah, man, you're wrong. His father's black. Wait, what? I'm wrong about what?
When confronting them about this, they'll just say that this was ironic or just a joke. You know, the spineless shit you would imagine. Well, unless you're this guy.
We'll collab this week. Me and Sneak are going to collab this week. We're going to play Fort with Bradley Martin and maybe Aiden Ross, maybe Cheezer. So we're going to be doing our collab. We'll squash it on Tilted Towers.
Here's my advice. Here's a little piece of advice. Be a fucking man, okay? That's the biggest difference. And Tate is so right. It is girls versus boys. The world is being divided now. You've got women and on one side, and you got real on the other. Real men, real guys with real balls. That's the difference. Men win again. And yes, we control your bodies. It's your body, my choice.
We're gonna do streamer awards, and we're gonna do the real awards. Nick Fuentes deserves a fucking award, am I right? So we're gonna give out awards to people that on the internet who actually deserve awards.
Look, and we like Aiden Ross. We ride for Aiden Ross. We stand Aiden Ross. Aiden Ross is good. I don't care what anybody says. Aiden Ross is one of the good ones. That's the homie. The Jote, the Jew of all time. Jewish Roy percent, the man.
Holy shit. And we thought PewDiePie introducing Ben Shapiro to a young, impressionable audience was bad. Remember the intellectual dark web? Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, Sam Harris, Eric and Brett Weinstein, Dave Rubin, and...
I mean, these guys also paved the way for these other next wave of dipshits, if we're being honest. One of the greatest grifts of all time, I swear to God, I don't give credit to the CIA that much, but I got to give them credit for this one. They really cooked, was the new atheism movement. Okay? The new atheism movement, with some very notable exceptions, like Kyle Kalinske, Secular Talk, shouts out, all were Obama era. They all shit on George W. Bush for, you know, the attack on stem cell research and the anti-evolution education stuff. And then under the Obama era, they just became the biggest Islamophobes. And they never really stopped. An entire generation of people who are like, oh, I just hate all religion. Except I also think it's okay to just go and murder fucking random Muslim people in their countries. Sam Harris, the intellectual dark web. These guys all came from that background. Okay? That was the new atheist movement through and through. Bill Maher, still chirping. Hitchens. Yep. Is Kyle an exception or simply reformed? No, Kyle never actually leaned into the Islamophobia stuff. A big wave within the progressive movement actually was when Sam Harris debated Uncle Shaky Gurga. A lot of people don't know this because you're probably too young. But I still remember I was there. Uncle Cenk Uygur, Shaky Gurga, debated Sam Harris on Islam. And it was a huge ordeal in these spaces. Back then, all the hate content that Cenk was getting was coming from Steven Crowder. Right? Steven Crowder would make a lot of videos about Cenk, but there wasn't a lot of like big content creators that were somewhat apolitical or came from this like atheist content background, that kind of thing, that kept saying over and over again that Barack Obama and Cenk and other progressives were actually regressive. Dave Rubin loved doing that one because they were actually pro-Islam. Okay? The edgy new atheist era decided that their number one ops were Muslims, and the Muslims were actually all conservative across the board, okay, including those who live in the Western world, across the board, all Muslims, the entire ummah, billions of people were all unbelievably conservative, and these guys were the real progressives, and the progressives were actually regressive because they were hyping up Islam. Okay? That's what the meta was. So many young minds were broken. Also, yeah, remind us who popularized the term intellectual dark web. Oh, let me tell you. Her name is Bari Weiss. Intellectual dark web was a term coined at the New York Times by the one and only Israel's most bovine-like warrior, Bovine Bari Weiss. That's right. Remember. Yep. Beryl Weiss. She's the one who did the intellectual dark web article. I still remember she called Ben Shapiro the intellectual gladiator of the right. Yeah, here's the Shaky Gurga Sam Harris debate. 3 hours long, 6 million views. This was an atom bomb. Okay? I was at the Young Turks when this happened. This was a motherfucking atom bomb, dude. Lamau, Cenk doesn't understand how probability theory works. This was the video that killed TYT for me. I'm more intrigued by Sam's patience than his intelligence. When I pictured Cenk licking strawberry popsicle, it made the conversation more sense. Sam, we got to think deeper. Cenk, error 404. So happy with how this video was received. These comments give me hope for humanity. Lol, the number of times Sam Harris spends 5 to 10 minutes trying to explain a complex point of argument Cenk utterly fails to understand. Sam Harris's complex point of argument was Islam is a backwards religion across the board, and it's not mere ideology and that the interpretation is up to the individual, but instead, everyone that is a follower of Islam is a backwards monster that deserves to be not punished necessarily, but at least like thwarted, put down, dominated by Western civilization. Now, we know now why Sam Harris used to say that, right? I think nowadays, Sam Harris is maybe not so much of an overt atheist, especially because there's one religious ethno-state that he actually champions quite aggressively. Do you guys know which country I'm talking about that Sam Harris, seemingly the godfather, one of the most important figures in new atheism, which country could Sam Harris be writing for? Oh, that's right, it's Israel. No, it's not Zimbabwe, it's Israel. Yeah. Absolutely crushing it, Mr. Intellectual Dark Web, destroying bad ideas. Why I won't debate critics of Israel. A note to the making sense community. These guys were not presenting an intellectually honest argument. They were just making you terrified of Muslims, leaning in to the social conditioning and the stereotyping that already existed in every facet of media. Because someone had to justify going and waging war and spending $7 trillion murdering Muslims in Muslim countries, right? And that's all they did. They tried to pick apart the wokes. They tried to get the atheist liberals on board. And they did. They did get those atheist liberals on board. Many of them fell by the wayside. Now, the reason why I'm bringing this up right now is because that meta still exists. Israel is very openly using this meta, as a matter of fact, and many people are either willingly or without realizing falling for it once again. Okay? So there's that. Another target is trans people. For like the last decade or so, it was always trans people. Oh, trans people playing sports, trans people eating ice cream, trans people doing this, trans people pissing in this bathroom. They should not piss in any bathroom. They shouldn't pee at all. It's always just like farming extra cruelty, targeting marginalized communities, vulnerable communities that don't have the same defense system, that don't have the same support system. Right wingers now have their own version of this, but for killing all Muslims. What is this? Frerin would kill your pedo prophet who married a 6-year-old? What the fuck? Jesus Christ.
I'm not fucking kidding. Joe Rogan, right-wing intellectuals, flooding the podcast commentary scene, destroying snowflake liberals with facts and logic. While this multi-billion-dollar backed content bubble, mainly financed by the Koch family by the way, successfully pushed the Overton window back to the right. In 2026, that type of content became quite outdated. Looking at the data here, most of the channels have lost a large chunk of their audience. To understand this, you have to know that the new right in the US is basically divided in two camps here. The classic neoconservatives pro-Israel camp with Ben Shapiro, Ted Cruz, Jordan Peterson, and the America First, 4chan, alt-right, mostly anti-Israel camp who largely felt betrayed by Trump. Important note here, anti-Israel is, in this specific case, and yes dear German viewer, only in the specific case, actually anti-Semitic, because we're talking about these guys here. Tucker Carlson,
they're not
Alex Jones, Candace Owens.
These guys are anti-Semites who happen to present themselves as anti-Israel. You know.
And most importantly, Nick
Important
Fuentes,
distinction.
the MAGA party, is being ripped apart, especially after the Gaza genocide and the illegal war against Iran. And no, this isn't a good thing. This will determine the future of the MAGA cult, and therefore not only the future of the US, but of the entire planet. And it actually looks like the even more radical, in parts openly neo-Nazis, are the future of the Republican Party.
This morning, new fallout after the leak of racist text messages linked to members of young Republican groups across the country. The website Politico says it obtained 7 months' worth of messages from a group chat in which racist and anti-Semitic slurs were used more than 250 times.
It's 2026 and Trump is saying MAGA means war with Iran, no Epstein files, MAGA is dead. We are America first. This means nothing. Fuck this movement. If MAGA means Lindsey Graham, Laura Loomer, Barry Weiss, and Netanyahu, and not Megyn Kelly, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, and Tucker, then MAGA is garbage. It is a dead brand. No young person wants to be a part of this. Nobody is enthusiastic about it, and it is a joke.
We are witnessing the 4chanification of the Republican Party.
And just the internet
and
in general.
The rise of open Nazism.
Whoa, stop, Ben. Not everything you don't like is a Nazi.
Okay, but we have to agree on something, right? So how about I pull out quotes from no Nazis as a baseline? Can we at least agree that these statements are what you would also call in line with Nazi ideology?
Die Gesellschaft würde sich sofort und dramatisch verbessern, wenn wir die untersten 5 bis 10
Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% of the most R-worded kids out of school and put them all in coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. Who could have said that? The Roach Man, of course.
10% der zurückgebliebensten Kinder aus der Schule nehmen und stattdessen in die Kohlegruben stecken würden. Fast alle westlichen Kulturprobleme sind auf den blinden Glauben an den falschen Gott der Gleichheit zurückzuführen. Diese parasitären Migranten, wir haben eine Infektion. Es gibt offensichtlich ein Problem und es gibt offensichtlich eine Lösung. Aber darüber wollen Sie nicht reden. Ich würde diese Typen jeden Tag jagen. Ich würde vor ihren Haustüren auftauchen. Ich würde so brutal zu diesen Menschen sein, dass man sagen würde, das sei zu viel. Ich würde sie beim Flennen aufnehmen. Ich hasse sie. Ich werde keine Träne verlieren, wenn sie Völkermord in ihre Gesetze eingeschrieben haben, selbst ausgerottet zu werden. Das kümmert mich nicht im Geringsten. Sie sind schrecklich. Das steht außer Frage. Sie sind nicht eure Verbündeten. Sie sind nicht wie wir. Sie kommen aus einer minderwertigen Kultur.
These are all Asmongold
und
quotes.
sie steht in direktem Widerspruch zu allem, wofür westliche Werte stehen. Und sie ist in jeder Hinsicht minderwertig. So einfach ist es.
Okay, these are the baselines. With these baselines in mind, let's continue and look at the content of some creators who are representatives of the 4th-gen America First Gamergate type. Let's start with the most obvious example here.
Yeah, the should worry about what's happening in the cotton fields, right? Go sing your slave song.
Would you say all things considered that the Holocaust is wrong?
If it were real, yes. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It is, and it is, and it absolutely
you're
is.
so fucking spineless. How the fuck can you sit in front of 45,000 people and say that the most well-documented thing that has ever happened in history might not have happened? How the fuck do you know that Jesus resurrected from the dead, but you don't know if the Holocaust happened? Please answer that question. The Shroud of Turin is a more reliable standard for evidence than the 250
Than the thing that
sources
didn't
that would
happen?
justify that the
Do you know what's happening in Europe and the United States? The white population is being genocided. We don't want to hear any more about your ancestors in the Holocaust. We don't want to hear about it. We don't care. We're in the middle of a Holocaust.
Yeah, okay. I mean, he is an open neo-Nazi. There is no room for discussion here. If you like Fuentes and what he promotes, then at least have the fucking guts and openly say that you're also a neo-Nazi or at least an open fascist. That is why I don't think that Fuentes is currently...
Yeah, the Dean clip is a great example of that quote about fascists fully knowing how ridiculous what they're saying is. Yes, and the moment that you entertain a conversation with them is a moment where you've lost already because they're reveling in the fact that they're just like dancing around. Like there are certain concepts that are especially if someone is like very skilled as a communicator, very skilled as an orator, and Nick Fuentes certainly is. I hate to admit that, but it's true. They're just going to have fun with you. They're just going to dance around the issue. They're just going to be like, I'm memeing, whatever, because they don't have a sense of shame around their worldview. And you can't shame a shameless person, right? Sex Destiny is another great example of this. Destiny also has no shame whatsoever and is a mercenary and will assume any position that he wants in order to make it seem like he's actually dominating his opponent in the marketplace of ideas. And that is virtually an impossible person to debate because they don't stand for anything. They don't have any like real perspectives. Now, Nick does. Nick has an ideology and Destiny has somewhat of an ideology, certainly. Right? But as long as these guys are skilled enough to dance around it, it's not going to be a good faith conversation. So no matter how much charity you show them, it doesn't matter. They're just, the fact that you're even encountering them, the fact that you're even talking to them is enough for them to call it a victory, call it a W.
The most dangerous creator out there, as he's not hiding his real intentions here. If you are in the Fuentes bubble, you automatically out yourself as an open sympathizer of Nazi ideology. This could potentially be too upfront, or actually too openly extreme for a lot of people, especially when they aren't too deep into the online far-right pipeline yet. Fuentes is the end of the pipeline. The most dangerous creator, who currently outpaces all of them in reach and influence, is also someone who has been the most watched Twitch streamer worldwide multiple times and even outranked Kendrick Lamar and iShow's Speed in 2025 in most such terms on YouTube. Asmongold.
I think I'm gonna resolve to become a club guy in Miami. Maybe these Jews and women and blacks aren't so bad. But then they proved me right. My former life of hatred and anti-Semitism is completely vindicated. I am doubling down. More anti-Semitism, more Hitler, more racism, more sexism.
Oh my God!
In the club? Well then, now we're going even harder than ever.
Oh, I love it.
Wait for me?
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
Oh my God.
Dude, so based. Oh, so based, dude. I mean, this is the fakest laugh of all time. He just has to sit there and fucking act like this dude is incredibly cool because he has a lot of clout. Yeah, Twitch banned me for reading Manifesto of a Shooter as part of my job because it was, once again, another breaking news incident that right-wingers were disseminating misinformation on, you know, biased through a biased lens. And Twitch banned me for that. It's awesome. This, on the other hand, the ADL doesn't care about this. The ADL works alongside Asmongold to try to actively ban me. One must think of why the Apartheid Defense League, the Anti-Defamation League, spends a great deal of time and effort and money actively coming after me, a person who has spent his entire professional media career combating the far right, combating anti-Semitism, and of course, understandably, combating Zionism as well. Just interesting.
Wow. I just like, please link this. That was fucking funny.
They are doing it so they can continue to fund these parasite migrants into our country. And by the
it's so funny that like there are genuinely a shit ton of people out there who are busy working. They deliver for Amazon, they do Uber, they do Postmates, whatever. And in their off time, they're watching like YouTube drama farmers and these apolitical content creators that are not like directly affiliated with Asmongold or anybody else or directly affiliated with an ideology. They're watching TikToks. And when they watch those TikToks, those guys are developing this idea that someone like myself is constantly breaking the rules on Twitch and never getting punished for it. Whereas someone like Asmongold is simply a regular dude saying the truth. Sometimes maybe saying it in a boisterous manner. Sometimes going a little too far. But ultimately, he's just a regular dude, right? I mean, he wears a white t-shirt. So I can't possibly fathom that this is a multimillionaire with numerous businesses that he owns, right? Just a normal guy with normal guy takes. Why? Because nobody sees this shit. Because those apolitical content creators, the drama tubers, have not realized that they could generate probably the same amount of clicks if they made these sorts of videos on Asmongold. And it's far too easy for them to lean into the existing misinformation slop factory that exists within the Sex Destiny community that gets base boosted by Asmongold and numerous others. This is how you feed the algorithm. What it takes to feed the algorithm is basically a couple viral hits. A couple viral hits shitting on a guy. Okay? And if those hit, then everybody looks at that and goes, okay, there's an incredible trove of manufactured outrage that we can farm off of shitting on a guy, off of shitting on a dude, without any care or consideration for what that does to the space overall, you know? So they just continue with it because most of these people are amoral. Some of them are right-wing, but most of them are just straight up amoral. They don't care. They're just like, I just want to make money. I don't give a fuck. We don't have the same infrastructure of cyber stalking and A-logging these content creators. We don't have Reddit subreddits dedicated entirely to what these people call snark sometimes. Okay? And that's the reason why these lazy commentary sphere content creators don't have somewhere to just mine from. Okay? That's a big part of it. A big part of it is there are communities that weaponize autism that sit around in my chat, sit around in my fucking community and like clip things immediately as soon as they can. And then they post that to every subreddit they possibly can to try to generate controversy around it. And then people pay attention to it. Most people are lazy. Okay? Most people are lazy. Most content creators are lazy. They don't want to actually develop a worldview. They don't want to do reading. They just want an easy playlist that they can farm hits off of. That's the guys like Yeet, for example. That's all they do. That's what LSF used to do for the longest time. I don't even know if they still are around. I don't know. I haven't, heard of LSF in a minute, right? And their audiences will come in here, just like right now, and go, so like you, know you. I don't do that. I don't have an audience that is dedicated to A-logging Asmongold or Sex Pestiny or all these other people and constantly snark them so that I can spend a great deal of time talking about that, because I've been live for 6 hours and 30 minutes. If you were a subscriber, you could actually rewind and go back and check. But for the first 6 hours or for the first 5 hours, I covered actual news. That's what I covered. Right? And now I'm actually watching a video that is delivering a broader point about the rise of online cruelty. Maybe you don't like that you're kind of feeling called out here. For me, I would rather have people spend all of their time and effort, not just like A-logging fucking reactionaries, even though there's probably some utility in combating far right, the growth of far right on the internet. But I'd rather have them join DSA. I'd rather have them go door knock for a candidate. I'd rather have them unionize their workplace, make meaningful changes in their own lives. Okay? That's it.
Way for you guys that are in Europe that are watching this, the same thing's happening over there. The West has a huge problem that we have an infection and we refuse to admit that there's a problem. There is clearly a problem. There is
So this is the other side of it, though. You get on this. Yes, A-logging means stalking and harassing people. That's what it means. So you get on this pipeline. You start developing a negative opinion over certain people. Morgan, Denims, Caseytron, Pokimane, me, iDubbbz. Who else? There's like the common villains in this commentary sphere. Like people that are constantly, Anissa, iDubbbz's wife. And Noah Samson to a certain degree. Mike from Pennsylvania to a certain degree. Taylor Lorenz is another one. And basically what happens is these are like the classic favorite villains of a lot of these apolitical guys, these drama guys, right? And so there's you develop an appetite for shitting on these people. You're like, I hate these people. I don't even know why. They're always doing something wrong. And if you're only watching this stuff, if you're only watching that content, of course you're going to fucking hate me. Why wouldn't you? I'm the worst person around. You constantly see me in like 12-second hits in the most negative framing possible. And you just keep seeing that over and over and over again. And you're going to be like, I fucking hate this guy. Holy shit. And if you never actually gander to the other side, if you never actually go, you know what, let me check this guy out for my fucking self, right? What's this guy about? Is he really this big of a fucking villain? There's no way, right? And unless you do that, there's plenty of content that will keep you on that side of the internet, right? And maybe when you first start this process, you're not right-wing at all, right? You start this process thinking, oh, I just hate like bad people on the internet. I love accountability. It's gossip. It's great. You know, it's nothing for me. I'm just going to, after a long day of, you know, doing Uber delivery driver shit, I'm going to come home. I'm going to eat my fucking microwave meal and I'm going to throw YouTube on. And then there's just like this barrage of content that I'm just going to mindlessly consume. And maybe I'll just like check in on what's going on in the world. I'll develop somewhat of an understanding of what's going on in the internet drama sphere. And when you get on that pipeline, you might be like, yeah, why the fuck am I doing this gig economy job? I have a Bachelor of Arts and Sciences. And you have certain opinions. You're like, I don't really fuck with my landlord. Why won't, I've been asking my landlord to fix my AC. It's 100 degrees and this motherfucker still hasn't. And you have these certain experiences and you're starting to develop certain political attitudes, certain political opinions. But if the only people whose content you're consuming are telling you guys like me are wrong and bad and evil villains, without realizing it, you start slowly but surely moving in their direction politically as well. Because they don't just stay at Hasan is bad, Hasan is a villain, fucking Morgan sucks, she's getting dominated, look, she's getting owned, and you're watching that and you're like, you're celebrating it now. You're like, okay, I've realized that like these people are real villains in society, and seeing them in pain, in like awful, seeing them in awful conditions makes me feel a little bit better about how shitty my worldview is, right? But slowly but surely, they're also telling you something else. One, they're distracting you with this shit, okay? But then also, maybe you're watching the other videos where Asmongold is reacting to migrants doing mass rapes or something. And you're like, wait a minute. That does make sense. And before you realize it, you're getting fucking red pilled. And it's not, red pilling is not a positive thing either. They're actually brainwashing you. They're actually getting you to be distracted. And before you know it, instead of blaming the people who actually have control over your life, blaming the system, and then maybe even organizing to fight back against it, to claw back some autonomy in your life, you go down this pit of despair, and slowly but surely, you become more right-wing. You become more reactionary, right? And when you're in this pit of despair, the only sense of community that you gain is by more and more of this content. Okay? You are giving into the red pill community. Hasan, what the fuck you doing? Wait, what? What are you saying? It forces you to be more antisocial. So you lose your sense of agency. You become a part of a broader movement and it makes you feel good. There's a level of warmth there where you're like, well, I have a community now on the internet. Maybe you're going to a Discord server, right? And in that Discord server, you're like tuning in and you're learning more about the deep, intricate details of the lives of these people that you fucking despise. Okay? And maybe you yourself start searching for more information about this person, right? On the internet. And now you're a part of that movement. This is giving you a sense of community, a sense of purpose in your life. Okay? You now need to be a part of this community. You want to be a known individual in this community. You want to show that you have value in this community. So you start becoming a loyal soldier. Maybe you start making sock accounts. You start going and fucking saying shit in their chats, right? And then you clip it. And then you send that clip to like one of these other clip aggregator accounts. And then they post that clip aggregator account. That clip aggregator account posts that video. And then Asmongold reacts to that video. And now you feel good because you're like, oh, I did something. I'm valuable. I'm serving this community that I'm a part of. Not realizing that you moved every single day, you moved a million steps away from a much more productive and much less depressing worldview where you could have been out and about in the real world, organizing, meeting other people, doing something with your life. And you find yourself increasingly more angry, okay? More frustrated, more depressed. Because day in, day out, you're doing this miserable thing. And that miserable thing is the only thing that gives you a sense of purpose aside from your shit-ass job that you fucking despise. This is how people lose themselves on the internet. Okay? This is how people fall down the right-wing radicalization pipeline. And slowly but surely, they start embodying the rest of the ideology of the community that they're a part of. And the ideologies of these communities are unbelievably far right, constantly blaming fucking transgender people, migrants, liberals. They're all responsible. Women are the reason why you don't have what you were supposed to have. Because you were born for a purpose. You were put on God's green earth for a purpose. This can't be all that you do. Okay? So someone has to be responsible. It must have been stolen from you. Okay? Someone stole your purpose from you. And that's got to be feminism. It's got to be wokeness. It's got to be transgender people. All of these people have the exact same class interest as you. They all want a roof over their heads. They all want comfortable lives. They all want to put clothes on their backs. They want to be able to own a home at some point in their lives. They want to have more autonomy in the workplace. And yet here you are, instead of looking at this robust and cruel design of society, the systemic factors that have robbed you of your potential, of who you were supposed to be, instead of blaming those who benefit from the system, you find yourself blaming other people. People who either are objectively successful while simultaneously trying to get you to wake the fuck up to the reality, myself, right? Or people who are even less successful than you, someone you can look down on to make yourself feel powerful. This is not healthy. It's not productive. And unfortunately, this is the grand design. This is how you divide the working class. This is how you destroy solidarity. This is how you make sure, this is how the wealthy, the billionaires, the millionaires, the capital owning class have successfully divided and conquered the working class. Okay? That's it. And before you know it, you have nothing else going on. So the only thing you have is this fucking poison that makes you feel a sense of community, a sense of wholeness, a sense of purpose. Meanwhile, it's literally rotting your fucking soul.
Clearly an affliction, and there is also clearly a solution. But they don't want to talk about that because it might make them feel bad.
You think about killing random people? Yeah, all the time. Oh, constantly. All the time. Yeah, if somebody makes me mad or something like that, yeah, of course.
As so often with these types of political creators, they actually started with a completely different type of content, which made them popular. While Asman has always primarily been a gaming streamer, he was ultimately one of the edgier ones.
Now, I was in high school at the time that Hurricane Katrina happened. And a lot of the displaced people from Hurricane Katrina went to my high school. And they would all wear the same t-shirts, and they were fucking animals. Every single one of them. Honestly, the hurricane could have done a better job. I fucking hated him.
Until two specific events on the internet really pushed him to the person he is today.
Wokeness in video games.
Gamergate and the Johnny Depp and Amber Heard trial. Especially his coverage of the trial exploded Asman's viewership.
It's a crazy person, right? And this is the problem, is that like whenever you're dealing with a crazy person, You never know what's going to happen. You don't know what they're going to do. You don't know what they're going to say. It's awful.
Asmin is the perfect representation of the modern online right. Lonely, mostly white, young, incredibly online, socially isolated, angry.
I don't know if they're mostly white.
Men. It is one thing, being a member of a community as most of them fell victim to the slow radicalization process by admiring a creator they have a parasocial bond with, while also having rightful frustrations with a system that fucks all of us, but who are being misled into meaningless cultural bullshit. It is a totally other thing, however, when the agitator not only leads the community further down this radicalization process, but fucking profits from it.
I don't need to understand whatever article you want me to read. All I need to understand is human psychology and incentives. And incentives and human psychology are the deciding factors of how people will behave. I don't need to read your little special book or your Wikipedia article or anything else besides that. None of that stuff.
Yeah, this is the other side of reactionary thought, by the way. It's highlighting... it's highlighting a lack of interest and a lack of intellectual curiosity as a virtue. It's actually virtuous to be disinterested. You know? It's mass producing Dunning-Kruger. I'm not very smart. I'm against this intellectual nonsense. I can just I can just figure this shit out. You know what's funny about this is Andrew Tate did this as well. And if you recall, when I had a conversation with Andrew Tate about this, he basically revealed his position. And I mean, he's expanded on this as well. That famous viral clip where I'm like, how do you know the world is not flat? Did you take a spaceship to space and look down and recognize that the earth is not flat? Because he's not a flat earther, right? And I knew that. So I wanted to ask him, like, how do you know the earth is not flat? It feels flat, right? And that was a moment where he knew that there was no defense for what he was saying, right? And basically that is the counter argument for a lot of these people, where it's like, you can't develop a worldview just by, with your own personal thoughts and with anecdotes. It's not a productive way to approach society. It's not a productive way to understand the world. There are billions of unique experiences that you're not privy to. And the only way to get privy to those experiences is by reading, by broadening your horizon, by, traveling around the world. But because that's not accessible for a lot of people, I think people like Asmongold basically give comfort to those who don't want to read, find it to be boring, don't have the finances to be able to travel and encounter other cultures, stuff like that. So their whole worldview is stuck with these guardrails on the internet, these algorithmic guardrails. And that's all they need. And this kind of sentiment actually gives those people comfort. Like, oh, you should be comfortable in your lack of interest, your lack of intellectual curiosity. It's just common sense. It's common. Everybody feels this way. You are not alone.
Matters. What matters fundamentally is, how do people act, how do people think, and how do people respond to incentives? If you can understand that, then nothing else matters. It's pretty simple.
You're either a self-aware closeted far-right extremist yourself, or in most cases probably, especially in Asmon's case, just the dumbest, most unaware immature.
I mean, that is like a perfect distillation of exactly what I was talking about. 7 hours ago, clipped on live stream fails. Hasan political commentary about white people in Japan. I'm making a joke. I'm a white person in Japan, right? I make a joke. They take it. They frame it in this like super negative manner. They brigade it. Everybody goes, oh my God, this guy's a real fucking anti-white racist. Asmongold does, 45 minutes on how anti-white racist I am. All of a sudden, the very same people that maybe in a different timeline would have laughed at that are now thinking, you know what, I do hate this guy because I've already learned that I should hate this guy because all of these other people in this community that I'm a part of now also hate this guy. So he's not capable of fibbing, making a joke, being insincere, being hyperbolic, embellishing. He must actually sincerely hate white people. And you are literally being socialized into thinking that there is like a sincere effort out there amongst people who are actually trying to generate anti-white hatred. Now, you believe that. You didn't believe that yesterday, but now you believe it. You're like, yeah, you know what? Anti-white hatred is a real problem. After all, my favorite content creator is saying it is. After all the other people in this community that I'm a part of are talking about it, right? So that must be real. That must be a real thing. Well, I'm a white guy and I feel fucking kind of mad about this. We are we're very easily manipulated, and we don't realize how easy that is. Like when someone extends an open hand, a warm welcome, and a sense of kinship, a sense of community, that goes a very long way. Unfortunately, leftists hate doing that. Leftists love being as repulsive as they physically possibly can be because they mistake that for moral purity, unfortunately. Okay? Let's be real. We do that quite a bit. We like to be off-putting a little bit. Sorry. And we mistake that for being, morally pure or morally righteous. It's very tough to organize on those boundaries. Okay? But in any case, your enemies, both on the internet and in the real world, don't do that. They always welcome people with open arms. One of the most common memes around this meta is the classic one where a Nazi will never say, oh, it's not my job to educate you. Okay? A Nazi will never say it's not my job to educate you. A Nazi loves that opportunity to educate you. Okay? A far-right figure or right-wing figure will sit there and tell you till the motherfucking cows come home about how, all of these third world migrants have come here to demographically replace you, and how the only reason why you don't have a high-paying job is because of that demographic replacement that took place, and they'll fucking chew your ear off. We can't be the type of people that sit around on the opposing side of that and go, I can't do the emotional labor, I'm sorry. And I understand that there is an emotional imbalance there too, right? Because obviously it doesn't take a toll on the white supremacist, oftentimes a white guy, to explain these concepts to other people. Whereas if you're transgender, if you're black, if you're brown, and you want to describe white supremacy, or if you're transgender and you want to describe the negative consequences of transphobia, of course, you are basically, at that point, justifying your existence, right? But we have to overcome that. We have to. That's why I always tell you guys, like, you have to sometimes take on that emotional labor. You just got to do it. We have to do it. Look, I do it for Islamophobia, right? All the fucking time. I eat it on a daily fucking basis, right? Now, when I just said that, I'm certain that many of you turned around and said to yourselves, and some of you will type it in a second in the chat, well, it's different. You're rich, you're privileged, you're white. You're looking for excuses, okay? I didn't say it's harder for me to take on the Islamophobia than it is for you to take on as a black person white supremacy, okay? I know it's harder. I'm just saying we all have to the best of our ability, try and explain these concepts to people and be normal, okay? See, you're so fucking white, my dude. Anyway, let's continue.
The dumbest, most unaware, immature Hurensohn, like the good little bootlicking ficker they are.
even when stripped any ideologies whatsoever. I can't for the love of God understand how anyone would look at someone like that and not be utterly repulsed by it, even if you like his politics.
Like, if I knew that I could get these people deported and sent back to fucking Guatemala or Somalia or wherever the fuck they came from, if I knew I could do that, I would take a break from my stream. I'd stream less so I could do that all the time. I'll be backing these guys up every day. Oh no, I'd show up at their house with the ICE agents. I'd show up like Ash Ketchum. I'd say, guess what? Guess what? Get your shit. Nah, bring your family too. Let's go.
Like, this is just monetizing cruelty. At a certain point, you got to realize this isn't even about politics. You're just a bad person, right? And unfortunately for us, in this day and age, this is what politics has become. It's just monetizing sadism. Like, what utility, what purpose exists there? Like, how are you making society better? Like, you're not even presenting an argument as to why these mass deportations are going to somehow clean up the streets or anything. At that point, you're literally just saying that the joy is not coming from this dystopian future where we have a purebred white society. The joy is coming from the fact that you're punishing people who are, black and brown, punishing people who are migrants. It's so joyful. This is bully behavior. It's pure sadism. And I think a lot of people get to a certain point in their lives, as I gave you that monologue about the pit of despair and how you find yourself there. And it makes you so depressed and so angry at the world that you just want to share that anger with others. You want others to also feel a sense of the resentment that you experience on a daily basis, where you're like, everybody looks at me weird. Everybody fucking hates me. I'm a fucking loser. I'm a chud. And I shouldn't be a chud. But if I have to feel this pain on a daily basis, then I'm going to make it my life's mission to make sure other people also fucking eat shit too. And I think that's very sad. It's not a very productive way to live your life. But I do think that is exactly what these sorts of communities generate. That's exactly what these communities foster, right? And when you're getting your sense of purpose and your sense of community from these spaces, and the only warmth that you ever feel is the shared purpose of disseminating the hurt that you feel on a daily basis, then yeah, you have no other outlet. You have no other opportunity. All you got is trying to harm others, writing a mean comment on the internet, anonymously under someone else's fucking YouTube video or on their Twitter. Are you aware that APAC Mold is mentally ill, right? Because I never see you bring that up. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, he's not all there, but who cares? No one is fucking normal. Now, I'm mentally ill. You know what I mean?
Oh, boys, come on. Get in the van.
I also don't want to see that as like, I don't want to even give that as an excuse. You know what I mean?
Man, gotta catch them all. That's right. I would do this, and honestly, I'd make videos about them, like other, and I'm gonna be real. Like, I would be so brutal to these people. People would say it's too much. I would be filming them crying, walking out, getting dragged out.
By the way, this is the LBJ quote. If you show the lowest white man that he's still higher than the highest black man, they'll open their wallets for you. Okay? That's what this is. He is teaching his audience that there are those who are worse off than the people who experience real struggle on a daily basis, people who actually feel a lot of pain, people who feel a sense of loneliness, people who lack purpose in their lives and kind of recognize it. And he's telling them like, yeah, your shit sucks, but guess what? There's other people we can be fucking cruel to, and they're underneath you. And as long as you recognize that they're beneath you, right? You recognize you're above them. You have someone to look down on. Okay? And it's easy. It's cheap. And people fall for it. That ideology, that is the primary motivation for historic reactionary movements, and certainly still exists in modern day as well. Yeah. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's what Lyndon Big Dick Johnson said. Oh, here's replied. He said, I've spent hours covering the UK grooming gang reports. I have zero sympathy for people who are downplaying it and calling it bullshit. The atrocities against those children and the years of authorities covering it up are disgusting. Epstein defender, by the way.
I put like Pokemon theme music over it. I do the whole thing. I hate them. I hate them. I'm not going to cry a fucking river when people who have genocide that's baked into their laws are getting genocided. I don't give a fuck. They're terrible people. It's not even a question. These people are not your allies. They are not the same as us. They come from an inferior culture that is horrible. It kills people for their identity, and it is directly antithetical to everything Western values stand for, and it is an inferior culture in all ways. It is that simple. This low-income, ignorant, delusional, brain-dead, third-world importation of all of these illiterate people that can't speak English, that have no fucking skills, live off the government, and are effectively parasites on the United States of America is a class war.
As you might have already guessed, remember the baselines? The quotes? I lied to you. These aren't quotes from Goebbels, Göring, or Himmler. They are all from Asmongold. And don't bitch out by saying, well, but the context matters. The pathetic cowardice of people demanding context of these clips are hiding their real intentions here, rationalizing, looking for justifications of his ideology and therefore theirs. The difference between the Asman and Fuentes audience is simple. Asman's viewers are just closeted fascists. Then again, a core tenet of fascism is making weak men feel strong by executing violence against others for them.
That's the other thing. Fascism is the perfect chud ideology. If you're a fucking chud-ass loser, fascism is so perfect. And it's always been. Historically, every fascist movement, the backbone of every fascist movement has always been rudderless men who feel like they have no sense of purpose in life, who have been told that they were supposed to be destined. They were told that they were destined for greatness and they never achieved that greatness. So now they're angry and they're lashing out and they have to look at, like they have to look down on people, right? That's what it is. That's always what it is. And there are plenty of people who fall into this. There are so many people who fall into this mentality because there's just no one out there who extends them a helping hand at any step, at any point, and slowly but surely they just go down this pit of despair and become horrible monsters at the end of it.
The ultimate daddy issue cockchair. The point I'm trying to make in this entire video here is to show you that the manufactured outrage, the pushing the boundaries more and more, making edgier and edgier jokes, being as controversial as possible. This tactic of content creation not only mirrors the main tactic of the modern far-right, but is also the main recruitment strategy of modern fascists. Pushing the extreme normalizes the obscene, political extremism, and pure cruelty. Unmoderated, edgy content radicalizes. And the White House knows this.
Yeah, before you know it, cruelty becomes the point. Like, The chief characteristic of the mass man is not brutality and backwardness, but is isolation and lack of normal social relationships.
This development of the internet is not a coincidence. One person clearly understood all of this, unlike the rest of us. The Leni Riefenstahl of the Tea Party, as the founder of Breitbart called him. Steve Bannon, one of the main architects of the modern far-right. Bannon knew that by being able to influence culture, you're also able to influence politics. Mobilizing angered gamers during the Gamergate hate campaign was his first successful test ground, together with Milo Yiannopoulos. He saw the potential in politically mobilizing a huge online army, and it didn't take long for other creators to notice that manufacturing outrage was like hitting the jackpot. What had initially been niche hate forums on 4chan now infects the White House. Even though Gamergate has been discussed to death, I don't think that the majority of people realize the massive ripple effects it caused. It's of course bullshit to attribute the rise of fascism solely to phenomena like Gamergate, as I mentioned in the new aesthetics of fascism. The main reason should be blamed on neoliberalism and therefore the losing trust in the democratic system. Fascists exploit this by tapping into that collective frustration. They amplify the feeling of despair by manufacturing more and more outrage. That amplified anger can now be turned into moral outrage instead of facing real systemic issues. That moral outrage, culture war, is a self-sustaining machine, protecting capital interests. We lose ourselves in individual moralism, cancel culture drama bullshit, while losing parts of our humanity in basic decency in the process.
That's the other side of this also, is that it's all cancel culture all the way down. And it's really funny. Like, the right constantly made a killing talking about how cancel culture sucked dick. And now that's all they do. And they did that back then too, but they were simultaneously also calling it out when the left was doing it or the liberals were doing it. And it's so funny that that is straight up exactly what they do. They manufacture outrage. They make up shit if they can't actually find anything sincere or serious. And then they just keep hammering it over and over and over again. And that makes them feel more morally righteous, even if their worldview is horrifying. Okay? And no, I'm not talking about the Dixie Chicks. I'm talking about the actual, like, think about it. I used to joke about this all the time. Contrary to popular belief, there's one streamer who has been victim to more cancellation attempts than any other right-winger. It's me. Think about how many times, even to this day, when Fox News is doing that shit, when Congress is actually trying to put together a bill to specifically deplatform me, I've had not one, not two, but 3 different congresspersons. The entire country of the United Kingdom canceled me, right? Don't say me, me, me, me, me. The reason for why that's happening is not because I'm fucking awesome or dope and I'm just saying like, oh, I'm the biggest victim here. I'm just saying that I am a prominent leftist figure on the internet. And that is precisely the reason why I go through this process on a daily fucking basis. Right? Like, think about that. This shit has never even happened to Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan made a living. Joe Rogan made a career off of rallying against cancel culture. Joe Rogan never got banned from the UK. Sure, they yelled at him for fucking saying he was taking ivermectin. That's it. Bitch, they call me a terrorist on Fox News on a daily basis and on CNN. Where's my fucking $250 million Spotify check? It's not coming, and I'm not expecting it. My point is, okay, high horse much? Law? Come on, dude. Think. Think about this. Throughout different periods of civil struggle in this country, actual First Amendment violations have only gone in one direction. Only one direction. And that's not the right. There was never a Red Scare propaganda for the far right. It was for communists. There was never a law that was designed that dictated that you could never be the head of a labor union if you were a communist. The government assassinated black revolutionary leaders. Wake up. Cancel culture, or the real version of this, which is the government trying to chill speech, only goes in one direction. For the right, it's a rallying cry. They'll say, they're attacking us. They're taking away our voice. The algorithm is suppressing our content, our commentary. While they're backed by powerful forces, billionaires and millionaires, they give them millions of dollars. Ben Shapiro's entire operation is fully funded by petrocapitalists from Texas. Every fucking week, every day, some dumb fucking organization attacks Hasan for being right. They lie, make shit up, slander millions, billions if you include infrastructure and news orgs trying to smear Hasan for telling you the truth about genocide being done by U.S. allies and client states. Yes. That's it. That shit don't happen on the other side. Charlie Kirk, yeah, okay. Great question. Now, if you believe that Charlie Kirk got killed by Israel, then okay, I'm not going to stop you. I don't believe that. I'm not going to stop you from believing that, but I don't believe that. But that wasn't a government initiative, in my opinion. In my honest and humble opinion, that wasn't a government initiative. That was allegedly one guy. Okay? But even then, Charlie Kirk was a proud advocate of the First Amendment. And yet, Charlie Kirk also had, famously, a website that Turning Point USA funded that would identify college professors in every college campus where you could just create user-generated content where you would snitch on your professors for being radicals. Not exactly a great advocate for First Amendment, if you ask me. Now, of course, I still carry the flame. Make no mistake. I carry the flame every day. Get the level 10 hype train, I can carry the flame twice today. We can all carry the flame.
This is a bipartisan issue, by the way. And I'm of course not saying that Bannon is directly responsible for the hate-fueled drama channels or the edgy, outright illegal content on Kick. He just understood the online gaming culture and the potential in co-opting this toxicity in order to mobilize a group of young men online. Even the 4chanification is an openly stated strategy of Bannon. Loose moderation has become a political strategy of tech bros in Silicon Valley after Trump's second term. Especially after Musk's takeover of Twitter, the niche Groyper hate forums on 4chan finally breached containment and flooded the mainstream timeline. Combine this with Charlie Kirk's assassination and you've got a power vacuum among the young Republicans, ready to be filled with the Groyper 4chan movement led by Fuentes. We must face the reality that there is no separation between the digital and the analog anymore. And Asmongold teaches us more about our political zeitgeist than a 1-hour debate of political scientists on TV. Everything you hear on the world stage has already happened ages ago on the internet. Online culture is literally in the White House. So no, it isn't Mr. Beast who ruined YouTube. It's the Epstein class, funding the modern fascists in order to distract the public with cultural bullshit from what actually matters. Capital. This progression of industrialized cruelty has always been inevitable. Steve Bannon. Just perfect the game.
Yeah, if you were like pushing apolitical slop right now and had no principles, you'd be a centimillionaire that was beloved in mainstream media. No one would bat an eye. It's because you try to push leftist principles that everyone's on your ass. Yeah. I mean, dude. There are people who have great politics who shy away from revealing them, and they're still beloved figures on the internet. Markiplier is a great example of this, right? Like, Markiplier has a lot of great opinions, okay? But he's never made the mistake of coming out and being like, I'm a socialist or anything like that, okay? And that's part of the reason why everyone always cherishes the things that he does. And it's great. I'm happy. I'm like, I don't have any issue with that. I don't want him to come out and be like, I'm a fucking socialist, fuck capitalism, all this shit. Okay. And then there are those like Billie Eilish who are way more open about their politics, right? Wait, are you not a centimillionaire? No, what are you, fucking insane? Of course I'm not a centimillionaire. Are you out of your mind? So there are people like Billie Eilish, for example, and people fucking despise her. Now, part of the reason why people despise Billie Eilish is because, you know, they're Taylor Swift fans, I think, or I don't know. There's like some stan culture shit there. I'm not super tapped in, right? But the other part of the reason why a lot of people fucking despise Billie Eilish, aside from the fact that she's a woman, is because she's outspoken. So when you're outspoken about your politics, and when you're daring enough to say a better future is possible, and I think the super wealthy need to give back more to make that future happen, people go, fuck you. You're fucking rich. Fucking kill yourself. Like, we have this unbelievable resentment for people who look at the current design of society and say a better future is possible. It's so strange. It's so strange. Is it crabs in the bucket mentality where we immediately attack people because we've built this like insane level of cynicism by, I think, being online too much, because that's where this is, that's where the cynicism is bred. That's where this nihilism is bred. Okay. And it's very interesting that a lot of people who would otherwise be like woke or whatever get fucking geared up by people who are objectively not woke. Leftists get duped by the right all the time. For the longest time, the if you don't like it, leave this fucking country mentality that I received my whole career only came from the right. It came from Steven Crowder. It came from Ben Shapiro. Now I hear that shit from liberals. Okay? For the longest time, the idea that if you were in any way, shape, or form trying to advance progress in society, that you were a hypocrite if you were in any way, shape, or form financially successful while trying to advance a better society was hypocritical, only came from the right. It's an inherently reactionary opinion. And yet, so many leftists, self-identifying leftists, have identified with this message. It's very interesting. So what's the alternative? If someone is successful, if someone is rich, they should just shut the fuck up and enjoy the benefits of wealth. They shouldn't try to advance society. What are you talking about? Because that's what you're demanding. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying should happen. Okay.
Hasan and I are gonna go see Disclosure Day together. Let's go, dude.
Okay.
10 minutes.
Okay, I'm about to end it. There's 2 minutes left of this video.
It's the game that is sick, and that sickness is monetized spectacle
I'm ending it. It's
fueled
2 minutes
by
left.
algorithms, monopolies, and the accumulation of wealth caused by the virus, which is... You know this as well. You just don't like the big bad C word. Those in power will do everything they can to protect that.
All right, I gotta go.
If that means mobilizing fascists worldwide. No, not because capitalists are just greedy and evil people, but the system
Yes, I lied
that
about
produces
gaming.
them.
I'll see you tomorrow, guys. All right, I gotta go. All right, everybody. Peace out. Okay? Peace. I can't even finish it. No gaming. I love you all, and I will see you tomorrow. That was a great video by Ben, friend of the show, Ben. Go check it out.